Was not aware or not sure.
That's okay. I can't keep Brad here. Or anyone else. There's no what? Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's fine. And I'll let John. So you'll have to go. There's officially no roll call, but she's noting who's here. That's our production crew.
Okay, ready to get started?
You can go ahead and talk. It's normal here, but it's amplified so people listening live stream could hear us. So for everyone, just make sure you talk in your mic.
Good morning, everybody. The guys in the back, the guys on the side. I've been trying to think about ways to start this meeting. And let me just make a few comments. First, it's good to see everybody. We have one common objective, I guess, for this morning, for the next 2 days. And that's to prepare a good plan of work, a plan that will outline issues and expectations for the next 12 months. Quite frankly, probably for a period of time longer than that. I think if we all know one thing is that things take longer than we typically do. So when we leave here on Friday, I think that should be our feeling. Did we do it or not? Did we prepare a good plan? There are certain conditions, there are certain requirements that would be necessary that we could all feel like that as we walk away tomorrow afternoon. Was everybody engaged? Did everybody have an opportunity to speak? Did everybody have an opportunity to bring their issues forward? Was there some level of closure relative to those? So when they brought them forward, were we as a council able to say, it's a good idea, should be on the docket, should be something that we address. Here's what we plan on doing. We'll have a committee, we'll have a workshop, we'll have Stephanie and one of her staff assigned to it. We'll have not closure to it, but we'll have, it just won't be dangling out there. We'll have something done. And that as part of that engagement, everybody had the time to say what they needed to say. So this agenda is different than what we've done in the past. In the past, but it's consistent in that regard. You, Stephanie, and her staff have done a great job. Thank you. The binder is just very well done with ample amount of information, all quality work. But in the past, that moved us along. We were really listening to all of you, the staff, tell the council what your plans were, what your expectations were. And we try to coalesce them. These are things we're working on, these are things that you're working on, et cetera. The community had a smaller portion. There were typically citizen comments either at the beginning or at the end of the session. Council members had a beginning and the end. So there really wasn't directly focused on those two critical elements of the broader community, our residents and our council members. So we've changed that. And We are here for the morning to listen, to have the opportunity to listen to members of the community and members of council talk about their issues, their concerns, their questions, their thoughts, so that they all feel as though they have this, this level of engagement. That's the, and then hopefully at the end, well, again, as I said earlier, then we'll say that we had a good plan. Another condition that requires, though, is time management. You'll notice that there's just a big block of time from 8 to 12:30. Some of these issues create a different level of emotion, a different level of passion than others. Some could be, okay, done that, scratch it off the list. Some's going to create a lot of discussion. We have to be careful about that. I'm asking everybody to be careful about that. Be respectful of everybody's time. I think at the end of, when we're getting to lunch and we say, well, we haven't really accomplished, well, we've accomplished a great deal. We've had a lot of anxiety created in the room, but we really haven't moved things along. That's not good. So we have to be careful of people's time. So I will, and Stephanie, we will try to police that so that everybody has an opportunity to speak and get as much of that accomplished within these next 4 hours. And I say again, as part of those issues being brought forward, and we all conclude that's an important issue, that's a critical issue, the intent isn't to resolve that today. The intent isn't to say, okay, well, let's spend the next 2 hours and just bang the heck out of it until we get it resolved. The intent would be, that's a good issue, it warrants a lot of discussion, let's set up a workshop. Let's set up, assign it to a committee. Let's set up or something, and then we'll address it. Then we'll just walk into the room in 30 days, in 3 weeks, in a month or whatever, well-prepared, resources available, very thoughtful, and then we'll just address that issue. Okay, so that's what I like to see. I want us to get through, I want us to have a compendium, an inventory of all of the issues that we can muster over these next 4 hours. And lastly, and I think for everybody, but mostly for council members, I would like to really suggest that we do this again. Today's February 1, maybe August 1, that's 6 months. If you think it's too long, too short, think about it. Whole day, half day, I don't have any, feelings relative to the organization of it. But I don't want this to be one day, one meeting, and then just kind of fall along here. See you again in a year. So think about that, and maybe tomorrow afternoon as we kind of close it up, see how everybody feels about that in terms of, maybe August. We'll have another session one day and just see how we've done relative to these things. So timetables and feedback and responsibilities and accountabilities and all of those things are really part of a good plan, that we have all of those identified. Okay, that's my 2 cents to get started. That was one thing to get started, and the next was to turn it over. So, John, you have some thoughts? Do you want to get started? Do you have some things you want to talk about in terms of get the ball rolling? And we'll just kind of go around and thank community members for being here. And I guess, Steph, you may have some comments that people sent in.
Yeah, we could just do anything right now.
So do you want to do
From,
that?
yeah, from anyone that's here that would like to speak. Petra's printing out, she has given me the copy from the comments that were submitted, but we received probably only about, at least I've received only about maybe 3 to 4 comments, and a number of them I've already forwarded to all of you guys. So Petra's printing those out, but if you want to take comments from the group that's here,
Start there?
I will
Okay.
start there.
Anybody would like to, it's early, maybe the coffee hasn't kicked in yet, but give
Good morning, and thank you. My name's Brad McIlvain, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. I'm here to talk about 3 topics. One is the ARB, 2 is town and Kika, the relationship and working relationship, and 3rd is communication. As you may know, I am a Kika board member. I'm not here speaking on behalf of the Kika board, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. And I just wanted to make that clear. As far as the ARB, it's an important issue because we can argue about whether the development agreement's already expired or whether it expires this year or whatever, but clearly it expires this year, no matter what happens. And that's a significant event with respect to the ARB. This is something that when I joined the Kika board, then Mayor Craig Weaver took me aside and said, understand that when the development agreement ends, it's an important milestone for the ARB because in the development agreement, the town defers and delegates many responsibilities to the ARB. And when the development agreement ends, that deferral and delegation goes away, and there has to be something in place that replaces it. And he said, then at that point, he believed that we were talking about 2026. Now we're obviously talking about this year, so it becomes even more important. I want to share our own personal experience with the ARB with respect to getting our house approved. We purchased a property on 2010. We designed the house and submitted for approval to the ARB of our house plans. We submitted them, they went through all the way and got final approval. Now, we submitted it when we didn't know whether we were going to actually build in time because the approvals will expire. We knew that from the ARB. But we figured if you got an approval, if you had to get a second approval, it would be a simple task. We didn't build in time for our approval and it had lapsed, so we had to reapply. So we had been approved the first time, and the second time we were denied. And to me, that indicates what are the standards that they're looking at? Are they arbitrary? I mean, how can you approve the same exact set of plans one time and a few years later deny them? And it was denied because they claimed that a corner of the property looked too prominent. Well, it was the same corner of the property that always existed there. So the standards, and then the second thing is that most of the things that happen to the ARB are not public. We live in the preserve. The preserve has its own covenants. It has its own specific design guidelines that are very specific, size requirements, things like that. It's apparent as you go around the preserve that some of the houses in the preserve don't meet those requirements. They exceed the size, they may exceed other things. I asked, and Amanda's here, I asked her, I said, can we see the variances that are granted? And the answer was no, that any variances granted by the ARB are not public. I don't know of any entity that should be doing that, but they're not public. Then the third thing is conflicts. Understand that the ARB is not a separate entity from the partners. There's no specific corporation or entity that is the ARB. It is just the partners. Also understand, as I've been told, that many of the members are compensated by the partners, including the supposed Kiowa member, person who represents the Kiowa members. My understanding is he gets a reduced club membership as compensation. So the question is, should the town be deferring and delegating to an arbitrary, a body that's secretive, that doesn't know, that you can't tell what's going on, and has obvious conflicts? I mean, clearly, when they're dealing with issues that relate to the partners, there's a clear conflict, and that's happened repeatedly. So when you deal with the issue of the development agreement ending and what to do with the ARB. I understand part of that is that Kika may be the ultimate one that's responsible for that. And hopefully we're working in Kika to make sure that we're ready to do that. But I do think that you need to understand that your delegation and deferral creates issues. And is that something that the town should be doing on that issue? The second issue is the town-Kika relationship. Obviously, I'm coming off at the end of 3 years on the Kika board. I've seen a lot of what happens. In my view, it's critical that the town and Kika work as one. It's a very confusing relationship for most people out there about what the town does, what Kika does. Many of us who are involved in it know it, and we understand where it is. But even in those circumstances, it gets very complicated, and it gets very frustrating for our members when we say, not our responsibility, it's the other ones, or vice versa. And I think it's very important that we work sort of hand in glove together. And that means effective communication. That means that we understand both what the town's doing and you understand what Kika's doing. Now, I do understand, Mayor, that you meet with the chair periodically. The issue is we don't know what goes on in those meetings. And the concern is there has to be effective communication. I will not obviously be there on the board, but I do hope going forward that there's effective communication between both the town and Kika so that we can understand, both sides can understand what they're doing, and hopefully we can both work together to make everything for our members, our residents, a better experience and a more seamless experience too, so that people don't get caught up in it's not mine, it's theirs. So that we actually hopefully can, there's one point, maybe one point of contact where people are directed to the right person, whether it be in the town, whether it be in Kika, whatever, but that there's not this sort of, it becomes, and we've all seen it, and we've all heard about it, how frustrated people are when they call up for something and they're told, well, that's not us. So I think it's important. Plus, as we move forward, with the important issues that you're going to be discussing here, it's important that everybody try to be on the same page, and that there be, that we're all rowing in the same direction. And that, again, we can only row in the same direction if we know in the direction that we're trying to row. So let's, I would ask that. And then the third thing, and this is a fairly personal one for me. There is a tendency in Kiowa that if you don't like what's being said, you shoot the messenger. And we've seen that recently from council. And I think it's unfortunate. The way to deal, and frankly, I've been shot at a lot. And I've been shot at incredibly unfairly. But that, unfortunately, is the way this island is. But I do think as council people, I hope that you all tone it down. Don't shoot the messenger. Listen to complaints. You may not like the complaints. You may think they're inappropriate, but listen to them. And communication, again, is the key. Communication. We are, as part of board members, we are enrolled in the Community Association Institute. And the most recent magazine was talking about how important communication is for member services. That we're all providing services. We provide it to our members, you provide it to the residents, but you're all in a member service or community service where we work for our members and residents. Kika works for members, you work for the residents, but it also includes members too, although they don't technically vote. But so let's all keep that in mind, that if something's getting lost, look at your own communication and make sure that your communication has been clear, has been accurate, and make sure that that people aren't getting frustrated because they're not getting answers, because they're getting answers that they believe are not correct. That's an important thing. And when you take care of that, hopefully you can tamp down a lot of these issues, because people do get frustrated. They do see that, that when that they keep asking the same question over and over and over and don't get an answer, that they can get angry. And obviously that's not a good thing. And I would ask that, so for the three, just to summarize, I think when you're dealing with what to deal with on the development agreement as it ends, the deferral and delegation to the ARB, I believe, is not something that should be done. And hopefully we can improve, although I will not be there, hopefully town and KICA relationship will improve and communication between the two will improve. And that may include having maybe joint sessions where people can understand the other side and understand where the priorities are from each side. Finally, don't shoot the messenger. Have effective communications, and hopefully a lot of these issues will go away. Thank you.
Can we ask questions? Of course. Sure. Brad? Sorry. I have a few questions, if you allow me. First, just to clarify, so the second time the ARB did not approve your plans.
Correct.
It had nothing to do with changes to building codes or anything of that. It was
Nothing.
just a purely aesthetic decision of it.
We were told that there's a corner of our house that was too prominent, and it was the same corner of the house that's always been there. And there, frankly, if you go around our neighborhood, there's a lot of, if that's, yeah, no, sorry, Mike.
I wanted to make that point clear.
Yeah.
And ARB, as you know, is on our agenda for today, and I think it's a very crucial one, and not only for the reasons you mentioned of, lack of transparency, not being open, difficult to understand standards if they even exist, but also because, as you mentioned, with the end of the development agreement, we have to take actions.
Right.
Leads me to my next question for you. Your comments on the ARB that I all understand and agree with are very backwards oriented. So would you be willing to share with us what could be a solution for what you described? Because that is what helps us here.
That's
I
a very.
don't want to waste a lot of time here today and tomorrow in elaborating on the past and what went wrong and mistakes were made. We want to look forward strategically, say, how do we fix it?
No, and I think that's I appreciate that, Councilman Heiningsfelder, and I'd like to respond. I think everybody wants clearly defined standards that are applied in an open and uniform manner. I mean, I don't think any of us would argue about any of that. I mean, we understand that standards on development and building keep all of our property values at the levels that we would like to keep them. The other thing so I think so my view is that KICA should, it's in the covenants that KICA would be ultimately, that the ARB would ultimately be transitioned to KICA, so it's already in the covenants. We don't have to actually do a whole lot to do that, so that's a fairly simple, it's in the KICA covenants, it's in the general covenants that, that it can be transferred when the developer agrees to do it to KICA. So the fact that it's in the covenants, I think that helps us. I also think KICA is probably the appropriate entity because KICA is responsible for all members, all property owners. Whereas, just because of the peculiarity of the way things are set up, the town, is only elected by residents, which is a subset of our property owners. So the KICA is a more global, I'm not saying that the town's not responsive and all that type of thing. I just think it's a better place to put it. I believe that, the KICA should be, and this is where I think there needs to be a lot of discussion between the town and KICA, is that the KICA should be ready to accept that responsibility, set up a process where that it's hopefully open, that the meetings are open, that people can understand what's going on, And the other part I think that's crucial about this is we have an island that's obviously 40-some years old. So we have housing stock that ranges from being, just being built to being 40-some years old. For our property values to remain where we would all like them to remain, it's critical that our property owners invest in their property, particularly the older ones, to rehab, rehabilitate, refurbish. And we've all heard sort of horror stories about how that is a very difficult process. So Michael, I think I would hope that we can establish a process that's more customer friendly, where the process is simpler. For example, certain things, when we're talking about paint schemes and things like that, if you're not changing your paint scheme or something like that, it should hopefully be a very simple process that doesn't require anything. I'm not sure I answered.
Partially.
Okay, and
I think there's a lot more to it.
I agree with
And
you.
I'll just give you one example, right? We all talk about what could happen with the ARB, latest December, I guess. Nobody's talking what that means to our assessments. Because also one thing is clear, Brad, if Kika would take it over, our assessments will go up. Nobody talks about that.
Well-
But we will talk about this later.
Well, can I respond to that? My understanding is the cost currently of the ARB is around in the $350,000 to $400,000 range. That's what we were told. That's what we're told by the ARB. So that's all I can say. And Amanda can correct me if I'm wrong. We have a document that says that. So if that's the case, we're not talking about a significant, and some of that is the compensation that's to the ARB members. And one of the questions I think we all have is, should ARB members be compensated? I know none of you are. I wasn't ever. And the question is, should they be?
I just wanted to make that point, Brad.
Yeah, and I understand, Michael. I mean, and I understand that's.
Let me make a last comment
Sure.
to your communication topic, and don't shoot the messenger, okay? I want to say two things about this. One, we heard clearly what was said. You can be sure about that, right? But the tone, the words, the uncivil rattle that was part of the messaging is what we responded to. And I will always respond to that in the same manner if community members don't follow just very civil rules of communication, okay? So it is not about shooting the messenger. It's about the tone of the messenger that created the response. But be assured that the topic that was raised, or the topics that were raised, are well understood and will be part of the discussions we have later tomorrow.
Michael, as a community leader, you're probably, I assume you're on Ikewa. I don't know whether you are or not. But you've probably seen some of the messages relating to certain board members on the Kika board. They were not messages that I believe. And I didn't see any town council member step up and say, that's inappropriate for this community. And I guess, Michael, if my point to you is, if that's the rules, then enforce the rules. And if you see something, and those statements that were made were entirely inappropriate, and no one from this council said, whoa, don't do that. And I would ask that we all, if we see something, say something. If we hear something, do something. It's important for all of us that we all take the position that certain discourse is not appropriate. And frankly, I know in the years I've been on, I've been accused of all kinds of horrible things on Ikewa. Improperly, unfairly. I have not engaged because I thought it was not appropriate. But I haven't heard anyone from this council say, knock it off. And I think that's an important, as community leaders, it's important that, you know, you walk the walk. And if you see something, do something.
So could I comment on a couple things?
Yeah, sure.
Brad, I think you raised three really interesting, important points. With regard to the ARB, you know, kind of jumping on what Michael's talking about is, you know, it's almost as though with the ARB, knowing that the development agreement is going to end, it's almost like we need to sit down and say, okay, what do we want this ARB to do? What should it look like? Who should have which pieces of it? Maybe Kika has some, maybe Toki has some, but almost formulate this I'll say the ARB of the future with regard to what we want to have it service how we want it to service our community. I think that's a huge issue.
And I agree with you. I think we have an ARB here that exists, and there's obviously issues with that. And I think, you know, hopefully we're creating, and as you say, John, we're creating a new one, and we can make it better.
Yeah.
And there may be certain things. I mean, for example, the town on building standards. I mean, obviously that seems to be a town function, you know, as far as building permits and things like that. That seems to be already in the town, but make that clear that that's, and as far as zoning requirements, you know, that's a town issue. But I do think, you know, one of the things we also have to look at is our standards, too. I mean, one of the problems is if you look at the standards, they're kind of squishy.
I don't disagree with you, and I think that it's hard to follow the rules if you don't know the rules.
Right.
And so again, I think we have an opportunity there, and maybe we do it with kind of to your second point, a group that is made up of some Kika, some Town of Kiowa, so that we end up with a product that everybody thinks serves the public correctly.
John, I think that would be a great idea.
So that's the first. This Kika-Toki relationship, interestingly, as long as my wife and I have lived here or had a house here, we've watched people that are running for election of either the town or Kika, and when they ask them, so what is it you want to do? In every single one of them says, I want to improve the relationship between the town and Kika.
And it doesn't
they get
change.
elected, and nothing changes.
And nothing changes.
So I think your point is spot on there. And maybe it's a situation of having a session like this, but half Kika, half Toki, so that you can get all these issues on the floor. And you're not going to resolve them all, but at least you know who plays what part in that issue.
To me, communication, and you all know this, I mean, because you've all been not only here, but in your other prior life experiences. The way to make good decisions is to communicate. You know, the best way to understand how to make a decision is to understand what's concerning the other side. What issues do you see? What issues does Kika see? And then we talk about them and we figure out. And, people talk about that I was a litigator, and that means I went into court and did things like that. But 95% of our cases settle. I mean, and the way you settle is you listen to the other side. You listen to,
talk about it.
right? You talk about it. You say, what's important to you? And you try to figure out a solution that deals with those issues and deals with your issues. The best solutions are the ones where they're joint. And that's where, and that's what, frankly, I've been preaching to my own group, which has not always been successful, but that we need to listen to each other and listen and talk amongst each other so that we understand, because everybody brings a unique perspective. You all have differing experiences in your life experiences. You all may know different people. You may hear different things. So we certainly hear that on Kika. And the problem is trying to reconcile that, and there will be no perfect solution. I mean, I think.
But I guess my point is, I agree with what you're saying, and we ought to establish a structure for that.
I agree with that.
And then for habits to get created, it takes a little bit of work at first.
Correct.
Because you've got to show up for the meetings once a month or once a quarter. You've got to have an agenda. There's got to be a way to publish the results of that. And I mean, it's a structure that we need to establish. I agree with you. Then on the last thing, the communication, I couldn't agree more. It's not good to shoot the messenger. I will say from a personal standpoint, I have, over my career, let's say, been accused of being very cynical. My children will tell you that I'm a shoot first, ask questions later kind of guy. All that's true.
I may have been accused of the same thing.
But I will also say that when I do that in this group, my colleagues do not hesitate to point out that I have stepped over the line. And you learn from that every time. What you're saying, I think, is really more difficult to do, and that is, don't ever step over the line to begin with.
Try not to.
And it's hard.
It's hard. I mean, we all get, I mean, I think that the important part to understand is people get frustrated. And, you know, we see it, and I've seen it with Kika. I'm not to, you know, so that I'll take it. We have not been effective in communicating at times, in my view. And this is my view. Obviously, it's not I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. We have not responded promptly. We have not responded accurately at times, and we have not responded in a way that was respectful at times. And I think all those things are important. Promptness, accuracy, and respect. And I think that if you do that, then you should be able to expect the opposite in
I agree with that, and I think that if I was talking to somebody the other day, and they made some comment, and I made a different comment back, and I told them, I said, it's not personal with me, as far as, you know, it's the way I think, and it's just maybe I didn't say it the best way, but it's over and done with now. It doesn't affect anything going forward, but the key is, it actually does affect things going forward, because it's a little chinks, and pretty soon you've got this great big gaping hole. And so, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think what you're saying is, let's don't ever create those first little chinks. Let's get the message out there, figure out what we need to do, and move forward.
correct. And I think if you do your messaging right, you won't eliminate everything. You can't. I mean, we have a community that are very smart people, and they have a lot of opinions. But my view is that, you know, has always been and this is again speaking from the Kika view, we're not going to satisfy all of our members. But my view is that if our members understand that we considered their views, that we did it in a transparent manner, that we did that at least their viewpoint was heard. They may not agree with the decision, but they at least appreciate the decision, that it was made in an open fashion and that their view was heard. I mean, we all know that everything, and you certainly know that, your view will not carry the day on every issue. I know my view will not carry the day on every issue, but it's important that every view be heard. And I know that can be painful at times. You know, it can be tedious, but it's important.
Brad, I know we've met, but I don't think we've ever talked. I just want to thank you for starting the session off. I think the three items that you mentioned are excellent, and I'm just thinking now about it, you know, how to talk with Jerry about a joint session. I don't know the Kika board members, least of all, you know, and vice versa. So I think some type of a joint session, and I think the three items that you presented would be three excellent agenda items for that type of a session. So thank you for getting it started here. But, you know, if we had one, that would be the first we've had in
Correct.
a long time. So,
And I know that
if two, that would be, you know, double this. So
I think it's not only, you know, having a 1 or 2 sessions, but I think, you know, what I personally appreciate is that you, Alex, come to a lot of our meetings, right? Not sure we're doing the same,
No, not to the same extent. I think that's
right? And that's also a point that needs to start, right? And that was also on my agenda, you know, because I think as much as I really appreciate your and Alex's input, and there were also some others, you know, from the Kika board in our meetings, planning commission, but also town council. I think we need to do this vice versa as well.
Well, and I would suggest, I mean, I think John Moffett, your point too, that setting up the structure, I think is important. And I think it's important that there'd be a specific time, whether it be quarterly or whatever, so that it doesn't get Well, we kind of, it has to be scheduled, everybody has to work it into their schedule, that it gets scheduled up front, that everybody understands that this is what's going to happen, so that it doesn't kind of get shoved, because these things can get, shoved to the side. And I think it's very important, but I appreciate you all listening, and I appreciate the,
You mentioned about Jerry and I meet, and we do, but
Speak in the mic, they can't hear you.
the Jerry and I meet, and we do. But I don't get back, I don't know what Jerry does with that. I'm just thinking, I'll talk with him about this, putting time on each other's agenda for a Kika update or a Town of Kiowa update on each other's agenda. I think that could become more, that could become more productive. So somebody knows that they're going to, whether it's whoever goes to the Kika board meeting, and then that's what they're supposed to do, is to give an update, or vice versa. So we'll think about that.
yeah, I mean, I don't know how, it may be partly that you schedule these meetings, but there also may be a delegated person from each entity that is sort of, is the liaison. But the problem, I think, when you have only one person, that requires them to really communicate well, and sometimes that may not be as good as it, I think it's very helpful, I think, just to sit down and talk.
I think that's a better approach for it. If we're really trying to develop the relationship between the two groups,
Right.
to me, you need a schedule, as you suggested. You need the purpose of those sessions. What is it we're trying to accomplish? So that, to the mayor's point earlier today, when we leave at the end of that meeting, can we look at it and say, yes, we did what we were expected to do, or yes, we actually accomplished something? Because if you don't, then pretty soon it's just going to become a session where you go and just yak for 5
Right,
minutes and go home.
and there should be obviously follow-up items, that we decided that, we're going to look, in the next 3 months, we're going to look at this and report back at the next one that, how did we do? Did we meet whatever things that we're doing? Because, this goofy kind of situation where we have, the responsibilities divided between Kika and the town is obviously not an optimal one, but it's the hand we're dealt.
Interestingly, it could very well be the optimal one if everybody understood it and everybody had a say in who had which responsibilities, so that it wasn't this, oh, well, that's theirs, oh, no, that's theirs. I mean, if you can somehow communicate it clearly, it very well may become the optimal.
It may be. I mean, it may be. I mean,
Maybe
and
that's the objective.
and I think that's a worthy objective, to make it so that people believe this is a very good system. And currently, I think people believe it's not a very good system. And I think so, your goal is to make it so people see, wow, this actually works.
Thank you, honestly, I really want to keep it.
Yeah, and I don't want to,
Mayor, I'm sorry, I do have some questions for Brad.
Oh,
Brad, I'm sorry, you can't sit back.
Okay, thank
People
you.
can't hear you
Thank you.
on live stream.
Appreciate all your comments, Brad. And in fact, what everybody now is in violent agreement. I had as kind of one of the priorities I'll talk about. STAR, #1, the joint Toki Kika board council strategic planning meeting, just like this. So it sounds like that's one clear action item coming out of this. I will talk about this a little bit more in some of my comments and discussion of priority issues with regard to the ARB. But I do understand that the Kika board believes that ultimately, over the long term, the architectural review function should be within Kika. I think the town needs to evaluate whether, that is the best place for that to reside or not. That's been kind of my initial inclination, but if that's a long-term issue, as opposed to dealing with some nearer-term issues, because as you may know, municipalities are specifically empowered under state law to have architectural review functions resident within the municipality. But my question is really with regard to kind of what the Kika is doing now, because my understanding from other board members and staff is that Kika is currently looking at some issues with regard to the ARB. And I don't know if you're able to share those, but for example, I understand there was a demand letter sent to the board with regard to payments that were being made by Kika to the ARB.
correct.
Notwithstanding the fact that the Kika bylaws and covenants appear to restrict the use of assessments to common property matters. And that, my understanding first is that's been at least stopped for the time being?
Well, what happened was, it was in the budget for this year, but the board voted that no payments would be made on that line item without board approval. My personal belief, and again, this is my personal belief, not the board, is that that payment should not be made, because I believe there is no authority for it, there's no legal obligation for it, and I believe it's not something that Kika should be spending money on. But that's my view, and we have to discuss that more, so I can't give you what the board's view is, but that's my view.
Well, and not wholly unrelated to that, this appears to be, in fact, you can find this on the Kika website, a symbiotic relationship between Kika and the ARB in some respects. You alluded to a whole host of issues with regard to the ARB, but apparently the ARB relies on the livability department, Kika, to enforce the guidelines that, at least some board members of Kika believe to be not clear, not transparent, and ultimately, and in addition to that, the Kika rules and regulations, as you may be aware, require, in some instances, members of Kika to supposedly comply with ARB guidelines, but there is no mechanism to apparently appeal those to the Kika board.
Correct. There are a host of legal issues that we are currently dealing with. One of them, and this is factual, so I won't, it's nothing, there was a covenant change in 2018 that created this ability to enforce for Kika. We've determined that that covenant change was never recorded with the county. Now you may say, well, what's the big deal? As I read the South Carolina HOA Act, it's unenforceable if it's not recorded. So the question is, and this is a question I've been asking, because I'm the secretary, and if it gets recorded, I have to actually sign it. So I've been asking, so what was actually voted on? Because that's all I could record was actually what was approved by the members. I still haven't seen that yet. So we've got a lot of issues that we're dealing with, but I agree with you, Brad, that I think that how this gets allocated is something that it should be part of these discussions. And I think it's, there are both pluses and minuses to both sides. And I think that people need to understand it. I mean, for example, if the town takes it over, it becomes obviously subject to FOIA and things like that. There's been some objection by some that they don't want that. And I'm not going to express an opinion one way or the other, whether that's good or bad. I mean, I think you could say both. But those are issues that I think, that you will need to grapple with, and Kika will need to grapple with. And I think that, as we discussed, the best way to grapple with them is jointly, and figure out where you want to go. And to your point, Michael, where do we want, we have something that we all understand or believe is not great. And try to get, how do we get to something where we're all comfortable with it? We think it may not be great, but it does what we need it to do. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever going to love the ARB. They're not going to say, oh, it's great. It's going to be a necessary evil, but hopefully it's an evil that people understand and appreciate. And
So I think, can I just one point real quick? I hear what you're saying. I don't think that it has to be a necessary evil. I think, and that's why I said, if you said, we've got this ARB today, okay, so where is it going to go? Well, I think a better approach is, what do we want the ARB to look like, and where do those parts go? Because it should be an entity that we can all look at and know that what they're doing, whether they're town or Kika, they're protecting this unusually beautiful place we've got. And so that people should really see it as a very positive attribute that we have available.
I agree with you. And I agree with you. I'm just cautioning that if you're somebody that's having to go before them and they say no on something, nobody's ever going to love it forever, because they're going to have to say no to some people.
Correct.
and that's a very
You
difficult
don't
thing.
want that bright red house next door to it.
Right, and we don't want like some monstrosity out there that, that destroys, our property,
Yep, no, I get you. I understand.
I don't want to take up more time, but Brad, did I answer? Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Well, I think, many good points. I think this
By the
truly is
way,
a
Mr. Chairman,
generational, this is
just
a
a
generational, yes, sir.
Point, I'm getting an email here that microphones are
Yeah.
not working.
The microphones are working, but when you guys are sitting back
Oh, okay.
talking,
Oh, is that it?
or move your books
Speakers,
aside,
okay.
you can slide your books aside and pull your mic up. You're not speaking into the mic, and then you're speaking too low. Project your voice. Yeah. These mics are movable, so you can move them up to you.
So if you wanted to lean back like this, Brad, you could do that. You just have to carry the
Bring your
mic.
mic with you.
Okay, I think this is a generational thing that, it's another word that starting to get bandied around now. There are, 40 years, maybe now is really a good time. We're all living under the construct that was identified and developed 40 years ago. So maybe, it's an appropriate time to really look at a number of things, whether it's historical, traditional, state statute, or what have you. So a number of good points, because there are 40-year-old homes here. So very good, very good. Thank you very much. Who's next? Oh, another.
Alex Fernandez, 418 Snowy Egret. First, I'd like to congratulate the council, applaud the council for this opportunity. I think it's excellent that homeowners are able to give you input, feelings, recommendations. Brad and I attempted to coordinate that we wouldn't talk about the same thing, so we wouldn't bore you. But I must make a couple of comments about what was just said. First, Michael, I attend the town council meetings not because I'm a KICA board member, because as a homeowner, I'm interested in how my government functions. Now, yes, does it help me in my KICA responsibilities? Of course it does. Secondly, as Brad mentioned, I'm here as a homeowner. I'm not here representing the KICA board. Anything I say is my personal feelings. I had cataract surgery, now I need glasses. Brad mentioned about bullet holes. I stopped counting them. I don't know how many he has, but I know I've got several. So we probably could challenge each other how many. And with reference to the ARB, Michael, you ask, how do we do this? I don't think we're inventing the wheel. I don't think this is the only ARB organization in South Carolina or in the United States. I know that I lived in many other communities that had their ARB functions, and they worked very well. Most of them are volunteer professionals, homeowners that wanted to volunteer their time with some administrative support, no doubt, okay? And with reference to, you mentioned comment with reference to increase in assessment, we've been told that the ARB is self-financed by the permit fees that they charge. So there is no, they wouldn't, if we remain the same, if it was exactly the same cost without the volunteers that I just mentioned, and with the same permit fees, which I wouldn't agree with, they would be financially, they would be self-sufficient, okay? So in any event, those are none of the things that I was prepared to discuss. And I wanted to deal with 3 particular items on your agenda. Number B, to ensure the protection of the island's natural environment. I've been up here on several occasions and mentioned that the town has an ordinance that does not allow for me to keep my bike be seen from the roadway at night, or that my beach chair also not be seen from the road. But we lack an ordinance that protects the number 1 asset of Kiawah, and that's our trees. So I would ask that you prioritize the ordinance that we've been told about, that was in the priority list last year, that you do prioritize a tree protection ordinance for Kiawah, to protect our largest asset. The second, on item D, the ensure transparency of the town council actions and decisions. Today, web pages are the #1 source of information in business and in government. And I have to tell you, if you try to navigate the Town of Kiawah webpage, it is very, very difficult to find information. It's like having a 5-piece puzzle, to be honest. You go to one page, or you go to one item, you click on one item, it tells you it's supposed to be meetings, then you see the pictures of the council and the mayor. I mean, it just, goes on and on. You want to find the financials, you got to go under a heading that says transparency. I don't know what I hear. I understand that it's transparent to publish the financials, but I don't think anybody would go to transparency to find the financials. I believe that a major criticism in the town's communication is our webpage. Our webpage has to be updated to really be a source of information for our homeowners, our business people, so that we're up to date on what's going on. And that's really a transparency issue in my mind. And then let me get into, I want to talk about the financials, which is the last item, to ensure the fiscal integrity of the town's finances. If I look at the forecasts that we've had, this is a recent one. I believe it was updated for future years. 23, it was not updated. But, when you look at some of these numbers, you need to be, I feel uneasy, I feel uncomfortable with seeing some of these projections that were forecast 6 months ago for the town. I mean, an institution that has $25 million of, yes, restricted funds and unrestricted funds, cannot tell its residents that $25 million is going to generate $35,000 of investment income. I mean, I know that if anybody went to their financial advisor and says, I'll give you $25 million, and he says, I'll give you $35,000 back, you would feel very uncomfortable. It wouldn't be, you couldn't believe that would be true. No matter what regulations you have with reference to how to invest our money, you cannot, it just lacks credibility to have a number of that nature in there. We don't invest in the stock market, so we know it's not stock market losses that would generate only $35,000. And then in some of the revenue items, when you see a projection of decreases in, the sales taxes, some of our tourism taxes of 31%, 33%, I know that last year was a very good year, but if the resort was, their business was down 33%, I think a lot of people would be very unhappy. We heard the other day from the CEO of the resort saying that their business was doing very well. So my recommendation is, we need to get more serious with reference to some of these projections so that they're more credible, so that people feel comfortable really where the town is going. And then let me address, and by the way, with reference to transparency, if you go find, let me go find a budget of 23 for the town, and yes, there's a very nice booklet, that gives you a lot of information, a lot of writing, a lot of percentages and whatever, but no numbers. The budget is not there in this nice booklet. It does not show you a P&L. It's not included. And if you go back, it seems that it's been a practice. Again, I would ask that in this type of communication to our homeowners that, the actual numbers are included and not this type of only. So let's talk about, a lot of people talk about the 25 million or the $20 million today. I think it's a little bit more than that now, of unrestricted funds that the town has. This is excellent. It's very, very good. I mean, there's no doubt we shouldn't be complaining about this, I think the challenge is, what do we do with $20 million? And if you look at the same forecast in the next 5 years, it's projected, as conservative as it is, which I believe they are, there's another $10 million coming. Another $10 million coming. So what are we going to do with $30 million? What is the town going to do with $30 million? I remember a couple of years ago when I had the opportunity to sit on the audit committee, that was one of the bullets I took. I asked the auditor, because at that time it was $12 million that we had in unrestricted funds. How does that compare to other towns? And he basically, and I think he stated something similar when he was here the last presentation, that it was not usual to find that type of financial strength in a community, which again is very good. But I think the challenge is, what are we going to do with these funds? I mean, these are really our homeowners, our property owners' funds. I mean, we really, where the majority of them are coming from business licenses, right? Permits, of course, the taxes. Some of the tourists pay some of these. But at the end of the day, they're really our homeowners' funds, okay? So if this was a company, I'd be sitting up here as a stockholder and I'd say, you need to increase your dividend, or you need to pay a major dividend, right? Now, I know that this is not a company and we're not prepared to pay a dividend, but I think the challenge to the council is, what are we going to do with this amount of money? Now, the first comment that I've always been given is remember, we're a hurricane-prone town, and, we got to be prepared for that rainy day. We've been hearing that for a lot of years, and we keep accumulating. That was when it was 10 million and 12 million. Now we're over 20. We're going to be at 30. I think we got to think out of the hurricane situation, because in a major hurricane, yes, we should have a rainy fund. I wouldn't be against having a rainy fund, but in a major hurricane, there's one entity, okay, that will come in here and will provide a lot of funding. In the last hurricane of Ian in Florida, FEMA contributed $1 billion. $1 billion. So let's not forget that, there's someone, that is going to come in here and provide some financial relief if there's a major situation. So let's not think about, major, that we're going to have to finance it on our own and we're going to be here alone and there's not going to be any bridge and all of those things that are mentioned, okay? To sort of like, we can't touch that 20 million, we can't touch that 30 million. Have a rainy day fund, but think out of the box of what are we going to do with that 20 million or whatever the number is. And I think when you think out of the box, you got to think about, well, why not reduce your building permits? Why not reduce your business license fees? Why not give a holiday on these at one time? At the end of the day, it all goes back to our homeowners. That's one idea. Some people may object to it. Well, you can't decrease and then bring it back. And you can always come up with arguments of why not to do it. But what else can we do with $20 million? You think about what are the needs of our community today? And I can immediately think of two. I'm not that creative. Number one is recreation. We hear our homeowners constantly complain about there's no pickleball courts, there's no park for me to walk my dog. Okay, so why this is not just a resort, supplied recreation community. this should be also a town of Kiowa recreation activity. There's no reason why this town can't have a park, can have pickleball courts, tennis courts, whatever is needed out there, which I know that there's a need, okay, for us to provide to our homeowners. And then our homeowners would feel that they're getting some of their money back. You know, I think so. The other is, you know, the number one issue you hear out there constantly is we do not have a medical facility. Yeah, I know the answer. Yeah, we're going to get a medical facility. I know it's coming and whatever, okay? Well, I think I would, if I was in your seat, I think I would like to have something to say what's going to happen at that medical facility. What services are they going to provide that are really in line with what our residents need? And the way to do that is you put some money on the table. I know we put $1 million already, and by the way, 800,000 came from, you know, the federal government funds and all that, so we really didn't put a lot of money out there. Okay. I would think out of the box and say to whoever, you know, MSUC, you know, listen, now we want to sit down and we want to be sure that you're going to have this, 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 if we contribute X. And by the way, instead of calling it the MSUC Center Medical Center, we wanted to call it the Town of Kiowa Island Medical Center. If you put enough money on the table, and we've got enough money, I think that's another out-of-the-box idea that you need to. So I urge you to get out of this trend of we need this money for a hurricane, we need this money for a hurricane, and think about providing some additional services that our homeowners, our property owners require, ask for, and need today. Thank you. Was I that clear? That no questions for me? Okay.
Alex, as always.
That's the first time.
Good morning. Maura McIlvain, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. I had a number of things I wanted to talk about, some of which have been covered, so I'm not going to replow that ground. I actually wanted to start where Alex stopped on the finances. The unrestricted funds are currently invested in a single device, which is a state fund. And there are statutory regulations that limit what our assets can be invested in, but they don't have to be invested in that fund. So just following on what Alex said, I would encourage you to think about other investments which would get a better return, because they don't have to be in the fund they're in. They can be, but they don't have to be. Alex says, what would you spend the money on? I'm here merely to say, hate to be the Debbie Downer, but what I don't think you should spend money on. There is a plan that has been talked about that in 4 or 5 years, the Public Safety Department wants to have its own police force. I don't think that's a good idea. I think there's liability associated with that, and I think that is not something we currently need, our murder rate being relatively static right now. Secondly, I don't think it should be a performing arts center. And if anyone, and I think a number of you were at the presentation on that, I don't know how that makes a go financially. The number of days that that facility would have to be filled in order to get you to a break even is very concerning to me. It looks to me from the presentation that it will become a fiscal white elephant that we don't need. But I do agree with Alex that we need to start thinking outside the box on the money and where it should be invested and what it should be spent on. During the candidates forum, many of you may remember that Dan Pritchett said that the town already has a plan and has an estimate for the bridge, for the temporary bridge that we would need for access back to the island in the case of a catastrophic event. And he said the money already set aside, or the estimate, is something like $900,000, maybe $1 million. So that leaves a lot of leeway with things we can do with that money. The second thing I want to talk about is a general comment on the ARB. And again, I don't want to replow the ground. I think reimagining the ARB right now is a great opportunity. I think it's a huge opportunity, and I'm very encouraged that there's conversation about that there's conversation about KICA and the town both looking at the issue, because they each have a perspective and they each have a delegation, in fact, to the ARB. And in order to keep the lines not crossed, to make sure they don't get crossed, that you do need to have the conversation. So I'm really excited about that. I would merely encourage you, what I think is obvious. The town residents need an ARB that's predictable. That's not some black box where your house might get approved again, it might not, even though it's the same house. You need an ARB that doesn't appear secretive, that doesn't appear arbitrary, that doesn't appear to be capricious. And I know that I sit up here a lot and I talk about the appearances in the community. If we don't hear from you, if the communication, my word, is mangled from the town into the community, it doesn't appear that people know what's going on or care what's going on. So when you're reimagining the ARB, it's an opportunity to start afresh and be totally open. And something as simple as, when the ARB is considering a conceptual drawing or a preliminary drawing or a final drawing down the street from your house, you don't know about it. It's on the agenda, which is published 2 to 4 weeks after they've heard the application. Now, you may say, well, what do I care if 2 doors down there's an application? But I just think it would help people. It would demystify the ARB, which I think is important. The last thing I want to talk about is communication. I have stood up here for a year, and I've talked about a number of the same issues. I've talked about communication issues. I've talked about how this body is perceived in the membership. And I have not felt as if I've been heard. So, here's what I would encourage. Respond substantively when someone emails you. Don't ignore it. Don't respond with, I don't like your tone, because all that does is show disrespect for your members and your residents. The question I raised in the email that my husband was talking about was, I think, a very fair question, and it's about the development agreement. And it's about when the development agreement may have ended. And it's about the legal effect if the development agreement ended and was not in effect when the Planning Commission was presented the preliminary subdivision plat for the Beachwalker properties. That happened in October. In October, what did everyone know? In October, did council know there was a question about whether or not the development agreement was even in effect? In October, did staff know that? In October, did the council and the Planning Commission know that? And did the Planning Commission know that? And did the petitioner know that? I know I sound like Oliver Stone, but if a submission was made to the Planning Commission at a time that everyone but the Planning Commission knew there was a question, I think that's problematic. I don't think it makes any of the town representatives look good. I think it looks like the Planning Commission had one gotten over on them. And that is not a good look for anyone. I don't know what the legal effect is of that approval, but I have great concerns as someone who practiced law for more than 3 decades, and I don't know what anyone's doing about it. But the question I asked in my email, which none of you responded to substantively, I am now putting on the record. And the reason for that is there is a town ordinance that says I'm due a response within the next 2 weeks, and I'd like a response to that question. I think the community's due a response to that question. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, please? Yeah, sure. So, since this is a strategy meeting, I think we now know where not to spend the funds. Would you share with us some forward going? I mean, that's the same question I had. Brad also share with us a little bit where you want to go. I think we understand where you don't want to go, but that doesn't really help.
And so that's fair. So, Michael, here's one of the things, and I'm conversant in a lot of things related to the town. This is the one thing I'm not sure about, but I would encourage some study on. The A-tax monies that the town receives and then has to remit for the purposes of a tourism activity or support tourism. I have often wondered, since the boardwalks on the beaches are used by tourists, can the boardwalk replenishment, for example, can the town help underwrite the replacements of the boardwalks? Things like that. Can the town use the A-tax money? And I just don't know the answer, Michael, but it's a question of what else that could be used for. In addition, I actually endorse what Alex is saying about more recreation facilities. I see that one of the plans that you guys are going to talk about are the chargers. And I don't know if that's A-tax money being used for more electronic vehicle chargers. I don't know that you need 5, frankly, but I guess you guys have studied that and know what you need. But I think the A-tax money could possibly be used for even more bathroom facilities near the beaches. But I don't know that.
Okay, but I was talking about the unrestricted.
The unrestricted.
Because you talk about the restricted funds.
Well, so the unrestricted that's where the intricacies of the KICA and the town create the problem of what you can do past the gate. There are certain things you can't spend money on past the gate in unrestricted funds, it's my understanding, which gets you.
I was asking where you would spend it. I know all the limitations, but where would you spend it? Because
Well,
we bring this up, and I think you rightfully bring it up, and also Alex brought it up, which I think is also an important commentary. But you know, we would like to get guidance. You know, where you think we should spend the money.
well, I think spending it on the recreation is a very positive, and I have no idea how much that would cost, and I have no idea how long it would take. But perhaps, instead of asking for 2 people's views, there should be a survey done of the community.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you.
I have a couple of follow-up questions, actually not questions at all, but Maura, I have to say thank you. I like your, I didn't know it was off.
If it's green and on, you just need to speak up.
All right, there you go, okay. So Maura, I don't really have questions, I just wanted to say, one thing that struck home to me is your comment that the ARB has to be predictable. I think that is so key. I mean, even just painting your house, we don't even know if that's going to be approved, even if it's the existing color that's before you put in your application. That's striking home to me very strongly, and I'm going to use your words moving forward. In response to Michael's comment that I wanted to let you know that one of the things I am going to be bringing up later is safety items with respect to where we spend the money. We own the beach, or we're responsible for the beach, and one of the things I want to bring up is better emergency call box, introduction of an emergency call box system on the beach where the public boardwalks are. I don't think that will be a problem with KICA, because I would propose it's on the beach portion that we are responsible for, but that's something that has to be discussed. And that's something that I want to introduce as a location to spend the money. Thank you, though, for
Thank you.
being here. Yeah, please, Brad.
Again, Brad McElwain. this issue of the tax money and what it can be spent on, I think this is a critical issue where there has to be cooperation between Kika and the town. There is, and I will call it lore, and I'm not sure it's that Kika cannot receive money, that you cannot spend money beyond the gate. And I've asked, frankly, what's the basis for that? Do we have any, and I haven't gotten great answers on that. And I think I would encourage both you and I will encourage Kika as well. And I think this needs to be where there's cooperation, because I do think there are creative ways that you could use the tax money. Maura said one that possibly is the boardwalks, because they are promote tourism and they connect to a town, as Russ, as you noted, the beach. But you need to work through it, and you'll need to consult counsel and make sure that everything's okay. And I'm certainly not here to give you legal advice or tell you that what's okay, but I do think it's something that needs to be discussed, and I think it needs to be discussed between the two of you, that you make sure that that you're efficiently and effectively using the tax money that you're given, that it benefits all of our members and residents.
So Brad, you raise a good question, and I'd like to, whether Stephanie or Joe can answer, because I wanted some clarity around that. Are there any geographic, essentially, restrictions on where the tax money can be used? And then also, my understanding, it's tourism related. And is there actually any hard real parameters around what constitutes tourism related?
I'll let Dorota to, as the treasurer. I know our state aid tax, which is restricted, they have more restrictions than the county or local aid tax, but they're all still tourist related. And as an example, with the state aid tax, we have an application process. Kika in the past have received money from that. The resort receives money, and as part of that money that they receive, there's essentially a sense that it has to be essentially trying to draw from a certain radius to get the money, and it's open to the public. Now, Dorota can speak on probably a little bit more about the county and local, because while it's tourism related, it's a little bit more relaxed than the state aid tax. So I'll let her speak on those things.
Yes, and I'm just going to follow up on actually the state accommodation tax. It is spent beyond the gate, because the resort is one of the recipients, and all the promotional programs that they run, it's for the tourists that are beyond the gate. Yeah, it is open to the public, and tourism is defined as 50 miles radius for people traveling 50 miles, and the point is to pretty much bring people to spend money in hotels or accommodations. Deputies, beach patrol, that's all covered or funded from the state accommodation tax, and it is all beyond the gate. As far as the county and the local, it also has to be spent for the tourism-related promotions or capital projects to attract or provide for tourists. So, for example, the road. The main road here brings people to the beach, and that's the main attraction. So the paving of the road or any improvements, landscaping, beautification of the island, that's all covered from accommodation taxes. A percentage, of course.
But I think one of the specific questions been raised is, for example, with regard to boardwalks.
Right.
Now,
Yes,
that would
if
seem.
there would be an applicant for that project,
Okay.
they will qualify for that, because there's this infrastructure for the tourists. There was never an applicant. You know, we run the state accommodation application every year, and we have pretty much returning applicants. Kika sometimes does.
And that's one of the things we talked about on the board, is that there should be maybe Kika make application, because beach access is a specifically itemized permissible use in the statute. So the question is, are boardwalks beach access?
And you would just submit, so for instance, Kika would submit, it wouldn't be 100%, because any projects that we do, we will have to, right now, we use a 70-30 mix. So for instance, Kika can say, in our budget, we allocate X amount for boardwalks, and yes, then they can just submit an application for 70% of that cost.
But that,
Yes, from the state aid tax, and that committee will consider.
but that's where
approval.
communication,
Yes.
if you talk about it, I'm sure you'll all be able to work something out, so.
And just a kind of clarification, we've discussed this a little bit. It's coming from us, but in a sense, we have to spend that money. It's
That's
a
correct.
Spend it or lose it.
That's correct.
Okay.
2 years.
Right, that's correct. They would submit, yeah, they would submit to the state aid tax committee along with other applicants.
In one of these quarterly meetings,
Correct.
if the topic was use of state accommodation tax for the joint benefit of Kika and the town, it's quite possible that boardwalks would be on the list.
That's an excellent topic.
It seems so obvious.
Yeah, thank you.
Charlie LaPuma, 201 Horngreve Court. I found this discussion this morning very interesting and very stimulating. And the one thing that keeps coming back to me is that we've got this $20 million grab bag of money, and it's very tempting to want to spend that on something. I would, you know, on these quarterly meetings or whatever, I think the town should encourage citizen input on the town's present and future financials. For example, how would town residents, property owners feel about an ad valorem tax, a property tax? Right now, you pay none to the town of Kiowa because of its financial strength. How would they feel about paying for their own trash pickup, which the town now pays for? And as we go down the road into the future, and there's another one, the town under the state retirement act has had a responsibility, and the state's overall financials are short of, you know, what their future requirements are. And of course, if you had a police department, we share in that for our policemen. So there are a lot of things that people maybe do not know, do not understand, and when they start thinking about the future of what might be coming down the line, you know, I think that raises everyone's awareness. And if the citizens want to spend $20 million on something and go naked, so to speak, you know, that would be an interesting thing to ascertain. So be careful what you wish for, because it might happen.
Yes, sir.
Morning. Larry Wallahan, 406 Snow Egret. Just on the points of the reserves again. Basically, I think the unassigned reserve after OPEB, the 3 million adjustment, is 198% of the town's required policy for that reserve. So we're significantly in excess of policy. So just to have it hanging around, I think, is a mistake. Also, I've made the point to the mayor previously, most of the cash or most of the investments are made in the state local government fund. If you read the Charleston County annual report, there's a note in there that says that fund is actually not subject to regulation, it's unregulated. I would ask the board to consider and review whether that is a good idea. I know a lot of other municipalities invest in the same fund, the state fund managed in Columbia, but I think it should be investigated because basically My understanding, the town policy for investing is simply, we put 5 million with Wells Fargo, so we don't get charged fees, and the rest we stick in that state fund, and I think it should be looked at. That's all. Second point, and I endorse a lot of the points made earlier this morning. I'm concerned that Kika is reluctant in the short term to take over the ARB. I get the vibes that it's not going to happen quickly, and I would hate for things to drift. One solution that may be a possibility, and I'm just throwing it out there, I actually only decided to come here this morning, last night at about 9 o'clock, so I haven't really thought things through, and I apologize. But maybe with the ARB, the town could fund an ARB that's really independent. They could fund it. It could be independent of the ARB. They set it up with professional managers to begin with. And then I'm just throwing this out there. Maybe, to Alex's point, we could have all of the residents, not the homeowners, all of the homeowners and not just the residents, vote for members of the ARB. It's just a suggestion. The other point, and it's really, I'm just throwing it out there again, it's been mentioned to me in the past that it may be a good thing for the town to expand its footprint. The argument was, or the comment was, it wasn't an argument, the comment was, great, this would bring in more revenue, like the 500 acres between the island and Freshfields. You know, great, bring in tons of extra revenue. We don't want the revenue. I think the town has to decide whether or not it wants to be the town of Keir Island, and I mentioned this in my campaign, the town of Keir Island or a bigger town. And I'm not, there are pros and cons, but I think the town should think about that. Any questions? Thank you.
Yeah. Let's take a break. It is right now 9:30. 9:45? Yep. Come back. Thank you. We received a couple of other comments, so Steph, you want to?
Yeah, I would like to read the comments in for record. One came in from Frank Lawrence. He's asking, he would like to see a more robust effort on Johns Island Road situation, a dedicated council member and lobbying effort, forming a coalition with other independent parties such as Seabrook, more communication to the homeowners, why little progress, what are the political solutions such as endorsing county candidates who support our efforts. I don't know if anybody wants to comment on that, but those are the comments from Mr. Lawrence. The other comes from Todd.
That, he brings up a good point, you know, with Dan, the transition, that's a big gap that we need to, you know, to fill. I don't even know what the current update is, you know, relative to that, so we'll make that a point, and we'll make that a point and get back to him and get back to the community at large.
Wonderful. The other one comes in from Todd, is it Boney? Bonet, thank you. He wanted to follow up on conversation earlier this week and asked that the town publish periodically the number of units available for development or construction by the developer and the resort. Believe this would help inform the community on matters like traffic. Would appreciate your discussion of this during your 2023 planning meeting. And then you all have in there, I guess I won't read. Yes,
So
please.
I saw this as well. Would we actually even have that information as a town, or?
We have, so John, through as part of the development agreement, we published so far Kiwa Partners. It's on our website with regards to the units, what was built and what's remaining. He's working on that for the resort as well. We have that data, and I'm guessing that's what Todd's referencing, anything beyond just normal development. We haven't published that information, but I'm not sure how easily we can get that and how accurate. Did you want to say something, John?
No, I think you answered. I meant the development agreement with the partners, we did that last year, and so that was a goal for this year to complete that assessment of remaining units or entitlements that the resort has. So that's kind of a work in progress right now.
And John, I don't know, that may be part of your presentation later this afternoon. I'm curious kind of how that, in a sense, is determined, given my understanding or recollection of reading the agreement is that it's not a dwelling unit count, it's a bedroom count.
Yeah, so those are all factors. That's what I say, it's a little bit more trickier with this one compared to the partners development agreement because of that nuance, yeah.
It relates a little bit to the issue that I think the comment that Roger Warren made during the BZA hearing the other day, which is essentially stated their intention to develop the empty parcel across from the Cougar Clubhouse, but he clearly hedged on whether that would be a hotel or not. And it's very different in terms of how you calculate at the end of the day, the entitlements, because if it's a 350-room hotel, that's, I think, John, 350 rooms that would count against the cap. But if he built 300 three-bedroom, villas there.
I don't want to go into the numbers, but essentially bedroom units.
John, you have to go to the mic for the live stream. People can hear you.
Yes, I didn't want to go into the numbers today, but I think that, to your point, you're looking at hotel rooms, dwelling units, and sort of a percentage of those two factors.
John, just, it was about a year ago, maybe longer than a year ago, we did publish some of that data. And I appreciate not hearing right now, but when? When do you think, is that something next?
The priority has been comp plan, so I mean, in working through the comp plan, that's sort of part two. So if I put a time period on, I would say before the summer, we would be able to.
Okay, this is for the remaining dwelling units, and then what was for the hotel?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Stephanie, could you please go back to that community member? I interpreted his questions differently. I just want to make sure that we understand it correctly, what he's asking for.
Yes, he said he wanted to follow up on conversation earlier this week and asked that the town publish periodically the number of units available for development or construction by the developer, Kiowa Partners, and the resort. Believe this would help inform the community on matters like traffic. So for the developer, we've already published that information. And for the resort, that's something that John will be working on. Other comment comes in from Mr. Klaus said. He said, "Dear Mayor and council members, it has been suggested by a resident on this listserv, which is Kiowa, that residents share stories and complaints about the ARB, including anonymous contributions, which this resident offered to collate to forward council. I urge our council to state publicly that no anonymous stories, complaints, and such like will be considered and certainly not forwarded by an unappointed resident with no ability to verify accuracy, truth." And then, I don't think, Mr. Belt, I don't need to read yours. Yeah.
I did not know that,
I didn't read,
submit that into the.
right, I didn't realize, I didn't mean for that to go, oh, it's in the entire body of an email, so it could have been pulled out. A homeowner, and I'm sure I'm not saying her name right, Cadella Andrews. She lives in Little Rabbit, which I think has a different name now. "We have not directly had a problem with the ARB because we bought a new build right before COVID. However, I do have concerns about future development by the partners because of what happened with the Cape. Our girls grew up at Inlet Cove, 35-year-old twins, and a 34-year-old spar. And when we walked down to Beach Walker while house hunting, I was stunned at the clear cutting that had taken place along the boardwalk. I just couldn't believe it. I'm guessing the ARB had to approve that, and that there was little or no input from the community until it was too late. I am also very concerned about the proposed development on Beach Walker. They are going to do a clear cut and pile almost 100 units in there, from what I understand, and the height of the buildings is excessive. I do not feel that the ARB should be an arm of the partners. I would like earlier notification about any and all construction or zoning changes, not 2 days before. Toki needs to take the lead on proposed construction and not let the ARB get ahead of them. Reasonable requests by homeowners cutting a dead tree down or home repairs should be honored quickly. We believe a fully informed Kiowa would be a happier place in the future, and isn't that what we all want our beautiful island? And that's all that I have. I don't know if anyone else of council have received any comments that they would like to add into the record from citizens.
Okay. Well, we're doing well time-wise. It's 10 o'clock, so we got plenty of time. Council? John, do you want to start? Russ, I mean, whoever wants to.
So I'll start. So the things that concern me the most as we move forward with regard to Kiowa and its overall health, I'll preface this by saying I did a podcast with Chris just before he left, and what I said in that podcast was, if you could reduce my concerns to one word, it would be growth. And that doesn't mean more houses, or it doesn't mean more condos, or more hotel rooms, or more cars, or more grocery stores. It means all of the impact of the growth, all the impact that growth will have on our island, and the way to manage it. You know, we're a one road in, one road out place, and you know, whether the traffic in the morning is construction related or in the evenings is the workers going home, to me is somewhat irrelevant. I think that what we can do in all of these aspects, the building, the roads, the shopping areas and so forth, just to keep in mind that the growth potential is enormous here. The number of houses that are being built, the number of houses that are being built off of the island that will still impact our situation here. We need to be involved in that process, I think. Whether it's the partners building a golf course with other residential areas, whether it's, as Russ told me today, another development going in potentially behind the Food Lion at River and Maybank. All of that is growth, and you know, some of it will directly impact us. They're going to come out here and play on our golf courses. They're going to come out here and eat in our restaurants and so forth. But the other impact of that growth is that it's going to make it nearly impossible for us to get off of this island. And so I think we do need to be actively involved in the larger community than we maybe have been in the past several years. So that's a big deal for me. Brad did a nice piece of work on a draft of a tree ordinance as a means of starting that discussion here. I think that's a big deal. And, you know, whether you agree with what the ARB does for trees or not, the fact is that we don't protect our number one asset. I'm not sure it's the number one asset, but it's certainly high in the list. Top five, for sure. So I think that's a big deal. And then the marsh management, you know, so growth, trees, and marsh management to me would be three really important topics. Talking to Michael recently, he's talking about how when he looks out of the back of his house, the marsh is way closer to his house than it used to be when he bought his house. Well, that's not something that just happened. It's potentially because we're not taking care of things. So we need to have a plan. Those are the ones that really I think are the bigger strategic issues for me. You know, the ARB, yep, that's a big issue, but you know what? It'll work itself out one way or the other because it's all intertwined with the development agreement. So we'll figure that one out. To me, that's more of a tactical item than it is a strategic item. And so that's what I see: marsh management, trees, and growth, and not stopping the growth, but just managing it.
Thank you. Time. We have to set aside time to make sure that these issues that have been brought up and will continue to be brought up, what we're going to do with them. I should have mentioned that before we started that transition. So let's just keep going, but please keep that in your minds as you hear all of this. What are we going to do? Again, workshops, committees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we'll just keep going. So, Russ?
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I have three concerns that are rather diverse. One of them is safety that I brought up a little bit earlier today. On the beach, I would like to see an emergency call box system somehow implemented and somehow instructions on the beach for residents and guests to know what to do in the case of emergency. And I bring this up because in the past I've had very long response times for the police and the front gate in getting to my house when I needed help. That concerned me, and I want to make sure that gets better moving forward. Related to safety, I observed just a couple of days ago an extremely aggressive driver coming in a couple of cars behind from me. And aggressive meaning he was, I don't know what annoyed him, but he was on the rear end of the car behind me, very unfairly too close. I contacted the front gate, and I told them there's a guy coming in, you need to stop him and not let him in. And the front gate told me they can't do anything about it. That has to change, and I don't know how to change that yet, and that's another committee that has to be addressed, where they indicated they have they don't have the ability to stop somebody from coming in a gate if they have a pass. That has to change. Number two, jumping on top of John Moffitt's growth, I am a member of the Johns Island Task Force, and John, your concern about growth is well taken. The Johns Island Task Force is very active in trying to control the urban growth boundary, and that is probably their biggest talking point of at least the one meeting that I've been to so far. And it is a big concern because they have a map that they showed us. They've focused on the intersection of River Road and Maybank, and it's astonishing, absolutely astonishing, what is happening at that geographic location. They have plans of what they call pitchforks in order to create roads to bypass around the areas, but still it's not going to be a resolution for when we need to evacuate or if we have to evacuate. So I'm involved in the Johns Island Task Force, and we'll be keeping close eyes on this urban growth boundary. Lastly, a big concern of mine is with respect to the development agreement, and I'm pretty sure we're going to get into this later on. But to cut to the chase, as I know there are, as we all know, there are many, many, many issues and concerns and problems with the development agreement. And my comment is from more of a common sense candidate or a common sense kind of council member. So if in fact we do get to the point where through some way the development agreement is expired, it's terminated, whatever, the question is, well, then what? It's my understanding that then what would be we fall back on whatever the current zoning requirements are. And some information that I've received from our famous John Taylor has told me that our zoning requirements are not all that different than what's in the development agreement. So I'm not really sure where we're going with this great big argument with respect to the development agreement, because unless we change the zoning, you're going to get something that's close to what's in the development agreement anyway. I know there are differences. I know there are height differences and dwelling unit differences, but the differences aren't that great. So I need to get a better focus on where we're going with respect to this development agreement discussion.
Just to go back, Russ, expand a little bit on call boxes. I'm not sure I'm following what you're envisioning, like a parking lot where you have call buttons, emergency.
Precisely. What you see on DOT highways where they have an emergency call box like every mile or so in case there's an accident or whatever, you have the ability to pick up the receiver and it's an automatic connection to the police. No dialing. It's an automatic connection. And following up on that, so the point being is that it's related to my concern about the response time. I want to test, in addition to that, is what the response time is to an incident that's on the beach. It's my perception, and I don't know if it's true enough, that I actually think it's the beach patrol who would get there first ahead of the police or ahead of the ambulance. That's my perception. And I'm not saying that's a good or bad answer. If that's what it is, that's what it is. But I want to see, I want to test the system to see who shows up first. And I want to make sure the beach patrol is adequately trained with CPR and defibs and whatever who can help somebody who's in distress. So there's two things, actually, what I just said, testing, but also it's just an emergency call box. You lift up the receiver and you're automatically connected to 911.
And then the 911 presumably would have instructions on who to contact, and they would maybe, because the beach patrol is already there, they're going to immediately send the beach patrol, and then they're going to notify the police and the rescue squad to follow
Correct.
on. And there's a process.
Correct.
But
I want to test that process as well.
You know, it is interesting. So if today, I think we have a very good beach patrol. They are very well trained. They're very well equipped. But if you have an issue where, let's just say it's something simple, somebody gets stung by a jellyfish, to get hold of the beach patrol is if you're down there relaxing in the afternoon on a Saturday, I don't know that a lot of people know how you go about notifying them.
And if you don't have your cell phone or
And if you don't
whatever.
have your cell phone and all that, so
And even if you did, we had this conversation at the Ways and Means Committee hearing. I didn't even know that, in fact, you could call them other than Kika Security.
Right. So yeah, we talked about it. Most people just call the gate. Well, so I'm fully in support of the notion of putting call boxes at every boardwalk.
Yeah, at every boardwalk.
Yeah.
Not the private ones, of course, but the
But
public ones.
Yeah, every public boardwalk. I think that's a great idea. Maybe we can spend part of our $20 million on that. Or save tax money.
Okay, good points. Good points, all good points. Thanks, Brad. Brad?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few things, but I really want to pick up first on what John said, because a couple of what I'd characterize as kind of key priorities from my standpoint do relate to growth, both on island and off island. And I agree with everything he said. There are going to be extraordinary pressures. My concern has been that the town has not been, perhaps, notwithstanding Russ, attending the Johns Island Task Force and some other kind of episodic things, as proactively engaged on some of these matters on a local, regional, and indeed state level. And I'm not sure we have any meaningful interaction with the state about a bunch of issues that may potentially impact us, whether it's changes in regulations or anything related to a tax, whether it's the resiliency fund, whether it's the Conservation Bank, what the opportunities and whether we should be communicating with those agencies. What was on the top of my list, and it sounds like there's broad agreement, so hopefully that's an action item that we can move forward on, was at least internally on island is really creating this kind of joint Toki board strategic planning meeting. And I would hope that we would invite or request of our KICA board member counterparts that occur and that they're receptive to that. And I think there's some other opportunities for us to be more proactive, and this relates a little bit to another topic I'll talk about, like maybe it relates to environment, but one resident sent me an email and said, why can't the town and Seabrook Island and Cacique and maybe Johns Island jointly requested the DNR to establish a no-wake zone, for example, along the Kiowa River, that they've been generally resistant to heretofore, but we need to pursue that pretty aggressively because it is a critical safety issue, given the fact that you have so many paddle boarders and kayakers transiting up and down Kiowa River. But that's an example of one where we need to be more thoughtful, more proactive in reaching out. I do have a broader issue or concern about what growth entails in terms of the responsibility of the town. And we'll get into this a little bit in this afternoon's discussion in the context of the budget and projections. But it also, I mean, there were some very good points that I hadn't thought about quite the same way, but that maybe warrant a special committee or working group, or maybe it's a subgroup of Ways and Means, to really take a hard look at the unrestricted funds, the 20 million or 20 plus million, and develop some recommendations about what we use, what we need to really hold back in terms of the rainy day fund, and how does that compare to other municipalities? And are there things that we can be using those funds for that might positively address some of the concerns that John raised? And I had mentioned during the candidates forum during the campaign was there are a lot of parcels that are actually for sale around here. Might it make sense for some of those monies, rather than being used to, and maybe worth a conversation for kind of temporary reduction in business license, for more permanent benefit, to actually acquire some of those lands? My view would not be to use them for anything other, actually to put them in conservation easement. And so, I don't know. That's just a thought, but the point is, I think it would be useful to establish some type of special committee or working group, whether it's a component part of an existing body or not, to take a look at how we utilize this $20 million to benefit the community going forward in dealing with some of these growth issues. I'm not going to belabor them here because I think that we will touch upon them during the communications process, but I agree with some of the comments made. I've long felt that the communications from the town are, for lack of a better term, problematic in some respects, but it's not just that. There aren't enough of them. I personally learn about what's going on or off island from the Johns Island Task Force, from what is it, there are a couple other little, Rational Roads, and there's one other that I'm blanking on right now, where they compile a lot of things related to growth that would be great for interest, I think, to many community members, and suggest, go to a Johns Island Task Force meeting, or go to a Charleston County meeting, or Charleston City planning meeting, because they're talking about changing the zoning from agriculture, or R4, to some high-density planned development right in our neighborhood that's going to have impact on the roads. And we're not communicating with our constituents about issues, and we're not proactively engaging on a regular basis with regard to those issues.
That's a very valid comment and big concern.
And it kind of relates a little bit to, and I won't kind of get into the substantive merits of the proposed expansion of Mingo Point, But as it turned out, there was tremendous community interest in that. I think there were 50 letters presented to the BZA. 3 of those came from homeowners association representing 150 homeowners. But the town's known about that project for well over a year. And I think that's the type of thing we should have anticipated, that, by the way, there was an application to DHEC or the OCRM and the Corps to do this. Residents should be aware of this, and if you have any comments or issues or concerns, you should address them to the Corps or DHEC long before it got to the BZA. But the town really was just a grassroots effort, communicating internally, primarily on IKIAWA, as much as everybody criticizes that, to say, this is happening, or do you have concerns or not? And that's the type of thing I think it's incumbent upon us to do a better job of reaching out to our community members.
Can I comment on that?
Yes.
So in that particular case.
Mr. Moffett, can you please turn your mic on?
Sure. You're assuming I'll say something people want to hear. So in that particular case, my opinion is that the petitioner would have been way more successful, notwithstanding whether we should have communicated as a town or not, would have been way more likely to gain approval or maybe some input that allowed them to vary what they were submitting had they engaged with those homeowners associations and so forth prior to the BZA meeting. So the other thing I think that your point about this communication earlier and more often is that it allows us not to control the communication, but to be sure that the communication is factual. And you don't get into this rumor and innuendo sort of thing and letting everybody decide what that really means. You're taking a proactive approach. And so I think that you're always better off. On issues like that impact our community, we cannot over-communicate. You can't do it. And so I think that's the point you're trying to make, is that we need to do that. We should strive to over-communicate to the community.
Communicate.
Yep.
Whether you're in the corporate world or in the public sector, I mean, you can't really over-communicate.
So this deal is, they'll end up coming back and resubmitting something, or they'll build what is currently allowed by ordinance. And at the end of the day, it won't be satisfactory to a lot of people. So you go back to what Charlie said, be careful what you ask for because it may come true. And so I think a lot of the entities involved in that could have done a way better job of eliciting community support and informing what they were really trying to accomplish there.
To your point, John, you're 100% correct, and Brad, I just want to let you know that, well, I actually know you are aware, of course, that I was on the BZA. I guess my last meeting on the BZA was in October. I was not aware that was even in the pipeworks. I had no idea, and if in somewhere somebody within the town or somebody was aware of this way back in January, February, and the opportunity was missed to communicate such a potentially large event to the community as well as to the BZA. Perhaps we could have brokered a deal. I think that's probably an easy thing to fix, but we have to, as John just said, we have to communicate, because there was an opportunity that was missed.
Thank you, Russ and John. So a couple of other kind of broad areas, then I want to dive a little more deeply into the perhaps more controversial issue. But I agree with one of your 3 priorities, John, on focusing on the environment. And I would hope that as a community, we really think about how we can lead on environmental protection issues and really be kind of at the cutting edge, because we talk that game. I'm not convinced that we always practice that. And I was going to reference some of the language in the 2015 comprehensive plan, that some of the things that suggest, here's what we're all about, but some of the things that have transpired in the last 7 or 8 years seem to be very inconsistent with that. The tree ordinance is certainly one of those, which I think a lot of communities do have tree ordinances, and it is one of our most precious assets. People are probably our most precious asset, but flora and fauna, fair enough, is equally the case, and I think we should be leading edge. It gets into issues, I know there was some review of this, more than 100 communities and counties, and now increasingly states around the country, have either banned or phased out or phasing out the use of leaf blowers because they are not just noise polluting, but they are one of the most environmentally polluting devices on the face of the earth relative to their size. And I understand that everybody kind of wants to have the pristine yards and everything, but the issue is if 100 other communities and counties are doing this, and they're saying we're being environmental friendly, should we give a little bit greater consideration? And that's just another type of example. I'm not saying that we necessarily, I'm proposing that we do that ban leaf blowers tomorrow, but I think it's the type of thing that we should put onto the agenda if we're going to, espouse that in fact we are an environmentally sensitive organization. But that's really Michael's and the Environmental Committee's standpoint. One other broad issue.
And that point is going to be discussed tomorrow in detail.
I'm given what we've seen in a couple of instances, so give me some pause or concern about for lack of a better term, the quality of a lot of our vendor and service contracts, whether it's with the Charleston County, the Sheriff's Office, whether it's other ones that we've looked at where there have been issues that, we need to kind of look at that or fix that. I'm not sure where this would fall under, and it cuts across different departments, but I think we should take a fresh look at all our service and vendor agreements. And it's as much as anything else to better understand, I don't understand the process for who's negotiating these, and who's drafting the agreements, and who's reviewing them. Because the ones that I've looked at, I mean literally every single one, and there haven't been all of them, I have questions. I'm going, why would we agree to this? Or why isn't this provision in here? And I simply don't know the process. So I'm suggesting that we establish some process, and maybe there is, Stephanie. With those kind of higher level issues, I do want to come back and spend a little bit of time with regard to ARB issues. It sounds like we're in violent agreement, and I'm glad for that everybody on the island would benefit from an architectural review body that has clear and reasonable objective standards, which are rigorously and consistently applied to all property owners by an accountable body that is transparent and follows due process requirements. Not a single one of those things characterizes the current ARB. Now, I appreciate that there is a long-term aspect of this, and I'll get back to a couple of suggestions, and whether at the end of the day the architectural review function should properly reside under the town or KICA or be divided. I think that the idea of setting up some type of task force or special committee to review and make recommendations is a good one. That's what I was going to suggest as well. But I think it's not just, with all due respect, John, just you characterize the tackle point. Maybe it is, but there's a very near-term issue. And, if anything I'm going to say for the record now is incorrect, Amanda's here, Tommy here, I'm happy to be corrected for the record. But the issue is not a benign one, because in fact, notwithstanding Klaus's email, I've received numerous complaints and phone calls that dovetail with what you'd heard from the public comments with regard to ARB-related issues. And it's not just an issue of frustration. It's costing our residents and our homeowners thousands of dollars each and every day. And the most common complaint, and we can put into the record if we want to do so, and these are not all anonymous. I mean, I know the people that are sending these. The most common complaint, and I find this to be personally very problematic, and I think the town has an obligation to protect the safe, healthy, and welfare of its citizens. The most common complaint is they're required to pay a deposit, and I'll get to that in a minute, and the deposit is not returned for weeks or months after the completion of a project. And they're holding those monies in commingled accounts at Kiowa Partners. And in some cases, they don't return them at all, or, and this is the second primary complaint, is that once the project is completed, the ARB comes in for review and says, well, we'd like you to do something else. Either change the paint color because we don't like it, or by the way, we noticed something with regard to the landscaping, or by the way, we want you to do a new survey, my next door neighbor, and unless you do that, you're not getting your deposit back. And I know some people that have simply said, at the end of the day, that's going to cost me a lot more, keep the frigging $1,000 or more. Somebody else right now has $15,000 that they can't get back. So this is happening each and every day, real time. And I want to put this on the record. This is more not for this audience so much as that everybody else out there, is the ARB, as far as I can ascertain, is not a legal entity in any way, shape, form, or fashion. It is not registered with the state of South Carolina as a nonprofit entity. It's not registered as a for-profit entity. I believe it does not have a separate business license to do business in the town of Kiowa Island, but falls under Kiowa Island Real Estate's business license. You will find it has no permitting authority. It has no licensing authority. You don't find that derived from any law or covenant. It has no ability or authority to collect fees, to require deposits, to impose penalties. You will find none of that. Pardon? Michael, would you let me finish, please? And then I would certainly get back to that. This is for the record. They also clearly have no authority whatsoever with respect to vendors and service providers. To the extent that the general covenants do impose an obligation on property owners to obtain approval from the partners with regard to certain things, not others, and there's a substantial amount of overreach, that's an obligation on the property owners. There is no privity whatsoever under any governing document, under any legal basis, for the ARB to have any authority over service providers and vendors. And yet, I've talked to several service providers and vendors, and they are certainly of the view, and I think this is one reason I raised the question about KICA, is that if they don't abide by the ARB guidelines, regardless of whether the ARB has any authority to impose those standards, that they won't be allowed to work on the island. That's a commonly held belief. The ARB doesn't control access to the island. Again, they're not a permitting and licensing authority. So all of those things I believe to be true. Then you look at the ARB itself. I don't see the ARB board as a traditional, an actual real board in any traditional governance sense at all. The members aren't elected. They don't have terms. From the ARB standpoint, I'm not aware, but I'm happy to be corrected. You can't find it on the website that there are any bylaws governing their actions, there are any rules or procedures, that they keep minutes. There's certainly no transparency. So the issue here is this is a real issue now, and my view is it can't wait till we solve the long-term issue. And so there are some specific things that I think we need to look at. Set up the special committee or task force review. Let's plan for the long term, but let's look at some near-term issues. For example, the Toki's interaction with ARB. If you go on to the Toki website, under zoning, it says, we won't even issue a permit. You can't even request a permit until you've gotten an ARB permit, regardless of whether the ARB actually has that permitting authority or whether it is actually something that falls within their Article 2 of the General Covenants authority. That I find to be problematic. The whole idea of the maze of Ks with regard to reference to the Kiowa Island Architectural Review Board is problematic because it creates the impression that this is some type of actually legal, governmental, or regulatory body, when it is not. It's equated with Toki and Kika. And that's the impression that people have around this island. They said, well, obviously, the Kika has all of this authority. They simply don't. It's made up, and a lot of it, they just make up as they go. And when we sit in a meeting, the one meeting I sit in, which was so supposedly an appeal meeting, where they said, well, it's not really requiring mitigation, it's an opportunity to make some landscaping change. What? And then you turn around and go, well, we're going to impose mitigation anyway, even though that mitigation was wholly unrelated to the underlying action. So again, my suggestion is, let's, as a town, let's address these issues. Let's look at the long-term issues. Does the town under, Chapter 29, Section 870, which empowers, the state empowers municipalities to establish architectural review functions, let's think about, because there were some issues raised, there are practical considerations with regard to that, whether that's a path that the town wants to go down or not, or whether it better resides within the homeowners association. But even if it does better reside in the homeowners association, if they're not willing to take that on till whenever, then maybe that is a reason that the town needs to take some ownership over that. So there's a long-term component, but I would also urge this group and suggest that we charge them with coming up with some near-term recommendations to address some of these problems that exist here and now that are costing our constituents, our residents, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in the aggregate that they should not have to be paying. Thank you.
I support, I don't know, every word you spoke. Yes. I support almost everything you said, and when I said it's a tactical issue, I guess my point was there are just some straightforward things you can do, whether you do it now or a month from now or 6 months from now. There are just some things you can do, which I think we should at least get a group together and decide what to do. So I'm with you on that.
Thank you. Well said. Okay, Michael?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to pick up again what actually our mayor said in the very beginning. How are we going to measure the success of these 2 days? So I started working on my list a little bit of how I would judge a success of these 2 days. And that also is a little bit of a priority list that needs to be tackled. So my first point is, I think it's strategic, it's also a little bit tactical. I think we need to start, and we will talk about this when John Taylor will present his planning department priorities, is that we need to put a group in place that prepares for the end of the development agreement. There are multitude, and I'm not suggesting at all debating if it's, actually a valid agreement or not. I just take it, at face value, so to speak. But there are quite a few topics that need to be prepared for. And one I think Brad brought up, or it was in our recent conversation, is that there also, need to be quite a few of changes to our ordinances. Because the end of the development agreement does not automatically end certain ordinances we have put in place in former times. I think Mr. Wilson made quite a few correct comments on this in his last paper to us. So I think we need to create a group that will deal with all of these preparation activities for the end of the development agreement, into zoning changes, into ordinance changes, etc. My second point is related to Endel West, picking up on where Russ actually left us all off with his email about the status. I think there are quite a few of topics that we as a town have to prepare for, although we have not maybe been directly involved in those recent negotiations about a plan that has transpired. But I think we have an obligation to start communicating in quite some detail, of course in close collaboration with Riverstone. But I think we also owe it to us to at least revisit the idea of annexation, if that would make sense, and if yes, at what time or what point an annexation would make sense. So that would be my second work group, because again, I approached it from a way that we are not going to resolve everything today and tomorrow, but actions taken by creating these work groups with a clear objective, with a clear agenda, and with a clear timeline is how I would measure the success of this meeting today and tomorrow. Following up also on what Brad just elaborated upon, and I very much agree on these things, is also that we need to really now start working on these ARB issues. And for me, there are exactly as also Brad stated, there are two areas. One, things that we immediately need to fix. And I know that is not very easy, and it will again, stimulate a lot of legal debates. But there are certain things that need to be stopped so that we can eliminate some of the real pain points for the community. But then also we need to figure out what to do with it. And actually not long term, we have basically 10 months to figure out how this new ARB will need to look like, right? What are their legal structures, who owns it, who provides oversight, who develops more transparent, clear, easy to understand, objectives and regulations that the ARB is following. So there is actually a lot of work that needs to be done, and we need to put a group together that really, really starts, and I think together with Kika, to start working on these topics. My fourth hope, wish as a conclusion is that, and I'm happy that actually some of you already mentioned that, we do have a few areas in our vast, world of ordinances and regulations that need some reviews. Serious. And John, for example, brought up that tree ordinance. I mean, that's long overdue, but it's only one example. And I think we have ordinances that really need to be, brought up to date, right? There are ordinances that are unclear. There are ordinances missing, as tree ordinance was mentioned. But there's also quite a few of things that we never really translated well from our strategic plan, comprehensive plan, into respective ordinances. And there are quite a few of gaps that we need to fill. So we need to really work hard trying to look at all of the ordinances we have, not only for planning and zoning, because I think there are quite a few things that need to be done, translated from the comprehensive plan into ordinances, translated from the marsh management plan into ordinances so that we can act. Because just having a plan is not helping us to really execute. We need to make sure we have the teeth to execute. Designing with nature is a great example. It's in our comprehensive plan, actually as an action item to fulfill the promises made in the designing by nature or with nature, but we never really translated that into an ordinance to make it actionable. So that's my fourth point. We will talk, I believe, tomorrow a lot about communication. There was a lot said about communication, both from the community as well as here in the group of councilmen, and I think that is going to be a very interesting discussion, because we need to do a lot of hard work to do a much better job in how we are communicating with the community. There are some other topics that will come up, especially tomorrow, about the marsh, or today actually, about the marsh management plan and how we are putting it into action. There are ideas that we will see tomorrow about, revamping our green initiative as it relates, for example, to what Brad said, the battery-operated, leaf blowers. Thank you. But also as it relates to charging stations for electric vehicles, the collection of hazardous waste in the community, so that we don't have to drive 45 minutes out to the two county collection points. So there are a lot of good ideas that we will see on the green side. And I think also, and it also came clearly out of the comments from the community, I would really like to make a first step forward for us to better understand not how much money we have, I think we know that very well, but how much we would need to put aside for a disaster. And I'm absolutely confident that there will be money left over, but then we have to understand how we are spending it in the best interest for our community. Some examples were given, but I do believe that there are others that we want to talk about maybe today or tomorrow. Might it be as it relates to Beach Walker Drive development opportunities, but also as it relates to the implementation plan for the marsh management plan, or others. So those are my 8-10 topics. This is how I measure it. Putting place, agreeing that this is a hot potato, creating the right group of people, giving them an agenda, an objective, and a timeline. Thank you.
Michael, just one comment or observation related to your comment regarding kind of the end of the development agreement in the ARB and kind of the 10-month timeline. There is a restriction, or there's a provision of the current development agreement that restricts the town from establishing an architectural review function. I think council would agree that that is an unlawful and unenforceable restraint on the legislative functioning of the town council, and notwithstanding that provision, the contract, that state law enables us to establish an architectural review function, even now, today, if we wanted to do so. But if you have a different view,
I think my view's been expressed in privileged communications. A lot of this, I'm in a difficult position in terms of providing legal opinions in open session, but so.
well, I mean, Joe, I mean, we
I can say that, yes, Brad.
What's that?
You're correct with regards to ARB. The
But-
town can.
Sure.
The
I
town
mean,
can establish.
We have to, I mean, this is, it's only privileged to the extent that we want it to be privileged. And we have to figure out whether we can do something or not. My reading of state law is the prior council can't bind the future council with regard to its inherent legislative functions, except in those exceptions like the Development Agreement Acts. But that would not preclude the ability of us to establish our own ARB under 629, pursuant to the authority under 629A70, regardless of what's the provision is in the development agreement, because that's unlawful, unenforceable.
That's correct.
Okay.
So as I've listened to everybody talk about what their priorities are, and these groups that need to be formed to kind of address them, so I've come up with 5 pretty major things. And one of the biggest mistakes I think we could make here is identify 10 really big things and not get any of them done. If we maybe identified the 5 biggest and we got something done on all of them, then I think everybody would look back on this as being a successful start. But if you look at what they are, and the this is not in any particular order of importance, it's just the way I wrote them down. I've got one called ARB. I don't know what that means, but there's a lot of work to be done there. We'll call it short-term and longer term, or Michael, medium term, depending on what you call 10 months. So that's one. The second is we
Well,
need.
let's take them one at a time, and let's not go to another, let's talk about that.
Okay.
So is that, are we all pretty much in agreement that that is a topic, as a subject, as an issue, needs to be addressed? And then,
Definitely.
then the next, what would be short-term, long-term, are they different groups? Let's go through, let's just talk about that for right now.
So my thought, Mayor, is that, again, whether you want to call it a working group, a task force, special committee, and, how that's comprised, be established to examine some of the issues we've raised and discussed today that have been raised by the community and council members, and then come forward with a series of, give them a relatively short fuse, at least with respect to coming up with recommendations to address some of these nearer term issues, some specific concrete recommendations, and some of those recommendations may be there's some things the town can do unilaterally and should do unilaterally, and there are others that would require, cooperation with, for example, KICA. And then start looking as well at the longer term issues. That may take more time to work
Yeah, so
through.
it's a phase one, phase two
Yeah,
kind of
yep.
thing. So it would seem to me that we need to have somebody who, and maybe it's a councilman, who is the key individual for that task. And I don't know that we need to nominate and elect anybody. I think if there's somebody that feels compelled to have that as a subject that's important to them, Brad, then perhaps then perhaps that's something that you would lead. And by doing that, you're gonna decide who's in this working group. And the first thing is to establish a schedule of activities so that we know that we're gonna actually accomplish something. So, are you good with that?
Yeah.
I think we should probably have 2 councilmen.
2 councilmen?
Yeah, we can do
I
two
got a couple
councilmen.
here already for you. So don't.
I was not saying that to raise my finger on this one. I was just saying, I think
Yeah,
just
possibly
because
so.
of the workload, the community involvement, because we should not forget, and I should have mentioned that before, of course, when we do all of these different work groups, and John, even if it's just 5, I would already be a happy guy leaving on Friday.
Right.
Because I think we accomplished something. But these work groups will have a significant task of involving the community.
No question.
Right? So as much as we can maybe balance this on 2 shoulders,
Okay.
I think would be better for many of those top 5 items that you probably have in mind.
Okay.
And by the way, John, you're absolutely right. There needs to be community input, but there are always kind of 2 sides to every issue. So there are a lot of community members that clearly have strongly held views about this, and some of them I think would be willing to come testify at a hearing or provide evidence on the record. But to the extent that they want to avail themselves of this opportunity, I would certainly say to the ARB that if you want to respond to whether specific or general issues that have been raised, absolutely, absolutely.
So,
But I think we just have, my only caution is, that's fine, thank you but I think the caution is, there is an existing ARB, it does have existing leadership. You can consume a great deal of time and energy listening to issues from the broadest community. In your summary, you talked about a number of very substantive issues, both short-term, medium-term, and long-term. I wouldn't want to see your group, or the group, however we form it, just get consumed with listening to ARB issues, only for the fact that in giving them their due, Amanda may be intimately aware of all of them and have answers to all. I could just see a great deal of time spent on that. What we do know is the termination of the development agreement. What we do know that there are substantive issues that need to be done legally, financially, we need to focus on those types of things. So whether it's we do it ourselves, whether we work with, make changes, so.
So to Michael's point, do you want to talk to someone about being your wingman? There's a good word. Your wingman in this effort? I'd be glad to do it. Okay,
Okay, good.
all right. The second item is, on my list, is the.
I'm sorry, John, could we, when we do this now in your very pragmatic sequence, that's great, I love it, also not only talk about the committee in terms of what, who is leading it, and it came a little bit through what we are expecting this particular committee to do, but I also would really like to put a timeline behind.
So I agree with that.
I give you an example. I would say this committee should be, put in place ASAP. Those short-term issues really need to be solved within the next, I don't know, if that's reasonable, 6 weeks. I'm just putting a number out there. I think we want to give a little bit, as a council, a little bit of a guidance to these teams, what we expect. And that is a really pressing topic, right? And maybe then say, hey, in 4 months, out of the 10 we have left, we need to have the first options on the table to debate. Because then the rest of the time we need just for the regular, our regular official, process of first reading, second reading, and so on and so forth. So we need to put a little timing.
I would agree with that. So, to me, from my business background, about the first thing you do is you put together a work plan. And it would seem reasonable that we would develop a work plan, let's just say, within 2 weeks. And that lays, Michael, out all these items you've just discussed. So that the only to-do for this group is a work plan in 2 weeks. Will you agree with that? Okay? You okay? All right, the second one is the Kika-Toki relationship, and being sure that we put some structure around it, and some guidelines on how that works, frequencies, topics, participants. Brad, since you kind of brought this up initially, I don't think we would suggest that it's all of council and all of the Kika board, but you need to have a representation of each of those bodies, and perhaps you need a couple of other people. But I guess what we need is we need one of the council people to kind of chair that, and if
John, I agree with you that all the meetings shouldn't be with everybody, but I do think maybe an initial.
Oh, no question, yeah.
I would welcome the opportunity to have all of us sit down and talk with all the people.
I think having that communication and having that, just knowing who they are and talking to them is.
And to kick it off.
And then coming out of that would be perhaps exactly what you're doing now, John, would be, tasking individual members of each body to kind of follow up on issues that are identified as interagency priorities.
Okay, so let me suggest this. So, Stephanie, could you take it as a to-do to organize this first meeting of all of the town council and?
Sure, yeah, I'll talk with Shannon, we can organize it, because we'll get the dates, and then we'll have to put it on the agenda.
Yep.
Because it's a public meeting of the town.
We hope the Kika board would be receptive to this.
Well, we'll start. You have to start there.
I can't imagine, I would hope they would be receptive as well. I mean, I can't imagine why they wouldn't.
Right. Okay, so that one, the to-do really is to kind of set up this organizational meeting and then from that, we'll maybe pick, because we may find somebody that's on the Kika board that really has a passion for wanting to lead this effort.
Well, I think there are a number of suggestions that I'll talk with Jerry, whether it's each other's agenda, whether it's additional people coming to our monthly meetings. We'll talk about ways in which we can improve that. I think there's a larger group meeting, but I think there's just some things that, here again, we could will do much more quicker.
I think we might want to.
Point out for one thing, next meeting is Monday. You're all invited at 1 o'clock.
Are these still just?
I have it already on my agenda, Brad.
And they're in the sandcastle.
They're in Bobcat Hall in the
In the old town hall.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's your building now.
You can zoom in if you want to, but you can also,
Okay.
in person and virtual.
Okay, that's the second item.
Maybe we want to start preparing a few ideas so that we're not, stepping into that first big meeting without, having an agenda, but also some ideas how we want. Because for me, as I mentioned earlier, that is only a starting point, right?
Yep.
We need to find ways of permanent communication, not as, a group of 12, so I'm not exactly sure what the number is. But, there are different areas where we want to have more, regular communication, exchange, work groups, et cetera. So maybe that we can come up with a first list, maybe from both sides, of how we really want to tackle that topic of creating a better relationship between these two entities.
So I would suggest that if the mayor is going to talk to Jerry, that he encourage Jerry to have his people start thinking about that list. We can submit things to Stephanie to start keeping a log of what it is we need to do or things we think need to be addressed. And then that basically becomes the kind of the agenda, if you will, for this first group. Okay? Good there? So the next one is one that Michael and I talked about at lunch the other day, and I've got it just listed as an ordinance review. And it really, to me, there's a bunch of things that go on in that. Number one, we've got a bunch of ordinances that we've passed, let's say, over the last 2 years that were passed for a specific purpose. Are they accomplishing what we thought they were going to do? Our noise ordinance, for example, has it accomplished what we set out to do when we created that ordinance? Maybe yes, maybe no. If no, maybe we can develop some adjustments to it or get rid of it. And if it is, then great. I used to have a client in Boston, and they had a company policy that said, before we have a meeting, we have to state how this benefits our customer. And if you couldn't figure out why you were going to sit in a meeting that had no benefit for the customer, probably didn't need to do the meeting. And that's kind of our ordinance structure. If we have an ordinance that is for the benefit of the community, and we can't identify how it is to benefit the community, we probably don't need that ordinance. And we probably also have a bunch of ordinances that have been on the books for years that are either in conflict with something that subsequently was put out there or just don't really serve any valid purpose anymore. So what Michael and I talked about at lunch the other day was kind of just a research project to figure out where are we on all these ordinances, and particularly where we have conflicts, potentially. Maybe we have none, but maybe we have some. I don't know that we know where they may be.
Well, I'll give you a prime example
I knew you
of
would.
that, which is we've had for now 18 years on the books our subdivision ordinance, which have, approval periods and 3 years and 6 months. We also have a vested rights provision on our books that it's council's view that those have actually been superseded by the State Vested Rights Act. But that would have been true 18 years ago, if that isn't the case. So the question begs the question: why do we still have on the books provisions that supposedly have been superseded by state law?
And that's the whole point. So does somebody want to take responsibility for overseeing that task?
Who's that, Michael? Or
That was
Michael?
Michael.
Okay.
Does Michael need an assistant for that?
I'd be more than happy to.
Michael and Russ. The other one is this, I've got it listed as prepare for the end of the development agreement. Now, that can take several forms. It could take forms that says the development agreement ends tomorrow, a month from now, 2 months from now, at the end of December, whatever it is. But regardless of when it ends, there are some things that will come to bear. Maybe some ordinances that need to be put in place, maybe some that need to be corrected because of the circumstances of it ending. What then is the relationship with the developer? Is there a new development agreement? What happens with the end of this one? So we need somebody to kind of do this, prepare for end of development agreement. That's a pretty big deal, I think.
Sure as I'll get involved.
And I'm happy to be involved in that as well.
So let's say Russ and Brad is Russ's assistant on that, okay? And then the last one I've got it listed as Andel annexation. I think it really is Andel property. The annexation is only a potential part of that. We sat in this meeting the other day with Chris Carrata, and he was talking about how they had these plans, and they were waiting for Edens to give them written approval to do 3 key things, which which then is the next step to making those plans become somewhat of a reality. And so, you know, we could sit back as a town and just, because, you know, it's between Chris and Edens, and it's in the county. But I think we need to be, as you said earlier, we need to be actively involved in some of this. So, can I impose on you, Mr. Mayor, as being the Andel contact point? And get with Chris, because you talk to Chris somewhat regularly, you and Stephanie particularly?
We've talked about this subject.
Yeah. All right, so that's 5 items. The only one that has a definite time frame of anything is the one that Brad and I are going to do with regard to the ARB that says we'll have a work plan in 2 weeks. Stephanie is going to arrange for this joint meeting to kind of kick off the Kikatoki thing. Make absolutely certain that Brad and Alex are available on that day. So, but I think that's an important meeting to kick that off. Well, that's a good, it depends on when it is, right? So, so Stephanie, you're going to do that? Maybe in the next week?
Yes, yeah, I'll reach out to
And
Shannon.
we provide the input to Stephanie for how we would envision
agenda item.
this whole
Right.
collaboration look like in
And I think we
various
should
aspects.
be able to have that input to Stephanie by the end of next week.
Yeah.
Is that doable for everybody?
Well, I think I'd add another one, and that's a good list, John. I think you and I should spend time with Stephanie and Deruta in this broader issue of finances. The level of reserves, the long-range forecast, level of investments, possible use of reserves,
Okay, so you.
this whole myriad of issues that came up. You know, I only, a couple of qualifications. When you look at that, and it was pointed out, you know, in terms of how they've risen, and I said this in my podcast, we had an unpredictable, positive influx of cash by virtue of the pandemic. I mean, like startling in terms of millions and millions and millions of dollars. And the point that I pointed out in my podcast was the fact, because of its unpredictable nature, we certainly don't know what's going to happen in 23 and 24 and 25. So, and I think Mayor
Okay.
LaPuma pointed that also out. So, you know, we're talking about big double-digit numbers, 20-some million dollars, but it just doesn't seem like it was all that long ago when it was 12. So anyway, just
So you and I'll take that one.
so I think, but the point is the fact that the community has questions, the community wants to, has questions and needs answers to some of those questions. So I think the four of us should really sit down and work towards providing the community with those types of answers. It's a very valid point.
Okay.
And that kind of oversees a number of these things, so we can talk about how we put that. So I would add that to one of the top
Got it right
priority lists. Okay.
Okay. Michael, on this ordinance review that you're going to kind of oversee, the same kind of thing with a work plan? What's a reasonable time for you and Russ to put together somewhat of a work plan with that process? A couple weeks?
Yeah, it would have to be 3 to 4 weeks.
So let's say end of February. Is that, even though it's a short month?
I'd add another. I think the broad subject or the broad topic of communication, Steph, maybe if you could plan on, I don't know, maybe not February 7th, but at least by March, an update on the recruitment of the communications manager, some of the key statuses on
Our website.
website and all of the things that we had approved and I've even lost track of.
And some of it, and some of it, we'll add this on here, and I think we may add more after the discussion tomorrow.
So I think just to plan on, again, pick a date where we could really, you could present in terms of where we're at a number of these things and try to, that's, as we make progress on all of these things, we have to get that information out and get it out in a fashion that, you know, I think, and this was, we'll talk about this later, this concern that why did we bring LHG, you know, into the fold? Credibility. And we were concerned relative to a lack of credibility or an absence of credibility, and that was just haunting to me, that how can we improve the credibility that the town has, or the municipal government has with its community? So we brought in some professionals. So I think we need to really continue to explore that. Are we achieving that? How can we accelerate that or whatever? We just can't, I just don't want anybody in this town to think my town council is incredible. I think it keeps me up at night, and I think you guys would all feel the same way. That isn't why we're doing what we're doing. We want to be credible. We want people to have confidence in us. Anyway, so I think that whole issue of, the issue of communication.
Okay?
Others, so are we past 5 now? I think we're
We're
going.
at 7.
1, 2, 3. I've got 7, not counting communication.
I had 7. I counted the communications
Oh, you
piece
did?
as 7.
So we,
Well, right now, that's me, but you guys may have someone that you may want to sign after you hear the presentation tomorrow.
yeah, so let's hold that till tomorrow then, and we may do that. So
I think there's an 8th. I think there's an 8th. And,
okay.
well, I was taking notes,
No,
too.
no, go ahead.
Charlie continues to donate his time relative to the Johns Island Task Force. Dan was involved with it, and we appreciate all of their efforts, but what's taking place in this broad community is clearly a critical importance to us. So we should talk, I think that should be an 8th in some form or fashion. I'm not sure exactly, again, how we do that. We have a new county council person I've not met. We have, right, certainly know Ms. Honeycutt, that don't know him, we can invite him down. But there's things that we should be thinking about in terms of that. I used to have more contact with John, but I haven't had that much lately. And, but I think what's taking place between ourselves and Seabrook and Johns Island and all that, we ought to figure out a way in which to.
One thing in that regard, I don't know, the staff or past may have already done this. I think we are, as a community, in terms of engaging with external stakeholders, particularly the county, the city, the state, are punching below our weight relative to what this island contributes in terms of tax revenues, employment, et cetera. And we should have readily available, kind of as a percentage basis compared to other communities, kind of what we are contributing, what our economic impact is for these external constituencies, and try to leverage that to have a kind of bigger voice at the table than I think we have heretofore.
Okay.
And just to add to that, I can share with you, Brad, so the town we commissioned Citadel business program, graduate business program, so they did do an economic impact for the town, maybe 3-4 years. Well, we did one before, and then we had them updated, and that's the reason is essentially to go to the county and talk about the economic impact of the town, of the community, so that we can try to have a bigger voice at the table. So I'm happy to share that report with all of you, and maybe there's an opportunity where we have that updated, because I think it's about 3 years old or so.
And as I mentioned, I think I would like us to think about expanding our geographic, purview beyond kind of the 50 miles or just Charleston County because I think there are potentially a lot of issues in Columbia that are being discussed that would have an impact on our community. And, I mentioned things like the Resiliency Fund and the Conservation Bank. There are decisions being made about where to deploy those resources. And, why not us be part of those conversations?
Almost like a governmental relations person that kind of runs herd on all of that that's going on.
Yeah, and I should just add to that, with regards to our economic impact study that we did, we included the town of Seabrook, so it's a partnership to say this is what both islands contribute as part of that. And I would agree, just some of the things that we do as staff, is that the municipal association, essentially municipalities are members of that, and they do a lot. They have weekly calls with our state legislators that anyone can participate in. I participate in some of the calls. If there's things that come down the pipe that impacts municipalities, like the change of the business license ordinance, we're attending those meetings and we bring that information back to council, but council can definitely get involved with that. They had Legislative Action Day. Normally it falls on council meeting days, but I had submitted all that stuff to you all. So there's opportunities, but yes, I think to have someone that runs SHOT and just keeping everyone up to date on various issues that impact municipalities, even from a county standpoint, I think
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
good.
the county just agreed to spend $75 million to start buying property to build this, allegedly build 526. And, you know, it'd been nice if they'd have spent maybe $5 million of that repaving the existing 526, but, you know, that's gonna impact us. Whatever they do with buying that property is gonna impact us.
Well, Stephanie, maybe you and I can think about how best to address this. The who and how, and maybe we'll just plan on getting back to again, I don't think we can do it by Tuesday, but over the next couple, 3 weeks, let us think about how we can put some things together. I'm gonna talk with Charlie, Dan was very involved,
Well, and Russ is on the task force.
Russ is on the
but
task force.
He's got a couple of other places where his name is already listed here, so.
Well, I don't want, believe me, but let us just think about how we can frame this, because I think it's of critical importance.
Okay, so that's a couple, 3 weeks before you get back with some information. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items.
That's what I have.
None of us enjoys being criticized. If we don't do something about these 8 items, Maura will stand up there in a couple of months and criticize us for not having done anything. So I would prefer not to listen to her criticize us. I don't mind listening to you, just not criticizing us. Okay?
Y'all, does that feel good to everybody? I mean, 8, does it feel good?
Yeah,
I think it's enough.
I think it is. We don't want to
Do you want to take a break? Are we
You don't
gonna
wanna bite
let
off more
John
than you can
start
chew.
early? 'Cause I'm just
Absolutely.
not gonna be here till 12:30.
Okay. There's, one of the key factors of getting done a little bit earlier is it heightens the probability of being able to start drinking earlier.
There you go.
I saw lunch go by.
I thought you were paying attention.
I was. I can multitask.
John, would you be ready to get started? And is that okay with everybody? Well, let's see.
Sure is.
In the meantime, we want to take a few minutes. Why don't we take 10 minutes? In either case,
Yeah.
quarter after.
So I'll publish this to the,
Yeah, we gotta
Ready?
Ready.
So I'm going to just briefly just go over 2 slides here that just kind of gives a description of the department, unless you guys want me to skip over to the meats and bones. Okay. So I think just generally speaking, going to the overarching themes here, from the planning department, as you all are the decision makers for Kiowa, these 3 things is where I see your lens should be focusing on the next priorities, next couple of years. So these overarching themes aren't necessarily action items, but where as you begin to make decisions in the near term, short term, over the next couple of years, these are things that should be in the forefront and how you view these issues and decisions to come. So that first one mentioned in Kiowa Next, this has been now branded as part of our comprehensive plan, but it's a bigger picture of the concept and nature of how do we look at Kiowa's next phase. We're approaching the 35th year of the town. We know Kiowa's been sort of in before that, the formation of the town. But right now we're maturing as a community, and the time that we look as where we are today, we want to really continue to ensure what happens tomorrow. And what I mean by that is we always hear the comments, or at least I do, of folks who I meet with, as residents, property owners, we don't want this to become Hilton Head. I wanted you guys to get in the frame of not necessarily saying we don't want to become Hilton Head, but what is it about Kiowa that separates us from Hilton Head? What is it about Hilton Head that you don't want to see happen on Kiowa? So from my perspective of planning staff, what are those things, tangible things that you all want to see? So I'm asking, what are the land uses in the next 10 years that we want to see? What are the characteristics? What are the development standards that we need to protect? And so those are the questions of particular measures that can occur, opposed to just saying we don't want to become that thing over there. But we've identified what makes Kiowa special, and we can protect and sustain those things that impact the quality of life. So that's the first frame of reference, and you'll hear the word Kiowa Next very commonly used, because it's more than just a brand, but it's getting the average resident who has not had any opportunity or interest to participate in envisioning, for them to get involved in that process. The second one, which we've, So the comprehensive plan update process that we're underway now, it's opposed to utilizing planning jargon of elements and comprehensive plan. We want to be able to take that and dial it down so that anyone who has an interest in Kiowa can be able to relate to it. So if I say Kiowa Next, we're talking about what is the next sort of phase or years to come about Kiowa. And so it's kind of just rebranding or phrasing your mind of, yeah. Yes, and we want you guys to begin to use that as well. When you're talking with the community, we know that Kiowa is a sophisticated community, so they know and understand what a comprehensive plan is, but it's more so getting the person who is not interested in those formal processes to get involved. When they hear Kiowa Next, I can know, oh, that's what they're discussing. The next is Beyond the Gates, and this is, I want to say now 2 years old. This was brought, I think, a year ago to council at our planning retreat, and the question is that has been already discussed, how does Kiowa specifically engage with matters beyond Kiowa proper? Whether that's in the front door of right outside the gates here when we think about the Andale property, or is that a broader context, state level? What happens on the northern parts of Johns Island, southern ends of Johns Island? The pressures of development, the pressures of infrastructure that we all know about, those things are here. And so for a very long time, Kiowa was only sort of needed to operate sort of within a bubble of behind the gates. As we mature and enter more of a redevelopment stage and areas in the region are experiencing a significant amount of growth, what does the town need to take a position, whether it's formal or informal, but that needs to be discussed and so, or flushed out of how does decision-making is influenced by the town. So I'll give a few examples of this. for a long time, at least my experiences in working with Charleston County, with the town over the last several years, there might be specific projects that have had indirect impact to Kiowa, and what was the position of town council in the past, opposed to what would be the position of councils in the future of how we necessarily get involved with a project. For example, there's a project next door with the proposed putt-putt. That was sort of a direct impact, and the town sort of engaged in that process directly, handedly. Kiowa River, which is a little bit further down, might be a direct impact. It might be an indirect impact, how people see that. In the past, that might have been an indirect impact, but now you can see how that may have been a direct impact. So from a council standpoint, I'm asking you all to think about how aggressively do we need to engage on projects on a smaller scale of individual parcels, or on a macro scale of development that occurs sort of beyond just our front door. So the task force, those solutions or things that have been thrown out already, the task force working with Johns Island, regular communication with Charleston County. And I'll share this part of the challenges at the end, but one of the challenges have been, when I was with Charleston County, a number of times, planners in the county office will ask, we'll really only have that relationship of big ticketed items. So we would only see residents and property owners gear up for engagement if there was a significant concern, if there was something that's happening outside of the scope. And so the idea from the planning's perspective, we want to change that. We want to be able to get people in before there is something that is contrary or in conflict with what the quality of life for Kiowa is. So those are the things I want you all to think about there.
John, can I follow up on that and your invitation to council, at least from this member's perspective? I would certainly like to be as informed as possible about what's going on in our backyard. And then we can sit down and have a conversation about whether we want to be proactively engaged on that or not. As I mentioned, the only way I learn about a lot of activities is in the Johns Island Advocate or Rational Roads. They actually do a pretty good job of listing things that are happening in our backyard, Johns Island Task Force. But I'm assuming that you are having some ongoing conversations with Charleston County Planning Department, and that you are aware of, but maybe not, but is there a way to formalize that, of proposed rezonings?
Yeah, so
happening in our area?
Yeah, so those things I've traditionally shared. The question becomes, I think there has not been a formula and process or structure as saying, how far does Kiowa extend? Previous guidance was, well, we don't want to necessarily get involved in an individual project that is happening on Maybank Highway, or a project that might be happening on some other part of Johns Island. But if it's on Betsy Carson, that might be something that we want to make sure that, so I think I don't disagree with you, the formula, but that's my sort of ask is, how do we determine what is that structure of how often matters of greater Johns Island or greater Charleston County. For example, we just released tomorrow we'll share with the public in our communication, we've shared it previously at the end of last year regarding Charleston County's Our Housing plan that they're discussing now. And so that's a regional effort that we've shared with the community. And oftentimes when there are, and this is a feedback generally that I receive from the county, is that when there are public meetings that occur at the county, residents from Kiowa really don't show up. And so I've encouraged, at least my engagement with counties, can we have some of those meetings out this way, because that would essentially get residents to show up. But when there are meetings and public sessions in North Charleston, we rarely see residents and property owners show up to those meetings.
At least a couple regarding Andale West.
I mean, because that was something immediate, yeah.
And also, I mean, again, I kind of compare and contrast some situations. The town did not formally engage. You were at the Charleston County Planning Commission meeting where Andale Andell West ended up in a 4-4 vote, but the town did not take a formal position at all on any aspect of Andell West, including the original community commercial proposal, as well as coming back to the council more, both the Planning Commission council more recently. But obviously, the town did, engage very proactively with regard to the putt-putt. I mean, it was actually, I thought, very thoughtful. I don't know how many of you have ever seen it. It was a 3 or 4 page letter that addressed a whole series of issues with regard to the potential impacts and on Betsy Carson. I'm interested, you would think the town would have had a strong interest in the Kiowa River PUD when it was coming up. I believe there was a letter from the then mayor that simply said the town supports this without any kind of real discussion. I'm not aware if there was any town, community involvement or discussion in any of that.
And that PD dates very old, so that PD has been in place for a long time. Yeah.
And I know that's old, but there are, just the way I would look at it is if there's anything, and probably, I'm not sure if it's, Maybank South, but anything that impacts traffic along River Road and Main and Bohicket, coming down to John's point, kind of the single entry points here, I would think that we would at least want to be aware of it and say, do we want to actually take a formal position and engage in this and try to encourage
that would also how I look at this. I mean, whatever former councils have done or not done is history, right? I think what John is asking for is a clearer guidance from us, if I understand it correctly.
That's precisely,
guidance
yeah.
from us, that actually we as a council, but also us as a community, need to know about these things, right? And whenever they happen, and I come back actually to your Mingo Point example, that for me falls into the same category. We as a council, we as a community need to know, actively know, what is going on, and we can set, a perimeter, either this is River Road or it's Maybank, but and that needs to be discussed either here or in the very near future so that he knows where he needs to pay attention, right? And then informs us on an ongoing basis, right? Whenever it happens, and then also the community in our newsletter, if we feel that it is important, which probably is the case, we need to tell him, what we need to watch out for. For me, for example, it's not just a new development that will rise up, as Russ mentioned earlier, but also any attempt that is made by the county, for example, to change urban growth boundaries as a preparation for new developments. I think we want to know about these things. We want to have John as our antenna for these things, and then communicate this back to us, and then communicate this back to the community. And I think this is what he's asking for. So from my point of view, John, everything that happens south of Maybank, we want to know.
Would you like
Well,
me
I think it's
That's
important.
yes,
of what's going from the
Right.
So
yesterday's meeting with the Johns Island Task Force?
absolutely.
I can do that right now.
I don't know if it's the right point, but what I'm trying to say is we want to make sure that we get that information. If it comes from you, or if it comes earlier or later from him, doesn't matter to us.
I was actually going to do this at the next town council meeting next week. That's actually where I was going to do it.
And that's a good committee report.
Because I
Yeah.
think this is
I just think it's
important to
clarify.
enhance for us.
We need to learn from history. On both of the examples that you made, we were actively involved in it. We did talk with Corrado way back when about what his Andell project was. And we did get involved with Kiowa Rivers relative to the sewage treatment and all of that. But we didn't do a good job in communicating what we had done. So I don't mean to defend it, but the town was very much a player in both of those issues. But no, I don't think we really shared much of that with anything. Andell turned out to be what it did, and Kiowa River was a long time ago. But those are things that we can learn from history,
So I would, in terms of this boundary, Maybank South is an easy, Oh, yeah, no, I understand. But, if you think about, if, if the circumstance of development puts more cars headed this way for any reason, then it would seem to me that the boundary is really the Limehouse Bridge south, because it's River Road, that whole arc of River Road, and really anything that, other than just an individual building a house, probably no big deal. But if it's a 20-house subdivision over there, that's going to impact us.
Yeah, and in the process of how I've sort of gauged this now is I pay attention to the planning commission, the county's planning commission agenda and the items, and the county will give me a heads up of, hey, John, this is coming down the pipeline, and I'll share that with council, with Stephanie, so that they're aware that this is coming down the pipeline. I think it's the matter of having those advance notice to you all, so you all aware of these things coming down the pipeline. And so that's been done. It's just more so now, how do we programmatically make a decision internally of how do we respond with the community, or one, no.
Yeah, but John, that starts with the information.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that was the case, except for those big ones in our closest vicinity. But if something happens on other parts of John Island, the moment we know, we can debate and decide what are we going to do.
It's frightening what's happening.
And I'm
Right.
sure, I'm absolutely certain about that.
And what's equally frightening is think the last update I read on when main segment C of the main corridor project is actually not going to be done in best case until 28 or
They mentioned that yesterday. It's probably going to be around 28, yeah.
So there
Charlie,
are not going to be any improvements in the road infrastructure.
That's
for
right.
at least another 5 years.
One road in, one road out. Charlie?
We should have a map showing.
And you can go on to the Charleston County website, look at it, it's a little frightening, but the question I have to your point is, we're within the urban, suburban growth, and I think running up a little bit over north of us is as well, unfortunately. I would rather have a conversation, how did it get to that point, and can we pull that back? I don't think there's any reasonable hope of that.
So, yeah.
What I said earlier,
So
that's for me the early indication.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. LaPuma there. The urban growth boundary, which generally is the municipalities along the beach plus Charleston Peninsula proper. It follows Betsy Carson north and sort of wraps Kiowa River and then extends back out. But this is one of the things as far as looking beyond the gates is, as a town, as a community, we should be working with the county to say, can we harden that line? And so that's one of the sort of proactive things that can happen opposed to reacting to a specific project, but getting that codified. There've been folks trying to push the city to have that codified, so anytime that that line is moved, it needs to go through a formal process of a hearing and readings of council.
John, is it correct that the implications of that are, since, you know, the 500 acres, for example, around Freshfields Village is in the urban-suburban growth boundary, that notwithstanding the fact that it's zoned R4 right now, that it would be, the county would be more inclined to support an upzoning?
Two things to that. Number one, as you mentioned, being categorized as a sort of suburban or urban, but the other part of that is infrastructure. So areas within that urban growth boundary are served by water and sewer. And so since that property has sewer, that's one or more reasons why they would ensure that development this is an area suitable for more intense development. And that's the purpose of the urban growth boundary, sort of separate the two of more low-intensity development opposed to higher-intensity development, because you can intensify the use based on that infrastructure.
But I guess the question, it would be more suitable, but does that mean they would be, are they signaling that if you come to us with an upzoning proposal?
Not exclusively. So they will take into consideration the surrounding conditions, the existing conditions. So it's not absolute that just because it's in that urban that it would be approved for upzoning. But the recommendation that has historically come from county staff on that is to look at whether it qualifies in the suburban, inside that area, the infrastructure, and then what are the compatible uses adjacent to.
Well, and just to drive home the point I'm looking at, or was right here, at the urban growth boundary right now, and to the point of protecting it, it does just go over up above Kiowa River Estates and then kind of back along the river a little bit, all the way back to Maybank, but nothing right now north of that.
Right, so essentially it's the peninsula of Charleston, when you think about the greater Charleston area, and it goes flank south and north along the beach community. So it's really sort of the general sense of the urban growth boundary, and sort of if I can simplify it in a broader context.
But back to what is really important, I believe, because we need to have that information. Wherever there is an attempted change to the urban growth boundary, whenever you hear about a development that is in the pipeline on Johns Island, we would like to know instantly so that we can discuss, do we need to get involved? How do we communicate this to the community so that the community can get involved? I think that's the important part.
Yeah, and that task force would be a good resource for that as well. So yeah, but no.
Can you hear me now? Okay. To address that one theoretical that you mentioned, Brad, about, well, what would happen if there was some consideration of density or some other land use pattern? The purest example of that is Freshfields Village. So that area was designated, the entire area that you described was designated this classification. Had it been designated agricultural resource or some other category, in all likelihood, there would have been a high degree of difficulty of passage of the planned development district for Freshfields. But because of that that urban area designation, Charleston, because it was in the unincorporated area at the original, Charleston County Council considered it in its form as an example of advanced planning in the area. So I'm only citing what I would consider a reasonably positive example of future planning considerations.
So those are two of the three overarching themes that I outlined there. The third one is resilient Kiowa. There's been a lot of what I would call independent work of mechanisms or programs that not only the town, when we look at KICA, Conservancy, that we've tried to bring in resiliency to our community. Just the lens here that I want you to kind of think about is how do we continue that momentum and not not necessarily allow the individual entities to kind of drive that process, but us looking at it holistically and partnering and coordinating those steps of creating Kiowa creating Kiowa's culture to be resilient. And so whether that means looking at near peers, other municipalities, jurisdictions across the country, I think we've done some really good things, but it's just keeping that momentum with the change in council, making sure that those efforts still remain. So I'll outline just sort of the major goals that fall underneath those three big arching themes there. And the first being priority number one, which is the update of our comprehensive plan. That is the vision, the roadmap, as you all are aware of where the town is to go in the future. That plan takes into account community input. It takes into account all the stakeholders that are involved. And for a planning staff perspective, this is an exciting time because we get to engage with all of the community, whether they're a resident, whether they're a property owner, whether they own a business, whether they're a visitor. We get to engage with them to help cultivate that vision for Kiowa. And so from council's sort of the ask here, or at least not the ask, but the priority here, the comprehensive plan is knowing that this is a pivotal moment for Kiowa. We might say that often, that this year or this year is a critical year, but this particular comprehensive plan it's being described, or at least being formalized differently than we've traditionally done our comprehensive plan updates, where we've kind of traditionally just went through each element, looked at the existing needs and conditions, and kind of responded. This, I think, is setting us up for the ability to look beyond just the next 5 to 10 years, but really setting a framework to get the community to buy into the plan. So it's not just such a cold document as I referenced earlier, but now people are able to understand the strategies and goals within that plan. And so that document can be shifted over to any person. They can understand, what does Kiowa actually, what does it mean to be a resident of Kiowa? What does it mean to be to live on the island? And then those things that are placed in that plan, we can say, okay, these are the strategies that we're going to protect the quality of life. So it's more so making that document come alive, and that's the real biggest part, I think, of this comprehensive plan update. And just to kind of give you a brief update on that, right now we're getting prepared to release the survey to the community at large. And so a part of that process of releasing that survey to the community is engaging anyone who has a general interest in Kiowa. And the reason we do that is so that we cast a wide net. And so all of you are familiar with Kiowa because you live here and work here, and can tell anyone who visits, this is the culture of Kiowa. And we want to be able to memorialize that vision of what it is. The second part of that is being able to tap into the stakeholders. So those who have historically been here on the island for a long time, the community association, the resort, conservancy, and the list goes on. All of those entities are able to have representation of key stakeholder groups. And so us engaging with those persons is another critical part of that community engagement. Underneath there, you see ensure designing with nature is the bedrock of Kiowa. When I first started working with the town here, the complement of the built environment to the natural environment, all of my peers envy that. And I think that's what makes Kiowa special. And so as part of this comprehensive plan update, we want to ensure that stays consistent. Those ideologies of what it means to design with nature, that's folded into the comprehensive plan.
John, a couple of questions in that regard. First, designing with nature is capitalized. So is that defined somewhere in the current comprehensive plan or in the proposed comprehensive plan? What that is?
So for this particular slide, designing with nature, I probably should have just italicized it as it being sort of a theme. So it's recognizing that we take our natural environment very seriously out here in Kiowa. I'm not going into the specifics of the standards that are outlined in the actual document, but here we know that
Which document are you referring
the
to?
Designing with Nature document for the Architectural Review Board. That's what you're referencing.
So, I mean, so that's, I guess, a little bit related to the earlier conversation.
I'm going to get to that, yeah.
I'm just saying that that may be conceptual, a lot of good things in that document, but I'm concerned, and we'll talk about this, of the town's embrace of a set of standards that are established by a private party and administered and enforced by a private party.
Yeah, I'm not going into the logistics of the enforcement and that. What I'm saying is when I look at the ideology, the creation of what it means to have an environment that you embrace, the wildlife, that you embrace flora and fauna as part of the development, that's what I want to be able to capture in our comprehensive plan.
And that sounds perfectly reasonable to me, but it seems like you were just saying, ensure designing with nature, which is the ARB's designing with nature, is the bedrock of Kiowa's development.
So it's not the idea of the document itself, but the concept in designing with nature. When someone goes to build a house, when they go to develop a piece of property, as a stakeholder, as a resident of Kiowa, we want to be ensured that those development patterns accept wildlife, accept trees, all those good things. Now, to where I think you're going with this is my next comment there, our land use and planning and zoning ordinance review and update. This has been mentioned already in the earlier discussions, but upon the completion, and some of this will occur, I think, prior to the completion of our comprehensive plan, but upon the completion, we have not done a serious audit of the entire zoning ordinance since I've been a part of staff. And I think that is a good time of us sort of doing this new Kiowa Next plan to say, okay, where our ordinance are today compared to when Kiowa was first developed. And so a part of that is to say, what are those ideologies? I think that council has already shared that the importance of those standards that might be outlined in that document that we want to memorialize more intently to be able to enforce, that would be kind of married into opportunities here in our review and update.
And somewhat related to this, but what I've learned, and Joe can correct me if this is not accurate, is that the comprehensive plan is actually supposed to be the legal foundation or basis of a lot of development-related activities. Indeed, there has to be a finding, whether it's with regard to a development agreement, I believe certain zoning functions, or maybe even BZA, that what is being done is consistent with the town's existing comprehensive plan. Is that right?
So the comprehensive plan sets the foundation. You can't have a comprehensive plan without land use element, and I forget which other element right now, but you're right. The comprehensive plan sets the foundation for where trajectory goes. The meat on the bone or the teeth to enforce those things would come through different tools, which would be one of those things is the zoning ordinance. And so anything from a development standard or, this is why I began the first part of this asking the question of where do we want to go as far as land uses, development standards. That's looking at Kiowa as a broader community context. In the future, this is what we want. We want height standards to be at this height, 3 stories, 4 stories, whatever that may be. Those things can be put into our zoning ordinance as part of that update. So if it's a certain percentage of trees being preserved, we can put that into our zoning code. And now that becomes memorialized as teeth that we can enforce. So I'm not going into the whole thing about areas, who's control and everything, but I'm saying in the future, as part of a major goal for the planning department, what we need to do is really look holistically at our zoning code and say, okay, these are out of date. These need to be brought up to current standards. These need to be reflective of setting the benchmark for other communities, which I think there are some things that are lacking in our code today.
I appreciate that. I'm making a slightly different point, and just for kind of looking forward, because I don't want to kind of dwell on the past, as Michael keeps reminding me not to do, is that I believe that the council has to make an affirmative finding with regard to certain things. For example, entering into a development agreement, that the development agreement is consistent with the town's comprehensive plan. That's a finding required under statute, and it may be true for certain ordinances as well. But I may be corrected on that.
So in our zoning code and state laws, so the approval criteria for those types of teeth are zoning code, a zoning ordinance, a development agreement. Those are just different mechanisms to be able to enforce the goals and strategies outlined in that comp plan. And so those have specific criteria. I think that's what you may be referencing of they must meet this test of being consistent with the comprehensive plan. They might, in the best use, health, public welfare, et cetera. So I think the simple is yes. I think that's what, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's my understanding, and that's just why, it's not just kind of words on the page that are aspirational. Some of this actually is supposed to govern or dictate what we can do in the future based upon what we've approved in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, but only if we put it into ordinances and regulations. And that's the weakness of our current comprehensive plan, which has a lot of admiration, but then it was not enough translated into things that we can really act upon. And I think that's what John is talking about. We need to make sure with a new comprehensive plan that we clearly understand all the different, aspects of it that need to be rolled over into our ordinances.
And to exactly that point, I pointed out once before, this is the 2015 comprehensive plan. It says, low-density development that is being designed in harmony with nature is consistent with this vision, while tall, massive buildings are inconsistent because they dominate the landscape rather than blending in and meshing with it. Large homes, hotels, and other large buildings should be located on large parcels or lots and should be set back from property lines to reduce their visual impact from streets, the beach, other open space, and neighboring lots. That was what was in the 2015 comprehensive plan, but there were certain developments that occurred subsequent thereto that seemed to be directly inconsistent with kind of.
No, it is inconsistent, but
What
never had the chance
I would say is
to
that,
act upon it because it never became part of the ordinance.
that's the zoning code. So that's the zoning development standards, right? Today, and those specific projects have a certain height requirement or allowance. Those have a certain density allowance. Those are metrics or things that I think should be more defined or looking at, okay, what do we want to see happen tomorrow? Do we need to tighten those things up? That's kind of what this slide is alluding to there. I want to be mindful of time. It's noon, so I don't know if, do we need to pause or?
We can, it's up to you all. You have on the schedule 12:30 lunch. Do you want to go ahead and stop now? We can start early.
Yep.
Okay, council, if you guys can go get your lunch first, and you can bring them in here to eat, and then there's some boxes left over for the staff and public to grab.
requirements based on our 2013 development agreement.
Test, 1, 2.
That there are, those things have been satisfied as we end the development agreement. And then the last point of that is looking at updating the entitlements as part of the 2013. And so essentially it's checking the boxes to see what parts of the development agreement and in its entirety, as we close it, are there any outstanding things that need to be done, particularly looking at potential conveyances, of right-of-way, conveyances of open space, final counts of dwelling units, et cetera. So those things will come through sort of analysis. And I think, as mentioned, a work group, a task force to make sure that all of those things done will be sort of the venue of how we accomplish that, working with both development agreements.
John, could you just take a moment, especially for that line? A period of time ago, we gave the analysis relative to the dwelling units. Expand a little bit on entitlements, conveyances. These are now another set of jargon that we're using, and make sure everybody gets an appreciation of what that represents.
Right. So each of the development agreements, based on the town as a party to that with the developer, that development agreement specifies what can be built. And we utilize a term called dwelling units or entitlements to say those are the possibilities of what can be built. And so that's the entitlement. The developer is entitled to these amount of units, and these are parcel specific, so it's not across the entire island, but these are identified with specific parcels. And what we did last year was look at all of the parcels that have been developed and what's remaining to be developed and totaled and calculated how many units would be entitled to the developer. And those are primarily, most folks are aware, the remaining undeveloped portions of Beachwalker. There's some remaining entitlements within Freshfields, and those are primary two identified areas of remaining entitlements. Captain Sam's is included in that sort of Beachwalker leg, if you will. But that's what, when reference entitlements, those are the amount of units that can be built, not necessarily what's actually built, but what can be built by the developer. And over time, when we've looked at this analysis, we realized that the developer has made decisions over the years that has essentially been less of what potentially could be developed on these properties. And so we've never maxed out, or we don't anticipate to max out what would have been originally entitled to be developed on Kiowa. And the history of the development agreement and those decisions that have led us from beginning of over 12,000 units on Kiowa, falling down to, I would say, around 48 to 5,000 units on Kiowa by the time everything is sort of sunset. So hopefully that kind of addresses that question, Mayor, of entitlements. Or
Can you share with me at least, I don't mean right now today, the 2022 analysis that you're going to update? I don't have to wait for the updating. I want to see what it was last year. I mean, can you just provide it to me on an email?
I can share that with you. Yeah, and it's all under our development resources page on our website. But I'll send it to you. Yeah. So.
So, like something Brad said earlier today, unless you take the hotel property across from Cougar Point Clubhouse, you know, I think the presumption is that they'll build a hotel there. And they would have entitlements of some number of rooms. 350 rooms, let's say. Now, if they chose to only build, for argument's sake, 100 rooms, and now they've got 2/3 of the property remaining, is it their option to build something other than a hotel there, freestanding villas or whatever? Or is that a zoning issue, or is the property designated for hotel? How does that work in the way the development agreement is with the resort?
So just as it identified was parcel specific, so whatever entitlements are for that specific parcel, that would be treated the same way. So, for example, Sanctuary, as an existing hotel, has a certain allotment of number of rooms, Same thing for the parcel across from Cougar, would have a certain number of rooms, as you mentioned, the 350. So if the,
But is it an either or? You can build 350 rooms or
yes,
16 dwelling units?
yeah, either or.
I am confused. I haven't looked at the KIGR developer in a while. I thought that what there was an overall room cap of about 1,180 or so rooms.
So that takes into account all of the properties.
Yeah, so, but does that, you're saying it could be 350 or 250 on the, if they built a hotel, which I'm not sure anymore is that we should assume that, given what Roger said the other day.
It's both, actually.
It's both.
So, example, West Beach Village, 340 rooms.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, okay.
49 dwelling units plus 20 plus 8,
Yeah, so it's either-
13
it's
plus
either
12
or.
plus 5. So
Okay.
it gives you the option. So my understanding to John's question, if they would decide to build only a hotel with 100 rooms on a third of the property, they can, I guess, then use the rest of the property to build dwelling units.
But it's still,
If
even
we
if they
approve
did
this of
that, it
the-
would be subject to the overall parcel-specific caps as well as the aggregate cap.
Correct.
Okay.
But they cannot move those 50 that they would not build to
To a
another
different
parcel.
site.
It is
You
bound
say
to
could
the-
not. Okay.
It's bound
got it.
in both, my understanding, both development agreements, the dwelling units are bound to a parcel.
Yeah.
If I could just address the hotel room count for KAGR. In West Beach, the maximum is 150 rooms. In East Beach, there are the existing 255 and allowance for an additional 175 hotel rooms. Just so, I just wanted to clarify that.
So, Mark, if go back to the West Beach number of what? How many at West Beach?
I'm sorry.
One.
How much at West Beach?
100, no more than 150 rooms,
So, and that's,
per the development agreement.
so if they chose to only build 100 rooms in a hotel, so they've got 50 rooms that are left over,
Right.
how do they square that with
So-
possibly building villas, which are dwelling units as opposed to rooms?
So when the decision is, if you'll notice on the chart, there are split zoning. There's a residential zoning classification and a resort classification. So in that scenario, if they were to do 100 rooms, they have to delineate the acreage attributed to the hotel rooms, and whatever the residual land available for other development, in this case residential, has to meet the criteria attributed to the density allowance for the residential classification.
Of the remaining acreage?
Right, which I don't know what it would be, but
could be-
it's a math word.
Math question.
Right, it's a math word problem.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Good, yeah, okay.
John, just to kind of follow up on a point that Brad was making earlier, linking language that you had showed under Kiowa Next, where you talked about the design with nature, like whether that's supposed to be in caps, hyphenated, whatever it's supposed to be. This analysis dates back to the planning documents, what, 40 years ago, 35 years, at some point, all of the development agreements and the designation of the units, correct?
Correct.
I mean, I just think that that's always important to try to highlight that the history to all of this, the linkage to why those properties on Beach Walk or why those properties on East Beach, West Beach, Ocean Park, they are what they are dating back to, whatever.
Yeah, there's that development resources page has that timeline of some of those key decisions that were made to give us those precise entitlements there. Continuing the next thing that
Questions on
questions,
this
yeah.
I have just one more clarification. So your second bullet point here, as it relates to assessing the remaining requirements from the development agreement, et cetera, that also includes that we would need to look at the ordinances that also probably have to change
Correct.
that.
So that's part of the process,
What is
yeah.
it, 2013-14, 15, 16 or something, right? So
So-
they would need to, say again?
14.
So that bullet point also includes that we need to look at that ordinance and adapt it accordingly.
So that second bullet point really says, what do we need to do to ensure that as the completion or ending of this development agreement, what satisfies all zoning needs for the town
Okay.
moving forward? So that would include what you just referenced, the 2013.
That was my
Yeah.
So I have one more question, and maybe it's another math problem, but if they have 150 rooms on that Cougar Point Hotel property, and they decide to build a 100-room hotel there, and the development agreement expires in December, what then are they entitled to do with the remainder of the property?
That's,
I know, I'm just using as an illustrative example.
so, I mean, in the idea that
Let me
development
give you
group,
another, so the partners on the Upper Beach Walker build out half of the available property according to the development agreement, and then they don't build any more, and the development agreement expires. What happens to the rest of the property in terms of their rights to build? Does it revert back to what the?
I think that reverts to the 2013 ordinance that's referencing now.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yep, okay. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Cool. Any other?
Except, John, just to make clear, the reason that becomes an issue is supposedly the development agreement was embodied in the 2013.
Well, no, that part I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, how does,
I mean, there is I mean, presumably, we'll see some applications for
Maybe I'm using
development
another bad
plans.
example. I was just really trying to understand, if you only build out half of what you're entitled to on any given property and your development agreement expires, what happens to the other half of that property that you had some entitlements to as part of a development agreement? Does
Yeah,
it
if
go
you're just
away?
looking at the development agreement, it's a hard question, but I think, as I've said, I feel like what happens is we are free to enforce any changes we've made in our zoning code.
To that remaining parcel.
Right.
Got it.
But with the caveat again being, in the interim, that they will presumably apply for development
Yeah. and then-
approvals.
then at the different,
And then it comes an issue of the Vested Rights Act.
right, yeah. But generically.
And they're on a different timer then, so
Yep.
to speak.
But generically, if they don't develop half of it, and the development agreement was to expire, then the balance of the undeveloped property just reverts back to whatever.
I think that's my urging, is that, we need to address that question.
And that's really what I'm trying to figure out. What happens to that undeveloped component if they don't exercise their development right limits to the rooms or hotel or dwelling units or whatever, and it expires? If you have unfulfilled dwelling unit entitlements,
I think
what happens?
the simple is just a timeline, I think, of when that property comes for development. I think that's the,
All right, I got it.
But it falls back to existing zonings.
I don't want to get into a specific example with our developer, but, because that's,
Yeah.
I was just, so I got the answer I need.
I think they,
But I think the point the judge has continued to emphasize to us, any change, we have to know what we're changing to. We just can't say it'll expire, or we're going to just change, we're going to change it like so prospectively.
Right.
That it's
Yeah.
like out in La La Land, so this group that's going to be looking at that should be looking at what could we possibly be changing it to? Anyway,
Okay.
to be prepared, because this year's going to go by.
Yes.
Right,
John,
right.
John, I'm sorry, can I just back up to one thing about the resorts dwelling unit cap? I'm reading through it now. So it's a total of 1040 split between East Beach and West Beach is kind of the maximum. Is that right? It looks like that's the case. It looks like, I'm sorry, it looks like it's a total of 1040 additional rooms, 1,040.
Yeah, I don't recall that number, but I think that's, yeah.
It seems to be, maximum, depending on how they divvy it up. Mark may be able to jump in on this. Not to exceed 340 at West Beach, not to exceed 670 at East Beach. And I assume that's East Beach Village, or that where it's been torn down and they could build villas. And then is there what they built, for example, the Ocean Course, is that not counted at all anywhere?
The Ocean Course.
The villas there?
The villas are entitled based on, I think, how many, I think it's 20 that they can do total out of, and they've done 6, if I recall it right.
6 rooms, 6 dwelling units?
6 dwelling units, 6 dwelling units. Yeah, I don't recall the number, Mark, so if you know the number.
Yeah, I can't. Are we talking about Ocean Course now?
Ocean Course.
Yeah, I can't remember the parcel number.
Either it's
But there
20 or
was a
26.
designated number of units on the Ocean Course parcels, of which 4 have been built to date.
Yeah.
And I believe, I don't want to remember ancient memory, but there's a designated limit of the number of units at the Ocean Course. I don't believe it's further designated number of bedrooms on the Ocean Course. I think the only reference to
think
bedroom
yeah,
count are the 2 resort villages.
I would agree with that, yeah.
Right. So, but can I go back to this one aspect of a bedroom attributed to a residential unit allowance versus a bedroom related to a hotel? This is important. At West Beach, if it's a hotel, you have to declare that you're using the RST, I think that's 2 designation, right?
That's correct.
And that allows for up to 150 hotel rooms. If for some reason you choose to do no hotel rooms and you just did I think that's the R3 designation at West Beach. That standard references bedrooms, but it's not a hotel bedroom. It's reference up to 7 units per acre or 21 bedrooms per acre. So this is that area that I was trying to describe later on. There's a differential between a hotel bedroom, which is very specific to 2 sites, versus residential condo bedrooms. I don't know if I'm confusing or.
Well, Mark, I mean, but it does say the caps of 340 bedrooms and guest rooms. It does it in the conjunctive. So it seems to say it doesn't matter whether it's a bedroom or a guest room, that you add them together, you do a count.
I need to refer to my notes, to Brad, to really be more clear. But for example, if West Beach indicated 340 bedrooms, you can't have a 340-room hotel there. You're not allowed, because there's an additional note that specifically cites you cannot have any more than a 150-room hotel. Is that so? But if the choice would be, which is unlikely, but if the choice would be to do residential, not hotel, but residential, technically you could have done 340 rooms of condo development.
You could do 110
Right.
3-bedroom
Right.
condos.
Yeah, so I know I don't know if I confused you or helped clarify the point, but I know the hotel room issue is very important to the considerations you're making about the future, because those are the two areas where there's future development in the hotel room counts, right? So,
Yeah, and I mean, that's the difference between the two. With there's a little bit more factors driven to get the math right on that compared to the previous one.
right.
So I guess the question that I have still on the non-maximum bedroom / guest room counts on East Beach and West Beach, parcels 2 and 6. There's also maximum dwelling units that are dwelling units that allow for 520, apparently. And where are we? And you're going to tell us where we are on that count?
Not today, but that will be part of that analysis.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But spitballing, do we know?
No. Yeah, I'm not going to answer that today.
Okay. Because I've been assuming, kind of doing back the envelope stuff, that there was we were going to end up with about a 20% increase in dwelling units over where we are now once we're fully built out. I may have underestimated.
I mean, we can sit down and when I go through that process. we
I
can-
may have underestimated that a little bit based on this other piece of the resort.
Okay. Other DA questions? So we talked in length again about what I would call regional planning, looking beyond just the gates or our Kiawah proper, and how, as a community, we continue to outreach and engage with other entities, state agencies, local groups. I've listed these things specifically because they're attached to specific projects, and how do we do those? These are transportation related more so. We know the main road corridor project. You all aware of what the county just made decision on, the $75 million for getting that project going for I-526 extension. And then the second bullet there that is listed, introducing a Betsy Carson Parkway Overlay District. And you'll see later on in my slides here, sort of the idea behind that is, as we begin to look beyond just our front door, how do we continue to keep the integrity of what's part of Kiawah is the drive and the approach to Kiawah. And so Betsy Carson Parkway, as more development pressures happen, those parcels will be primed for development. Even though some of them are outside of the urban growth boundary, we still want to be able to have some protection there. And so I know the task force, Johns Island Task Force, has kind of started some of this conversation, Conservancy as well. But what roles does the town play in that equation? And so that's one of the things I want us to focus on, and how do we look at whether that's, and the county has traditionally done this on other main thoroughfares. So if you look at Main Road, Maybank Highway, they've done overlay zoning districts, and I would say some of those have come too late, but I think we have an opportunity here to get one in place before a lot of the development comes out of the ground.
So what is the objective of a Betsy Carson Parkway overlay?
It's protecting the frontage. So we would look at that development that occurs is pushed back further off of the road. That first, I don't know, 30 feet, 50 feet, whatever that number is, would try to maintain the existing character of what looks today. Sometimes that's applying use standards, and so should it remain just residential? Right now, I think when you look at that corridor, and maybe from River Road to the Circle, the only commercials have historically just been sort of community commercial. Outside of the only additional commercials would have been the real estate offices that have property management. But other than that, the only commercial along that corridor has been uses that have been there for years and years. So would the county want to add additional? Let me go back and say what an overlay district is. I think maybe aware, but you have your base zoning districts that are allowed, but this will be another layer of what can be allowed and would be the enforcing factor. So that means we will allow no commercial buildings beyond a certain height on the frontage of Betsy Carson, allowing only residential and no more commercial office or retail, that kind of thing.
So it tends to be more restrictive than the
It would be more restrictive, yeah. So it's just an additional layer of zoning standards.
Gotcha, okay.
What is the
So that
maximum
medical
overlay?
complex, that medical complex that was suggested, gosh, a year ago or so, what umbrella would it fall under? The change in zoning, or would it be influenced by this overlay?
So they would have needed, so right now, that property, I think, is still zone R4, and they were requesting a zoning change to allow those things. Had that go through, there would have been a planned development, and so that would have customized what happens on that particular property. If an overlay district was in place, then that planned development would have need to marry into ensuring that those standards are still upheld, a part of that overlay zoning district.
So because the overlay is not in place, it's not subject to their conditions? Okay.
What is the maximum overlay? I think it was 100 feet, right?
When you say maximum
Well,
overlay, like,
how far would that overlay reach out?
so it would just be whatever property is touching whatever thoroughfare or right-of-way. So we would apply to Betsy Carson Parkway. So any property that is abutting that right-of-way would be subject to those.
No, I understand that, but I mean, how far would we go left and right of the street?
I mean, that would be determined. I mean, if it's, like I said, if you wanted a 75-foot buffer off of it, off,
Okay, let's say take 75 feet, right? That's from the middle of the road.
edge of right-of-way,
Say again?
edge of right-of-way.
Edge of the
Yeah,
right of way.
yeah.
So it's really from the end of the road, pavement, into the land.
Correct.
Thank you.
But you could set that to be anything, 75, 100,
Right,
200,
so-
110, whatever you want.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, there are other things that you can consider too, right? Requiring that any of these properties be developed, that we know that right now, currently only one side of Betsy Carson has a shared use path or sidewalk. And so that you can make requirements that any parcel developed, they have to put in a multi-use path. You know what I mean? And so that gets some of the things that can be required there.
So what's the process for introducing the overlay, and who would be the natural stakeholders to support that, and who would be the likely, interests that would have a problem with that?
Number one, I think the Johns Island Task Force has interest in this already. It would be a benefit, I think, to where I know the Conservancy has had interest in conservation projects. In order to introduce this to the county, I think that's a conversation that staff can have with staff at the county. But I think at the end of the day, the elected officials would kind of also push staff and say, hey, this is a priority that we can look at. I know that county staff has just begun, I think, in the north in Mount Pleasant area on another overlay. So sometimes it's always dependent on the resources there available to what project they're working on. Like they passed Maybank Highway first, and they worked on Main Road, and those kind of drag two different planning processes, because in the long term, you would ideally want, in this case, we really don't have any significant impact other than our town property, but in those other examples, you have multiple jurisdictions, right? So you would want the city of Charleston and the county of Charleston to adopt that same overlay district. So no matter what parcel, whether you're in the city or the county, you would be subject to the same standards. And so in this case, I mean, annexation has not been a conversation, but where we are today as part of the town and any other properties, Betsy Carson, that same thing applies.
So I guess I'm asking a little bit more kind of practical question. Let's just assume that today we think this is the greatest ice since last bit. Let's move this.
Let's send a formal letter from council recommending to county planning
Well,
staff.
so kind of that's part of my question, just from a kind of a legislative strategy standpoint. Is that letter from Toki, or is that letter from Toki, Seabrook, Johns Island Task Force, the Conservancy, Low Country Land Trust, Coastal Carolina League, and everybody else at the same time? And should we reach out to Jenny Honeycutt, part of that process to see if she's on board with it? That's the kind of thing.
I think stakeholder engagement is critical to getting any legs of this moving forward. So if Seabrook can get on board, that would be ideal. But I think the property owners on the lower end of Johns Island who see benefit in that, you would want them on board. So I think reaching out to, I think the task force can help in that. But ideally, you want all of those persons to say, hey, we've made a case, and we're going to the county who control that to say, okay, we want you guys to take this up?
It's really all of the above.
Yeah, I think all of the above, and particularly given some of the comments we've heard from Honeycutter and perhaps others, that, yeah, if it's just the town of Kiowa Island pushing this, it's just those rich folks down there on the end of the island, and what do we really care about them? So,
I mean, that's kind of the conversation with the Main Road Corridor project that we've heard those same things. So that's just say aligning ourselves with other entities will be key. Continuing the development and design standards amendments. This goes back actually to the second thing here, listing us reviewing
I'm
our
sorry,
ordinance.
John,
Oh,
just to
okay.
go back to that. Is this something, you said you were in contact with your colleagues in the county. Is this something that you could begin the thinking of what a document, a letter would look like? You know, start to formulate what they would be looking for, sent from this.
I mean, I've had soft conversations with county staff on this in the past, and most times it's just been the bigger ticketed items, right? Main Road, Maybank Highway, and so it kind of not on a priority list. But I said if we are able to get more buy-in from a broader standpoint, I think we can maybe push up the priority list in saying that.
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of just talking, you know, if we began preparation of a document that would begin to set parameters, boundaries, criteria, da-da-da-da-da-da. You know, we could get our own little dog and pony show and go, we can go talk to John, we could talk to the two Johns, Task Force, Seabrook, begin to.
Yeah,
begin to have something.
I can put together sort of
To
a,
me, I didn't, you know, those are words, I'd have to have you explain them, but if you gave me something that, you know, began to spell that all out, that would be meaningful when they received it. So I know you're up to your eyeballs with stuff to do, but that, you could just kind of put that on your list.
yeah.
John, could you help us on the prior page and the two more that are coming, help us a little bit understanding your timeline for these initiatives in terms of completion?
For the analysis.
Well, for this page and the following.
Okay. Yeah, so for the development agreement analysis, I would imagine that this could be completed before the summer. Really, I think last year it took, I think, a couple months. This one might have a little bit more, and that's because I'm actually pulling raw parcel data, and actually permitting data, so it's coming from several different sources. So I would say that's a two and a half month or more. Regarding the regional planning, that's just a continued effort. On the Main Road Corridor project, because that's so connected to the political winds that be from the county, that's more unpredictable. But as we get information from the county, just recently, I mean, we then begin to have our internal team. And that team was kind of me, Dan, a couple representatives from Seabrook have kind of said, okay, what would be the next thing for the town to take action on? And so that's kind of a moving target, if you will. I think the next updates from county staff on that project will have include, based on what Jenny Honeycutt said when she came out here last fall, is just them dialing down to what the two ideal projects could move forward. The second one, I think that's a simple, I can prepare the sort of a letter or a outline of the benefits of why this is important. That can take a couple weeks to just put together a letter that can be used to circulate into introducing this concept to our
End of February?
Yeah, that's definitely.
You all may know this. John is recruiting. We're trying to get another planner. So
Yeah, it's been a struggle.
Maybe you share this with everybody. Just want these fellows to know that this is a concern we had quite a while ago, and just haven't been able to find the right candidate.
The other ones? Huh? So this first one is listed as development and design standard amendments, and is connected to, I think, a bigger picture of what was mentioned earlier, of us really assessing our current standards, our zoning, our code, And are there anything that's missing or needs to be updated? These are two that just have been listed from last year or that I've added here, but it's a broader context of just not just a tree protection ordinance or not just a sign ordinance. But, for example, we've installed our short-term rental ordinance a couple years back. Do we need to evaluate, make any changes there? We just recently did that, looking at the noise ordinance, making amendments. So that's sort of a continued regular process. But what I would say from council's, my ask as staff to council is setting the priorities of which one of those few ordinance that can come outside or independently rather of our broader context of updating the entire zoning ordinance. So we know that I've heard tree protection ordinance is a significant priority, so that probably would be number one as us updating or creating a development standard. But are there others that take priority outside of us looking at the holistic zoning code? That's maybe something to think about. You know, I mean,
Maybe something to think about. I don't know that off the top of my head I can give you the top three necessarily, but, you know, certainly a tree protection ordinance is something we should start working on. And again, as I said earlier today, Brad made a cut at a draft of that, may to polish it up a little bit from a format standpoint, but the content, no, but the content I think is what's important. And, you know, so, but I think it's a great start. So maybe we.
and I mean, as part of this, right, the other part of that is being able to, once we have new ordinances in place, make sure that we have the capacity to kind of enforce those things. And so
Right.
that's another component to think about when we.
And you had aspects of that in there, so.
Well, and it does. I mean, those are the questions. It was simply kind of a starting point for discussion, but there's no question, and this is going to come up in some of the finance and budget-related conversations and some, you know, questions I have generally about kind of where we want the town to evolve to from like a staffing and capability standpoint. You know, we've talked about public safety officers, whether contracted out or bringing them in-house. But yes, if you go down this path, the ARB, if you go down the path of the tree ordinance, potential additional head count that we'd have to think about. Can we recruit the right people? Do we have the resources? And those are all questions I think we have to evaluate.
But I think it's part of the work group we discussed this morning to come up with probably more of those ordinances that we are missing or that needs to be changed. Would you envision, John, in that respect, and let's take just these two examples that we have on the slide here, would you envision that we then again have something like a work group like we had with the noise ordinance, or is, for example, drafting the tree protection ordinance something you can do within your department?
What I would say, we remand it to the Planning Commission and kind of study, and the Planning Commission can present a recommendation. Typically, that method of practice would involve a work group anyway, and so, yeah, that would be sort of the route I would take. Oh,
In terms of looking at development and design standards, is there anything that you guys would like to add that deals with resiliency in terms of,
I mean,
the tree protection, but you can look at different things related to rain gardens or just different other stuff that may be more resilient, and maybe the MMP, some of the things out of that would be incorporated into that.
yeah, so, I mean, linking in the marsh management plan, there are several recommendations that are listed that ask us to look at specific ordinances, and so that could be one that we bring to the priority list. I mean, stormwater, impervious surfaces, all of those things that we've had the same standards on the books for several years, and so do we need to amend those accordingly? So this is somewhat connected to that, right? The how of how we do that. So within our amendment process for any standards that we do have, we know the sort of governance structure for Kiowa varies or is different from standard municipalities where Conservancy or KICA, and so us having public, private, all those nuances create, and I use the word difficulty, but it creates a challenge for us to simply unilaterally just improve a standard zoning ordinance, 1, 2, 3, how I would have seen that in other jurisdictions. And so when it comes to, I think the advancement of some of our ordinances or practices, one of the things here is being more targeted in our collaboration efforts. So we do have resources, for example, the Kiowa Conservancy, and we've done historically partner with them to help us research different things that gives us insight to decision making. And so this slide just kind of asks ourselves, what are things that we can utilize entities on and off the island to specifically address any of our strategies and goals that we want to accomplish that comes out of our comp plan. So for example, I'm thinking about the marsh management plan right now. So there's a list of recommendations that are in that marsh management plan. And I kind of probably went too fast here, but one of those recommendations is to develop the Kiowa Island Entity Executive Committee. But essentially that's a collaborative effort to ensure all of our stakeholders are on board with marsh management strategies, and that they're taking the ownership as part of their organizations to make sure that we're seriously, to Stephanie's point, looking at from a resiliency standpoint. So 2 things that are listed under that second bullet there: protecting the Causeway Bridge on the Kiowa Island Parkway and assessing bulkheads and berms across Kiowa. When I say targeted collaboration, maybe it's us utilizing the Conservancy, say, okay, when there's an opportunity for us to fund the Conservancy project, opposed to, I don't use having a blank check, but we want you to focus on these things because this is connected to our long-term goals. And so how do we partner in that way? Maybe it's the Johns Island Task Force and saying, okay, you have a more direct contact or thumb to local residents on Johns Island. Here's one of our long-term goals and strategies. Can you assist us in this effort? So it's just being more intent in using our area stakeholders for our benefit of our long-term goals. Trying to think here.
So, John, on protecting the Causeway Bridge, I'm assuming you mean the one that actually comes across the Kiowa River. Isn't there another bridge is it Hallover Creek?
This one here?
Yeah. It's not ours? No, it's the state's. Oh, okay. So do they have a plan to protect that bridge if it gets washed out in a hurricane?
No, I'm sure your plans look at us.
No, but, you know.
Yeah, but you're right, that is big, they're talking.
I mean,
And that gets back to my point earlier about the resiliency fund, and have we had conversations with the state to actually understand?
Because it'd be nice for us to fix our bridge, but if you can't get across this creek, it's kind of for naught.
Sure they have a plan, except you can find out what that is.
Yeah, I mean, DOT's, oh, Brian, yeah, pass the cheese. Yeah, man, I think in the grand scheme of things, I mean, the way DOT operates is based on needs assessments, and so I think they might do just evaluations across infrastructure, and from time to time when it's beyond a certain status, then they'll make those improvements, but
As far as a catastrophic loss, surely they have a plan.
Oh, yeah, they have a plan.
yeah, yes.
We just need to get a copy of that.
John, if I follow what you were alleging, where you were going with your discussion, it gets back to somewhat Andy Capelli's comments at the last council meeting and the inclusion of that paragraph or whatever. Are we a voice at the table, or are we the voice at the table in terms of trying to direct, whether in this case the inter-entity executive committee, or more of a what we're going to tell, but certainly encourage, the Johns Island Task Force, whether it's properties, whether, take a more forceful position relative to some of these things, because to date, we've been, a voice. Sometimes we don't even get a voice, but
Yeah, I mean, I would put it on two different tracks. I'll start with Johns Island. I mean, historically, it's been tension between property owners of Johns Island and Kiowa for a number of reasons. And I used to have this conversation with Dan all the time, Prickett, of how do we mend that relationship and how do we ensure that the leaders of Kiowa are able to have a conversation with not just the elected officials, but the residents and property owners. And that has to be done in a strategic manner. And then the other part of, I think, do we have a voice as far as that committee? I think we are the voice, and that was the idea of the Planning Commission Council, that we need to take lead in this effort. And from the community engagement, when we did have our charrette and our consultant team working with the different island entities, I think that first day when we had folks in this room talking about, okay, what are the options, what can sort of be the long-term challenges, I think everyone's aware of those challenges and opportunities, is being able to say, okay, now what do we do with these opportunities? And so I think people are on board. It's just, I think, putting it to paper and say, taking the lead from the town's perspective, yeah.
We have to, I'm not speaking to, just commenting, but we have to be careful of that also, because to date, our criticism has been, we're just protecting Kiowa. You know, it's as though you really don't care a hoot about us, but you just want to do what you do just to protect the island. So when we talk about our, you know, and to be quite honest, much of the engagement that we've had with Johns Island has been through volunteer efforts. You know, just this hugely compassionate group of people that live here and their volunteer efforts, but we really haven't done anything more than that. So we have to, if we have to step up to this, we have to be willing to say what we're willing to do to really encourage, engage Johns Island, Wadmalaw.
So, Mayor, I think that's a very good point. I don't know if we've ever hosted here the Johns Island Task Force, and/or just take the lead in hosting a town hall meeting where we affirmatively reach out to Johns Island stakeholders to have just a conversation about mutual interest in the lower half of Johns Island. And we're not trying to sell anything there. It's just trying to build those bridges. Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. I could think of a couple of meetings where buying this property, building this building, the room was filled, but it wasn't filled with a sense of collegiality. It was, you know, it was filled with anger, and, you know, you're moving into Johns Island, and we were in the,
Can I ask another question?
Oh.
What does assessing bulkheads and berms mean?
So this
I know
was.
what that is, but I don't
Yeah,
know what the words mean.
so in thinking about how do we utilize these other agencies, this was kind of specifically thinking about the Conservancy and maybe a project that we can consider with them. So in our marsh management plan, there's a recommendation for us to, I don't use the word eliminate bulkheads, but really think about how the practice of use of bulkheads can be much more resilient and sustainable with using living shorelines and those types of things. So it would be good for us to start that process by knowing how many bulkheads we have out there, where are they at, what are the conditions, are they permitted, are they unpermitted? And so we really don't have sort of a real bank of what's out there, and so maybe that's a project that the Conservancy or whoever can help us with.
Okay, so to make me understand, so as part of the implementation for the marsh management plan, we would ask the Conservancy for help. And either they can deliver it directly because they have done research in certain areas, or that we would need to kind of contract or finance, you know, their research to help us to understand, for example, how should we deal with this area south of the bridge to protect the marsh? Because at the moment, this area is in disarray, right? When you look at this, I mean, I'm happy that in September we put this ordinance in place to stop, you know, commercial kayaking from there, et cetera. But when you look at it today, it's in total disarray. It's part of the management plan to, you know, revitalize this. How are we doing this? This is where then the Conservancy would come in and help us and give us recommendations. Second point also, it's not only a question about, you know, how many bulkheads we have, et cetera, but help us to give clear recommendations to the community when they should use, you know, a bulkhead situation and when they should use maybe more environmentally, you know, sensitive ways of protecting marshland, right? Those are the areas where I would also think that the Conservancy can help us, give input, and then we can convert that into either recommendations to the community or even real ordinances that would govern that.
Yeah, and additionally, that committee that structure that you'll see coming for you next week, I mean, that is kind of the brain trust, if you will, of ensuring that a lot of these recommendations move forward. Because we'll have the players in the room to be able to say, we can speak to the environmental concerns, we can speak to the land use issues, we can speak to all the different nuances, property values, et cetera. Yeah. I only have one more slide, and it just talks about the challenges of getting all of that accomplished, which I think we've made aware. Brad, I know you don't like the word maze of caves, so I'll try to not use maze of caves, but I meant our internal communication with all of our stakeholders and external communication. It takes a lot of coordination. There's a lot of people who have decision-making authority, and I think how we coordinate that will always be a challenge, but I think as long as we target that coordination, I think we'll be fine. And the last thing is I think community...
This is excellent, John. I think I'm going to talk to Jerry McGee. You could be the first suggestion. I think the association board would welcome listening to you and going through this. There has to be a whole lot of information that I don't know how they would know all of what you're doing or what's been done or what you plan on doing. I think that would be very helpful.
And then the second part of that is just continued education and involvement. I used to make a joke when I was at the county about the county staff had to travel from North Charleston to Kiowa for planning and zoning meetings. And we would always say, okay, we need to be leaving here by X time to make sure we beat traffic to get out to Kiowa for a BZA meeting or planning commission or whatever that may be. And when there are other meetings, like I mentioned earlier, you would rarely see Kiowa residents or property owners drive to North Charleston for engagement. And so us now having planning in-house, if you will, has been a light for me to be able to see and talk to residents, to hear the engagement. So, and then the other part of that is, I think it's been mentioned, just the amount of information that's out there, just ensuring that it's accurate, ensuring that people are aware of the historical implications of decisions that are being made, that have been made rather. And so I think I wrap there. I don't know if there's any other questions.
John, can you share, maybe you're saving it all for next week, but I'm a little concerned that if there kind of isn't previewed, that I want to make sure it's a productive discussion regarding the whatever you call it, the IIE or, the KIIE.
Yeah, we're going to have to come up with another shorter name for that. But that committee, I think, will now, or at least how I see it operating as another standing committee. And I think just a preview, I guess I'll go through the structure of it, where the town is essentially the lead player in that. So we would be able to ensure which organizations are part of that committee. Right now, we've listed a number of those. We would ask that those agencies, entities recommend who they want to participate as part of that. From the town, I've recommended that members of our Planning Commission and Environmental Committee be part of that committee. And then whatever is sort of birthed out of that committee, we would want that to go to all of the different entities to say, okay, this part of it you need to get approved through your board or whatnot, but there are some things that the town can do today without the need of that, but we still want to use that vehicle to communicate to the other agencies that this is what the town is doing regarding the marsh. So trying to think what else from a structure standpoint that I can highlight that's.
And one of the issues we talked about before, maybe you just answered that, but just to clarify, is whether this is a
Recommending
decision-making
yeah.
body or recommending body.
That's a good question. I think it still might need to be vetted, but I think at the end of the day, it's probably a recommending body, because I don't think that together they would be able to say unilaterally, we approve this for whatever property on the island. So I think, in short, it would be a recommending body to whatever organization that has that decision-making authority. And when it comes to a zoning or, a development standard, we know that that can come through the town, that maybe that committee recommends that, hey, this needs to go get approval from the Environmental Committee and Planning Commission. Now we created a new ordinance, and that just goes through our normal public hearing process. But if it's something where it's talking about property values and all that, I don't know who's that decision-making authority, so maybe that needs to be vetted out a little bit more. But I think, short, I would say it's a recommending body.
And one of the other things we talked about is some of the external organizations. I don't know, kind of in the initial part of this, the focus have been on the Kiowa Conservancy, but I mentioned before, particularly the Low Country Land Trust, since I believe they own a lot of the marshlands on the other side of the Kiowa River, on the Cacique side, and possibly Coastal Carolina League as well, but at least the Low Country Land Trust, are they, as you contemplate that they're part of this?
So I listed pretty much the Kiowa stakeholders as part of the main structure of that committee. The only reason because this was birthed out of marsh management plan, which we really just targeted Kiowa adjacent marshes. But I don't see that this committee could say, okay, we want the Low Country Land Trust to come in and be a part of this. So I would leave it up to that committee to say, okay, which external partners do we want to bring in? But I would.
Well, I don't know that there's any competition, for example, between the Kiowa Conservancy and Low Country Land Trust on, acquisition of assets.
And that's what I said, I would want it to stay home before we send it out.
But again, I kind of appreciate that in one respect, but again, we're talking about protection of all the marshes around here. There are some that are on this side of the river, close to, as well as Hall River Creek, that are around the town here, that are off island, and one of those stakeholders, I believe, owns a good chunk of that.
And what I would say to that is that, when I've had conversations with the Conservancy, and as part of their strategic long-term plan, they want to be able to go beyond just Kiowa proper. And so I think, not to single out, we don't want to work with the Low Country Land Trust or anything, I think that benefits an internal partner that say they would kind of have a recommendation that maybe this is beyond our capacity, so we need to reach out to the Low Country Land. But
And I think also, Brad, let it develop, right? We should not forget that this committee, however we call it, hopefully something much easier than that.
It's the K group.
John, is first of all really our platform to implement, to really make an impact, right? To come up with ideas. For example, how can we convince property owners, okay, to chip in and convert existing concrete driveways or portions of it into permeable surfaces, right? Just one example. So there's a lot of stuff in the marsh management plan right now that really needs execution, and that's what this committee is about, hopefully, in consensus, by bundling all the different, just this example of permeable surfaces. That's something that we can initiate, but we need KICA for this. We need the Conservancy for this in terms of their knowledge, etc. Hopefully, this committee will drive to a conclusion and a consensus, and then push it out to, so to speak, to their owners. To KICA and others to help us really making this happen. The more we are adding to it, can only slow us down in the beginning. So we need to be a little, thoughtful, how big we are going to make this, because the bigger we make it, the less it comes out. And there's a lot of stuff that really has high priority for us to get done quickly to protect our marshes.
That makes a lot of sense, and that may be where you want to end up. The only, I guess, not counter-argument I might make to that is this a unique opportunity with a stakeholder who's clearly vested in our immediate community to build a bridge with them, invite them in, and not make this seem Kiowa specific, when we may want to have their support for going out to the DNR on a no-wake zone, or dealing with issues along Hollover Creek or further up Kiowa River.
It can be. I'm just saying, let's see how it's developed, right? Let's do it step by step. Let's not, put too much shoulders, among this thing, because we want to get stuff done. Okay. Also, in that context, actually, John, when you look at your marsh management plan, and again, asking a little bit about the timeline, what do you want to get done out of the marsh management plan by the end of this year? What would you like to see implemented, completed
first,
at the end of this year?
If we can get in this first quarter, this committee structure nailed down, that's priority. Beyond that, I think as far as the impervious surfaces recommendation, I think there's a short-term path forward, but from a long-term, that was one of the biggest conversations during our community engagement, the changing of the ordinance based on existing properties and future properties. So what I'm thinking about, just the process of getting buy-in to achieve that. And so that would be my priority, I think, because that'd probably be the toughest hurdle to accomplish. I think the bridge is honestly the shortest distance, even though it might take some time, but I think it's the shortest distance because it's a tangible project that we can utilize to showcase that we're serious about. So I would think leading with that is an opportunity. One thing I didn't mention, there's not an example of marsh management plan. Folly Beach has done a marsh management plan, but there's no guidance on this from the state. And so we're essentially kind of leading in this process of what marsh management is. And so I think if we're able to identify a few low-hanging fruit, like a restoration project on a small scale, to showcase that this is an opportunity that other communities can model, I think that sends us forward, and we can use that to then get buy-in to get the rest of the plan accomplished. I don't know if that, from a short term, I think the committee and the
And I would say, and don't forget, in terms of being able, how we can incorporate that around the bridge area, when we talk about the marsh management plan in this committee, the town already has this Grow Native initiative. So a number of things that we have in place, we might be able to kind of pull all that together and use that as kind of a showcase. So working with the Wildlife Department Environmental Committee and Marsh Management Plan, I think you can come up with a fairly good project fairly quickly.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, John. Yep.
3 minutes?
Well, you were just walking out. Bye, bye.
Bye, bye. Amen.
I know. I'll keep it short.
You may try.
Okay, thanks. So the retreat is typically the kickoff of the budget season. Today, you already heard John, and tomorrow we're going to hear my colleagues with their initiatives and projects or requests. And this is how we're going to build our budget based on the directions I get from you. So the next Ways and Means, we're going to review in details revenues, the budget revenues. The following month, in March, at Ways and Means, we're going to look in the detail expenditures. There's a few more steps between. There is state accommodation tax meeting where they're going to recommend their recommendation to you for the restricted state accommodation tax funding. And finally, in May, we'll have the first reading of the budget and adopted in June town council meeting. And by law, we have to have adopted budget before the new fiscal year. So just want to give you a timeline and to help with making decisions with those priorities and projects. I want to prepare a long-range financial plan that, again, will help you to determine and provide basis for your policy decisions and resource allocation. This projections that I prepared, this is just a baseline that assumes pretty much the same type of service that we offer right now and the same revenues at the same level with no increases in revenues. And just to, I mean, there is a lot of benefits of the long-term strategic planning, but I'm not going to go into details because I think everyone knows how important that is. So to start with,
Dorota.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, first of all, yes, you're absolutely right. I only have two suggestions as it relates to your prior page. Okay? I think we need to do a 5/10-year projection because we really need to understand the point of, a lot of people call it build out of the island, whatever that really means. But, you know, a point where we can clearly see that the construction activities will go down. And that's maybe not happening in the next 5 years, but I would assume at least that could happen in the next 10 years, and that will have an implication, at least on our top line.
Okay.
On our revenue. So that's
On
why,
the revenue side.
Exactly. That's why I think, you know, having at least some kind of an outlook, maybe not as granular as you would do the 5-year plan, but at least somehow to do it over 10 years, I think is very prudent. And then what I think we also need to consider, what I would propose, is that we are looking at a best case and a worst case scenario. That's what, you know, I was always used to.
Yes.
When I went through your documents and your outlooks, etc., for me, this is probably more on the best case scenario side, right? And this is nothing bad, but I also would like to know, you know, what happens if, you know, we have another financial crisis, we have another pandemic, we now have a shift in preferences of tourism. I mean, we can make different assumptions and then start to understand how sensitive actually our budget, especially on the revenue side, is to those effects, right? That's why, you know, a worst case scenario or kind of a more critical scenario, whatever you want to call it, gives us information, you know, how much exposure we have if something doesn't go so well.
Yes.
On our revenue side, that would give us implications on how we need to deal or how we need to look and think about, you know, long term. And it will also impact, of course, our capital funds that we have already talked about so much. So I want to have a little bit more granularity, not in the sense that this is the truth of the future, because we don't know, but playing around a little bit with it and understanding how much, for example, of our revenue would need to drop on for example, the building permit side to make us, be either not profitable anymore over the course of the year, or really maybe even see our capital funds drop. I want to get a better understanding about those turning points.
Yes.
Right? And that's why.
Continue that thought, 'cause I think it's a good idea. The other thing is that if you take business licenses as an example, if we were to have a massive construction slowdown, it's going to affect our building permits. But there's also a lot of contractors that are going to go out of business, which is going to impact our business licenses. So it might be interesting to understand of our business license revenue, what percentage comes from what class of trade, if you will? What of it is construction-related businesses? What of it is lawn care businesses? What is it that's pest control businesses? Because I think that, to your point, if you have a slowdown, then it's not just a permit slowdown.
No.
It can manifest
I
itself
use
elsewhere
permit,
as well.
exactly. I use permit only as an example.
Yeah. So
I want to know the sensitivity
which helps if
of
you know
our
the class
P&L
of trade.
to those effects.
Yeah.
Well, I
Because
carry
it will influence then also the necessary discussions, as we learned also this morning from our community members, the discussion about what are we going to do with all these funds. Right? And I want to be very sensitive about this because there's a big number right now on the paper that makes everybody, excited. That might look different in 5 or 10 years from now.
Right.
And I would like to at least somehow have a feel for it.
Yeah, to continue that, though, and I think Rhoda and Jim, the firm that we use that does the metrics on the beach, if there would be some way, it was mentioned this morning, I'm not sure I fully agree, but if we were hit with a Category 1, if we were hit with a Category 3, we were hit with a Category 5, if there's, getting back to this whole issue of sensitivity, all of those things notwithstanding, to me, I view that as the greatest risk. And I think I mentioned that in my podcast, if you paid attention to what happened in Florida just last year. But his point, and I don't know this, what would we get reimbursed? Well, I know we get reimbursed from FEMA, but so those would be some, looking at a graphic of sensitivity. If we were hit by Category 1, what could the cost be, when we would get reimbursed, et cetera, et cetera. That would be interesting because the implication was you're sitting on this cash and he didn't come out and say it, but the implication was you're sitting on a lot of cash, which we are, and I've heard enough about hurricanes. We haven't had that big of a storm. So that would be helpful if Coastal Science, maybe they can give some help. Maybe you could talk to the people from.
But we actually have some real numbers.
So I
because
have
we've had
some
to do
number.
beach cleanup, so we already have some.
And I do have some number, actually, I can share right now because Dr. H. already asked me to pull some information. So, for example, where Hilton Head was hit with Matthew, it was pretty much 1.1 per square mile for a cleanup.
1.1 what?
Million per square. TB Island was 800,000 per square mile. I did reach out to Florida. I couldn't find, because it was so recent, so they haven't published, there is nothing in the financials yet. I reached out to the finance departments there. I haven't heard back, but hopefully for the meeting that we are gonna have on expenditures and in March, I'll have that a little more information. But with the Kiowa being, what, 15 square miles, right? Yeah, about 15. So if it's $1 million, it's 15 million, and this is just for a cleanup.
And that money is not insurable? It's out of our...
No, sir. No, sir. So, well,
We funded from
FEMA
by FEMA,
reimbursement.
right?
So, yes.
Which is also something we need to understand in that picture.
Yes, so FEMA is normally for, it's not for public, it's not for private islands. However, sometimes they do run programs that the private islands can apply for. But also, we need to it's not 100% that they reimburse you, and also, it's usually 2 or 3 years after. So you have to come up with the money to pay for a cleanup, and then you apply for possible reimbursements. And
So in our situation, what's a
For math-
ballpark percentage of reimbursement?
What was Matthew? And then FEMA also, it typically ranged, when we did FEMA, For Matthew, because each storm
It's different.
is different. So under Matthew, FEMA allowed what was called the Private Property Debris Removal Program. So municipalities that had gated communities like Hilton Head, you can apply for it if they offer that program, but then you have to sit and wait for a long period of time before they come out, before you can get started cleaning. But during that time, they had various tiers, so essentially they incentivized the faster you clean up, the more percentage you would get. And I want to say that it started off at maybe 85% or 80%, and then it can drop down to 75% and so forth. So again, it's different, but then you have to make sure you document, and then the cost at the time, we were using, we had some contracts that we had established with the last storm, and we essentially got dinged and we get any reimbursement back because now they're requiring that, or not now, but they're saying we should have had a monitoring company and a debris company. So for any storm moving forward, if we want cleanup, before we get started, it's going to cost us money to bring in our contractor, Philip and Jordan. So the expense could be greater than previous years, and then it takes a while before it gets reimbursed back. I know we have been,
And there's a
Yeah.
difference.
we lost an appeal for
Just-
Ian.
Yeah, I just want to, it's not a guaranteed
No.
thing,
Right.
as
No.
we've recently proven.
And there's a difference between cleanup and renourishment.
Oh, that's completely different.
That's
Yes, I'm
completely
just
different.
talking
So-
cleanup.
So when we renourished the beach by the ocean course, that was millions of dollars. And $3.5 million. And that was just up that neck of the,
The little
of
piece,
the island.
yes.
So I mean, it's a tough one, and that's what we're.
So you can burn through 20 million pretty fast.
Yes, sir.
Oh, exactly.
It's possible to estimate it. We can make an estimate. There's no reason why we can't.
No,
It's
that's
historic-
what
yeah.
That's what
Well,
he's proposing.
Yeah,
yeah, we have the numbers.
Two.
We do this
Right.
assessment, look at different elements that flow into it, make assumptions, and then we know. And because I want to make sure that we really understand how much of those 20 or maybe sometimes 30 million is really disposable,
Well, 100%, was
or
it?
usable.
Yeah,
right?
We may not get a Category 5, but we're going to get Category 2 in the next 5 years, 3.
Well,
It's going to
Oh,
happen.
the
exactly.
last couple of years, and what we can do
It's
is,
going to happen.
we can dust off, so, I'm not sure, I believe it was under the former mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, the town did do a risk assessment, and we have that document. Dan Prickett was in charge of that, so I'm sure if that was under you, but we have that, and we may be able to build off of that risk assessment document that we sat down, Gerald and
Yeah.
myself, Mr. Prickett, and 3 years ago or so, yeah, so we can take a look at that.
And
So,
just,
although I don't want to extend your list further, but I would propose number 9 on your list is to give a little bit of help to Dorada and have one or two of us work with her on this.
That's 9.
assessment.
No, it'll be 9.
It'd be 9.
I think it would be
Yeah.
number 9.
It would be 9.
and
Work
just,
with her on this and help us to really understand more
9.
about those potential risks.
9.
Betsy cares an overlay process.
just write
Or
that
just
down,
one
the question.
informational question.
Yes, sir.
The 15 square miles, I should know this, is that Highlands area? Because, I mean, 76% of the town's, the island's total area is actually marsh, water, and open space. Okay.
Please do, because I just took it from Google.
Upland acres is around 5,300, so that's around.
Could you speak in the
Right.
microphone?
It's that 15 may be a little higher
Yeah.
in calculating that.
All right, so upland acreage is around 5,300 acres, 640 acres per square mile, so it's 8.5 square miles of high and dry ground.
But that's what we need
So
to
I
look
will,
at.
yes, I will use that, but I just want to give you an idea for the storms that we had past, 6 years, just the cleanup, and there was really not a lot of damage, as you can remember. But, for example, Dorian cost us $765,000, just a cleanup, the debris cleanup. The Irma was $423,000. And you probably don't even remember those storms because they were really, there was not a lot of effect, but
So I apologize for my ignorance on this. How does that, Doesn't Kika bear some cost and cleanup as
No,
well?
this is what we come up with. We paid, the town paid that.
Town, not Kika.
The
No,
Kika
not
does
Kika.
have some cost, but what we're referring to is just the
I'm just
cost that
referring
we,
to what
so
we
the
have.
town, we do everything that's public, so from the roundabout to the first gate and Beach Walker and the beach is our responsibility. We,
700,000 just
Yes.
for
and
that?
then we
2.5
have
miles?
we have an MOU agreement with Kika relating to storm debris services. So the town would do initial cut and toss. We cover that cost because we can get reimbursed back from FEMA. We've also, through the island, we do the initial cut and toss. And then we've also agreed that once we get through from the initial cut and toss, we would then, we cover the cost to do pickup. So when owners put their debris out, we're picking that up and covering that cost. So with all of that, then that's where,
Just from the
that, and then
storm.
also to remove the debris is included in that cost because we use the resort area, we have a debris site.
And like I said, I'm just giving you an examples that really that money can really be gone very quickly. And just another example, as Stephanie mentioned, we work on this emergency plan, and it's part of that. So we do have, in case, in the event that the bridge goes down, we have an estimate for temporary bridge, which for 2 lanes is about $1 million to bring that thing here and assemble and reassemble for 8 weeks. Every additional week costs money, and of course they're not going to build a bridge in 8 weeks.
Right, every additional week after 8 weeks is $17,000 a week.
For a week.
So someone's initial cost of $1 million, that's just to bring
Just
it
to bring
here
it
and
and take it
decommission
down.
it. And then after 8 weeks, we start paying an additional $17,000, I think, a week.
But what's excluded from the values we just heard would be the lost revenue for tax, which would be, I don't know how to estimate
Which
that. That's
would be
a big
huge.
number.
So exactly, and we talk about this too in the event that the island would be closed in a big hurricane, and then we would help rebuild the island. We can then relax the building permits, business licenses to speed up a process, so we can, for a year, we can operate without any revenues.
So go back to Michael's original thing, if you took these different levels of storms and said, what is our financial risk at each of those levels, it would include all of those things.
Yes.
In terms of what the overall financial risk is, or exposure is. Yep.
And we would make assumptions, right? We would say,
Yes.
or we could say, category 3, 4, 5 is taking out the bridge, and 1 and 2 is
Right.
not. I mean,
And in some of these assumptions and risk assessment that we did, we also met with our bond attorney to say, if the town has to go out for a bond, what can we do without having to go for a referendum? So we have that cost. We even have built in that if we had to do, you can impose an emergency property tax, but you have to sunset it. We've actually put in, so we looked at a number in our risk assessment document. We looked at all those different things.
I think the other thing to emphasize, I know you'll be listening to my podcast. I mentioned, I'm not sure if it's half, but a substantial portion of the reserves that we have right now is due to the unpredictable nature that took place these past 3 or 4 years. It's not like we've been sitting on $20 million for, 10 years. Look at 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We made a lot of money these past couple of years.
Yes.
So that's my point, as unpredictable as it was the last 4 years, so we weren't as though we were just conservative. Who knew we were going to get this influx of people, visitors, and home builds, and all those types of things? How do we know what the next 5 years will be?
And the other thing we need to consider is that if a storm, regardless of category, hits the island now, and the last one we had that required substantial cleanup was 3 years ago. If you look at all of the development that's occurred in 3 years, there are way more roads that we would have to do cut and toss on than we did 3 years ago. So it's almost automatically the cleanup goes up because we're cleaning up more space.
Fair point.
And all that Ocean Park area and all of that, and again, because we didn't want to cut many trees down, those roads are going to be a disaster. And so we just need to think about, I guess again, my point, $20 million seems like a lot of money, but
it's not.
It's not.
And like I mentioned, this is just a baseline. This is like the best case scenario without even excluding any capital projects. that I know they are coming. There has to be some improvements done to the beach walker, and like I said, tomorrow we're going to hear some more projects. But anyway, so this is just like really a baseline to just give you an idea that if everything goes really well without just normal operations like we have, at some point, the general fund will be taking from the reserves, actually. So, but anyway, so to start this, I just want to give you like a very quick overview of the history, how the town has done.
Sorry, just,
Yes, sir.
if you could just pause for a minute, because I'd be interested in, we're not going to solve for this now, but the flip side of the question that Michael and the mayor and John posed, which is not just a sensitivity analysis on the revenue side, but on the expense side. And I'm going to have a series of specific questions.
Sure.
You know, and I kind of approach this, since I'm kind of new to all this, I want to look at it from like a zero-based budgeting perspective and kind of really understand in kind of a corporate context, what are fixed costs, what are fixed variable, and what are pure variable, and what is kind of the minimum amount that we need to spend to provide essential services.
Yes.
And how much other stuff, you know, if it became that, you know, an issue, you know, consultant contracts, agreements, and things like that could easily or relatively easily go away if necessary.
Sure.
We don't have to go through any of that now.
Yeah, and I actually want to go with this one step further, right? I mean, when you look at our P&Ls over the years, and I don't mean this in a negative sense at all, you know, have added and added and added, right? We have never been in a situation, you know, that many corporate environments go through, you know, trying to figure out how can I actually save money, right? By cutting cost in a positive sense by improving productivity, right? So also this aspect for me is very important. What are maybe better tools out there to simplify some of the processes that today take a lot of, you know, manual work and could be done in half the time for half the cost. So when we do this, I think we need to look at all of these different aspects, including the question, are we actually spending the money that we are spending wisely? Not only is it proportionally correct, so to speak, but also, you know, is it really correct that we are spending that much money on certain things, right? So I also want to approach that from a productivity into cost-saving kind of way.
And I assume there's going to be an opportunity kind of now with the process, and I think you're going to get going, because I would like to understand the trend lines and the variability and some specific revenue and expense items. I'd love to have a conversation about that.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. And like I said, if this, you know, the time will, because we on a, you know, shorter time today, but we have a detailed discussion of revenues, and I will have that 10 years, then I'll try to get this I'll have it for this Ways and Means, but absolutely, your questions will help me develop it better probably, and if I need some more information to you know, to present at the Ways and Means meeting. But
Are we able to go over some of these today?
oh,
at
absolutely.
fairly high
Yeah,
level?
yes, sir. But just historically, what I want to show you is that except for 2 years, where the COVID year, where we were under, and the year where we finished, when we were building this building, every year our revenues exceed expenditures. So luckily, we were able to put into the reserves rather than take from it. But like I said, the COVID year was the first year that we actually have like the crisis, that we did have to, we were in a budget season at the time where the COVID was in full, and we had to prepare the budget, present the budget. There was really the minimum, the bare bone budget, and we were able to do that. Then we end up finishing some projects. That's why there was a deficit, but we presented the budget. There was pretty much balanced budget, zero. So the other thing that the long-term projections help with is to reassess our policies, fiscal policies. We do have a lot of accounting policies, but they mostly for operational purposes. But we have 3 that relate to our fund balances. And one is that we will keep our fund balance at least at 30% of the expenditures of general fund. As of the end of last fiscal year, it was actually 231%. Luckily, we have that reserve in the general fund, which gives you an idea that if we close the operations, we can operate with the operating expenses for 2.5 years. But 30% is in our policy. We cannot go lower than that. We also have 2 other policies that were adopted by the council a couple years ago to create a capital fund and emergency fund. So 20% of our revenues from local accommodation tax and hospitality tax are transferred to those funds. So, and they are designated for those purposes. So in terms of talking about reserves, they are not to be used for anything else but for emergency fund and for future capital improvements by the council ordinance or resolution.
And there's no magic to those. Those were things that we did. We didn't have them before.
No, that's right.
So I think
that was actually the
new
mayor,
council,
mayor's idea, or he wasn't a mayor. Your idea, that was your idea.
Well, but there's no magic to it. Or it's magical. Change it. I mean, increase it. These are discretionary things that policies and procedures and practices as we go forward that we can set up along with the financials. And they're just, there really isn't, maybe now, I don't know, but there really isn't any guidelines that you'll get from other, the municipal association and things like that. There just really wasn't a great deal out there. So, especially in communities such as ours, which is as financially secure as probably many, if not all, communities in South Carolina.
Yes, and just to give you an idea, so it was, as of the end of last year, the capital improvement or future capital improvement plan, which also originally it was set up for a future beach renourishment, because they go in millions. The estimates, we don't have one now, right? We don't have a timing for the next one. It looks like every year when they do the beach assessment, looks like we don't need one, but when it comes, at some point we were thinking 3 millions. But anyhow, so it's at 5.9 million, and the emergency fund has 860,000 in it.
So can I ask a question? We're in fiscal 2023 right now, right?
That's correct.
Halfway through?
Yes.
So if you look at, is there a way for maybe the Ways and Means Committee next time to look at what our fiscal 2023 budgeted revenue numbers and budgeted expenses were versus where we are year to date? So we can tell if we're running ahead of plan or behind plan?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I already have it for Ways and Means.
Okay,
I sent it to Petra. I was a month behind now because normally I have them in January, but now with the materials being need to be available earlier. So, but I'll have it for February meeting. Mm-hmm.
Do we have, as a matter of course, quarterly variance reports?
Yes.
Yes, they quarterly, and normally I present them a month after the quarter end, but it's going to be 2 months because I can't reconcile, in time.
Just as an update, because I look at the numbers right now, so we are quite notably ahead of budget in revenue year to date, and are actually doing pretty okay on the cost side as well, below budget. So yes. I think there's no risk at the moment. Dorota, could
Yes,
you help me to understand 3 items? First, personnel cost increased notably, especially in the last 2 years. I know the answer, but I want to verify. Could you explain us what capital outlay includes? and then the safety and code enforcement related cost.
Yes. So.
And the debt service, please.
Sure. So the personnel, we pretty much grew from 18 to 23 people. So
No, but especially in the last 2 years?
18 to
18 to 23. And just to give you an idea, for the personnel cost, that includes everything, the health insurance, retirement. So just an example, for a 35 salary, it's $52,000 total cost, with the FICA, retirement, and health insurance.
So, to kind of follow
And
Michael's
then
point,
I
I mean,
think-
it's been about,
And we can just add to one thing that Dorota didn't probably point out is that probably the increase is because staff went a year that didn't receive an increase. So it may
The
seem
1
like
year
it was
is
a
a
big
jump.
jump because during COVID, we weren't sure about our revenue, so council made the decision not to do a salary adjustment for staff. So it may seem like a big jump from 1
Okay,
year
1 year.
to 2 years.
actually, I was less focused on the 1 year, the point that Michael was raising.
No, I
is
was,
that-
I was.
Yeah, I was talking collectively,
the-
collectively.
So there's been, and this kind of gets to the issue, kind of zero-based budgeting, or kind of what are our overall growth and operational assumptions, because our geographic footprint hasn't expanded here in the town. Our population count has expanded modestly, but in that 5-year period, fairly modestly, there hadn't been that many new homes built, but our personnel cost have gone up about 85% in 4 years, which seems like a lot. So, relative to the growth of the island. And so just trying to understand kind of what underpins
Yes.
a fairly substantial, there's got to be more than just adding 5 people, because that, you don't get nearly to $1.2 million addition in 4 years with the addition of 3 people.
So some of it was actually the initiatives that came from the council. For example, we put a lot of efforts in short-term rentals, in enforcing it. So we increase. This is just example of one person. We added a staff that is pretty much dedicated just for enforcement of short-term rentals. Then it came another code enforcement officer.
But it looks like there's a separate line for,
But this is, if it's a salary related, they in there. It's in personnel.
so what's the difference between?
Code enforcement, the separate line, this is the contract that we have with the beach patrol. That's the one that was in front of you. So we have 2 contracts with them. One is for the enforcement on the beach, and one is for the code enforcement. So this is just strictly those 2 contracts as the separate line items. All the personnel that is on our W-2 people, they included in that personnel cost.
So one additional person
Then,
plus the 300, starting, went up from 144 to 300,000 for code enforcement.
There was just one example, but another initiative, or, with the growth of the construction or commercial construction on the island, we had to hire a new inspector because we had only one residential / commercial, but we needed then him, the one that we had, he spent more time on the commercial projects. So we had to hire a new inspector, building inspector. So that's another person. So I'm not saying this was just one initiative. There was a number of directions from the council.
The-
I'm following you. I can't follow the math. 1,755 to 1,492 in 2017. It's almost 17%.
No, 1.5
Maybe
to
to next year, to what's going to be.
We are looking at 21 at the moment.
I'm just looking at 21. 1,755.
This slide is until 21.
at least the line I'm looking at, personnel cost in 2019 was 1.5. And the total personnel cost in 2023 is 2.7.
Yeah, but Mr. Belt is looking at the history and the slide from 2023. You don't have it on the history. So
Two different pages.
Actual 21 compared to actual 27.
he's 23.
19 to 2023.
19.
It's two pages.
2021,
it's-
22, it's 4 years
And
difference.
so over those 4 years, I mean, I understand those people I think that you're talking about, that's the added 5 head count.
Well, there is still more. I can explain.
No, I'm just saying,
yeah.
are those all at the added 5 head count?
Yes.
And I'm saying, it doesn't strike me that added 5 people adds $1.2 million to personnel cost, but maybe it does.
Well,
That's what I'm trying to.
Then there was also the salary raises.
so there was,
I'm trying, but I looked to kind of decompose that because it seems about 85%.
No, but that's what she said, Brad. I think when you look at 23, which goes one column further, this slide, because this slide ends at 21, is basically the additional headcount, but also the higher rate of increase because we haven't had any increases in 20 and 21. So it's basically a double effect that adds to this. If it's still adding up to that much is something we need
Again,
to-
as I'm doing the mental math,
which
it
is
still
probably
doesn't get
something we need
close
to
to
look
the,
into more
it
detail
still doesn't get close to the $1 million.
and also, well, I can probably just come up with a better table to show you, but just please remember to every year our retirement goes up 1%. FICA hasn't changed for that time. Health insurance, 5, 7. This year went 23%. So it is an aggregate of a lot of items, but the main driver is increasing personnel that brought, with benefits and increasing cost of benefits. It came up to that number. However, I'll be happy to have like a little table just to explain better so it's transparent.
All right, thank you.
Okay, coming to the other questions that Russ and I had.
Yes, so the code enforcement, this is a contract with, what do you call it?
Barrier Island.
Barrier Island, yeah.
Yeah,
And
Island rescuers.
For years, they have this set amount, and they approached us last year, and there was
But that's for the beach control.
It's two separate. There is two separate. They do have beach patrol and they have a code enforcement. It's the same company, and the contract amount for beach patrol went up last year pretty steep. But for years they haven't made a change. Capital outlay. So when you look at
But back to the code enforcement, it's still, this conversation came up in the Ways and Means Committee meeting, but the beach patrol I kind of get. The code enforcement is another 300,000.
So we're going to talk about that on Tuesday. I met with them yesterday on what accounted for that difference.
Yep.
And so I said, I need you to go through the categories of expenses and what your history is on what those increases were. And we need not to then say, oh, well, then that's a 40% increase. I need to know it's 40%, but that's how many absolute dollars, so we can account for a difference of $100,000. And I said, until we understand what that is, so like, for example, if you're, I'll make something up, this may not, I don't recall exactly what we said, but let's say equipment cost went up 10%, but equipment cost is 40% of their expenses. That 10% is worth more than one that went up 50%, that's only 2% of their expenses. And so we tried to break down the percentages in dollars to account for where is that $100,000.
And I kind of get that on the beach patrol side.
Well, it's the same on the code enforcement.
There's equipment on the code enforcement?
Well, I'm just using that as an example. Yeah, there is.
Vehicles.
There is equipment.
But, okay.
And there's uniforms, and there's training, and there's all kinds of
Fair
stuff.
enough. But I guess what I'm trying to understand, we're spending, I can't recall, I should and I don't, is that code enforcement the part that the beach patrol, they're kind of dual hats? Is that one person or two people? I can't remember.
it's two people from the afternoon, because
5 to
our
1.
code enforcement covers till 4 o'clock, or right now to 6. We have one person, but they start from 4 to midnight, I want to say.
5 o'clock to 1 o'clock.
Okay, so I got that.
And so that's just, the question in my mind, it obviously is, are we spending $300,000 for code enforcement in the evening? Is that a reasonable expense
And that's a great question, and I think based on what they're gonna talk to us on Tuesday about, you'll be able to answer that.
Well, even apart of whether they can justify the increase, whether.
There's two parts to it, can you explain where the 100,000 comes from? The answer is yes, and then, are we getting a value for that money? That's a different that's a question we need to decide.
Question for
Right,
ourselves,
exactly.
particularly relative to how many code enforcement officers do we have on payroll?
Two.
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 And they just
And-
work during business hours right now.
What's that?
They just work, yes, during business hours.
And I don't know what our total outlay is for those two. My guess is it's significantly less than 300,000.
Oh,
Yes.
probably, yeah.
Paid double.
Correct.
That 5 to 1 o'clock.
Because they're,
Daytime guys, you're really just looking at their salaries.
Right.
You're not looking at any other things the town provides for them, like
Vehicles and-
stuff.
yeah, all that.
It's not apples to apples.
Well, it should be, because those costs should be rolled.
Yeah,
the
because
cost
they've already
center.
paid those
figure out
costs.
what they are.
But the cost for a person that works from 5 to 1 o'clock in the morning is very different to somebody that works from 9 to 5. Right, so we should not forget that either. And hiring and finding even people that are willing to work on these.
Those are all legitimate questions. I'm just posing, my initial reaction is, wow, that's a lot to pay for evening code enforcement. That's
And I think, yeah, yes. And so Tuesday.
And it is, and just keep in mind, because it's probably a lot to pay for evening code enforcement, but one of the things that we did in our short-term rental ordinance, as you know, is a rental application fee that's paid goes towards that cost of our evening code enforcement. And that's one of the things we had talked about, was that with our evening code enforcement officers and our short-term rental compliance clerk, our short-term rental application initial thought was that, and it did cover that cost. But now, because the costs are increasing for both our W-2 and our contract employee, we haven't raised the cost of our short-term rental application. So it doesn't cover, it's not covering it at 100%. But the idea was that it was covering those costs.
You said it was 2 people, but that's 7 days a week. Is it?
No.
It's only.
Well, for the staff, it's just 5 days a week, but
The
for
night people.
our night people is 7.
Right, so isn't that effectively 2 crews? Because you're not going to have a guy hired on to work 7 days a week.
Oh, we don't know. We
Right,
don't
yeah.
know
Those
they
are
schedule, how
effectively
they
2 guys.
schedule.
Yeah, they schedule, they're still,
It's 14 man days.
Yeah.
What I'm
3
trying,
weeks worth of-
right, but what I'm trying to impress upon Michael and others is that, you may be thinking of what a standard cost would be for a guy working a 5-day work.
oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, you
Yeah.
can't
This is
compare.
actually a guy working, 2 guys working 7 days
days
a
a
week, which
week.
is going to be.
Right.
It's 3 people, 3
Or 3 people
FTEs
or-
3 or 4.
versus 1.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
4.
That's
And of course, one of the other main reasons why we brought on board an evening code enforcement officer is during the short-term rental discussion, a lot of owners said to the town, we, need to do a better job in enforcement, and we need to have people after hours to enforce, to do the enforcement. So instead of hiring,
showed when those, violations take place.
right, and
After 5 p.m.
right, and so we did do a comparison, and we looked at if the town were to hire staff and have them work the night shift as opposed to the contract. And at the time when we did the assessment, we felt like we already have a relationship with Beach Patrol. They've done code enforcement for us in the past, that we would start down that, we would go ahead and hire contract instead of hiring in-house employees. Because one, we weren't sure if it was going to continue, and we didn't want to have to bring on staff just to let them go, all of that. So it was kind of a pilot program that seemed to work, and we've just, continued on.
One of the other issues related to this expense, and then I'll leave alone this one, but I think it, again, warrants a conversation, because this is another instance, and there are others, where there is some overlap with KICA. Because in fact, some of our rules and regulations are the same as KICA's, and KICA also enforces those.
Except for our short-term rental, they don't enforce our short-term rental regulations. KICA does not.
I'm not saying the short-term rental regulation, but a lot of I think our short-term, we're characterizing as short-term rental, they're not simply enforcing.
They do other code enforcement.
Correct.
Yeah, they're going
Correct.
other code enforcement.
Correct.
And if there are towels over balconies or bikes left out and trash cans left out and all that, those are also KICA covenant rules and regulations. So people tend to call KICA for a lot of those.
One of the biggest differences is that if you have towels over your balcony, and Kika comes and says, please take those towels off the balcony, then you say, okay, fine, and then you don't move them. And then they come again, they say, please move those towels, and you say, okay, fine, you don't move them. Kika has no enforcement capabilities.
Well, they have finding authority, and they've started writing, you know, at least for parking, they've started writing.
They don't have any enforcement capabilities to a tourist that's there. We can write a summons to a guy that violates policy.
No, I absolutely get that.
So that's one of the reasons that we're doing, that's the reason Kika doesn't do our parking code enforcement for a short-term rental, for example. So there is a difference, but I think if I can get you to hold your thoughts on that particular item until Tuesday, because then there's two parts to the decision. One is, do we understand what the $100,000 difference is? And number two, are we getting a value for our money? And those are two questions Tuesday we all need to answer.
And just to clarify, the first year it was just half year, so it's only 150,000 going to. Since they started with us, they came with 300,000 contract, and it was for a couple of years. It was just the first year. It looks a little skewed because it was half a year. The capital outlay. So the 2017. This is where we constructed this building. So this is construction, and also to answer Mr. Burden's question. So how we financed this building was we took a $3 million GO bond. We paid it every year for about $330,000 until 2019, where the rates were so low that was just better off to pay it off, and we paid it off and have known that.
$2 million.
That's correct. Yeah, that was a payoff of the that's a payoff of the GO bond.
And that's characterized as a capital outlay?
In our well, just so.
That seems like this. I mean, that seems like this is an operating expense.
No. Well, yes, but there is a lot of differences, and maybe for you business-minded people, it's going to be a lot different. So there is, you know, the fund balance is pretty much equivalent of retained earnings, but you need to forget about capital assets, and you need to forget about long-term liabilities. You will not show them on any of my paperwork. You will show everything is going to be, there is no depreciation. Everything is a capital outlay. This is cash basis pretty much. Even if you'll see the audit reports, you're going to see a section that is accrual, modified accrual basis. You'll have two separate statements that will have like cash basis without fixed assets and long-term liabilities, and the report that you're going to see every quarter, or the one for the budget purposes. So that's what it is, capital.
So we don't have long-term liabilities, for example, pension benefits?
That's the only, yes, we do have, that's the only one, but because it is a liability, but the chance, well, it is a liability that was maybe like 5 or 6 years ago that started being required to show on the statements. Before, the municipalities didn't have to show it even on the statements. So right now there is a statement that you're going to see it, but we don't really pay anything, towards. We don't reserve for it. It just shows on one of the statements in the audit report.
And so there's no depreciation on this building, on vehicles, or any other?
No, you will see it like I said, in the audit report, you're going to see two sets of statements. One was the one that you used to see in your business world, and the one that is municipal accounting. So this is all cash. So that's why capital outlay, so, paying $2 million for this building is just expensed. And
Even
the other,
though you finance it?
That is correct. So and also the bond, or the bond we got, it was also shown as a revenue. It didn't never show on the liabilities. It was shown as a revenue, $3 million of revenues. Well, this is how it is cash basis.
My pea brain is struggling.
But anyhow, so in the other capital outlays, we have repaved the parkway, and that was about a little over $2 million. And then we landscaped that parkway. That was like 800,000. So this is all those are the big projects that we have that are part of capital outlay line item from the past. Just to go now in a little bit of a
I'm
detail.
sorry, there
Yes.
are a few other questions on
Yeah.
these items. Again, just kind of significant variations. You know,
Brad,
yeah.
it would help if you tell what page you're looking at. so
I'm
we're
sorry,
all
I'm
on the same
kind of
page.
flipping back between 1 and 5. So it's the older historical stuff and then.
The cost comparisons, I
Gotcha,
guess.
catching up. So on page 1, the interest, when interest rates fell off the map during the pandemic, went from 361,000 down to 40,000. Is that what that is? Just kind of going to a zero rate environment?
Pretty much, yes. So I know there was a couple of comments today about our investments, and like Mr. Lowry mentioned, Charleston, for example, 80% of their funds, which is almost 80 million, is also in the same LGIP that we are, along with other 2,000 municipalities. It is a mechanism that we're using right now. It follows pretty much the Federal Reserve rates. So when they were really down, that's what it was. Right now, today, we're at 4.6.
So, I agree with some of the comments made that we should evaluate other options. I mean, certainly the state pension system, pension fund, doesn't invest in just that. They invested, well, actually under the new treasurer, they may, but they didn't used to. They used to have, alternative assets and, mixed portfolio.
Yes, no, absolutely. But when you look at some of the organizations on the island that have the statements available for public use, you'll see that actually they have unrealized loss for last year because how the stock market was. We didn't have a loss, we have revenue.
Well, if you're just basically in cash, yes,
Exactly.
I understand that.
So there is a yes.
Yeah,
and, like I mentioned, we're pretty small finance department that we can, of course, use a investment advisor to.
And also, as a reminder, didn't we bring in counsel several years ago, had us bring in a company?
Group. Yes, we have a work group that was built actually from people with a pretty strong investment background. And by looking at different options, they felt like the LGIP is pretty comfortable. And
No, I was referring to when we paid, was it like $40,000 for a company to come look at our investments and give some?
the BNO, that was, it wasn't really worth the money. But another thing that may be a lot different in governmental world comparing to your experience is the first is safety, second is liquidity, and the yield is the third. When you look at the priority of objectives, when investing the public money, that's how it is.
Well,
that's what it is.
Again,
No,
the state
that's what it
pension
is.
fund isn't invested in the LGIP.
Is it in?
It's not vested. The state pension fund
Mm-hmm.
is not invested in the LGIP. It has a much more, state pension funds, by and large, tend to take on a fair amount of risk, whether they take on too much, but they're not just invested in cash or near cash assets.
Well, I think the point is, you're on council now. You want to bring in another advisor, you want to bring up another work group, that's fine. What Deruta said there, this is what we've done in the past. We have advisors, we had work groups, right? Finance minds on the island, have more. I mean, I don't think it's a matter of looking back and saying what we should have done. This is what we did. And I think, speaking for Craig, if he's watching, that's what we did over these years. I think moving forward, who knows what the landscape could be relative to all of these things.
And that's a good point. I'm not inviting that conversation right now. I
Yes.
think that it's perhaps a worthwhile one to have. I'm very interested in the projection. You're projecting in 2023 budgeting just 35,000 in interest, and then 800,000 next year,
so,
and then
yeah.
it falls back off?
Yeah, so.
What is that?
Yeah, so when we budget, as you recall, we look at the calendar. So we look at the revenues in February. Last year in February, it was before all the 7 increases that the feds increased. At that point, and all other revenues were very conservative. We felt we go with the staff goes with the directions of the mayor and the council, and really, or March even, we really didn't know that the rates are gonna jump up that high. We knew they're going, but this. For a couple of years now, after COVID, we were really conservative and really wanna better be surprised in a nice way, have more revenues than less. So we were, it was really underestimated, but at that point, we just didn't want to,
So what's our half-year interest this year so far?
the half, 400,000 or 500,000.
So even though at 35 is what's budgeted, we're already at 400,000.
That's why we're way over.
Oh, yes, yes.
So the 35 doesn't really mean anything.
No, no.
And so that's kind of now why you're projecting.
That's
year-
correct.
next
Well,
year even.
I'm using just the Fed treasury bills.
Okay.
What's projected for the interest. At that point in March, the interest was almost zero,
What's the year-to-date?
Year-to-date is basically 4.
or 400.
We budgeted for next year.
Yes.
Okay.
But like I said, the budget was done a year ago, and at that point, the treasury bills were at almost zero. So we knew it's coming, but no one expected at that time it's going to be that much.
Yeah, I mean, halfway through a year, a column headed budgeted fiscal 2023 doesn't really mean anything. It's really
No.
budgeted compared to actuals.
And so budgeted.
We always want to have the surprise and delight when it's better than planned, right? Than the other way around.
Consultants, there's been about 150% increase year over year, at least from budget of 22 to budget of 23. I assume this is some of these new consultants like Lou Hammond and others that we've brought on board, in addition to ones that already existed.
Yes.
The
So
marsh management plan, I would assume, it's the comprehensive plan, I would assume.
I'm sorry.
Under
In professional
Professional
services.
services.
So professional services, it's attorney, our attorney, or additional attorneys, and auditor. That's those two items. And the consultants are, we through the years, we get a lot of ad hoc projects that they not discussed during budget.
And so that may have been Kimley Horn, that may have been.
That's
Lou
correct.
Hammond.
So,
Right.
So Michael, what's the year-to-date consultant number?
Web management.
Web should be under Arts
180.
Council.
So,
Yeah, it's about,
If I'm
yeah,
About
not
on
losing my
track.
line.
They pretty much, the expenses this year are pretty much within the budget, in line. There will be a little bit in legal fees, there will be a little more in legal fees.
And so I just kind of looking forward, I guess you need to, in a sense, put in a placeholder going forward. You put in 300,000.
Yes,
kind of
yes,
flat line.
yes, so this is a place.
Although, I mean, usually consultants, or most consultants, are kind of one-offs, and it's not, whether or not we have re-up some of those or have new ones, we don't really know.
Right.
That's just a placeholder.
Correct.
always
During
like
the
to have a
budgeting
continuing
process, we have exhaustive discussions like this, and Garuda is armed with trends,
So, and
numbers.
there is a lot of placeholders, actually.
there's a lot of that, so-
Unfortunately,
You do get a real-life crack at all of this relatively soon.
oh, yeah,
And speaking of placeholders, actual, it was 167 in '22, budgeted more than 2 times that, well over 2 times that, and you kind of flatline that placeholder going forward.
so other, it's a contingency. We usually do 100,000 in contingency. This year, I believe we did 200. If we knew of something possibly coming, we'll increase it, but we put a contingency for 100. Then there is banking cost, which is about 120,000. That's part of other. Banking and merchant cards cost. Those are the big ones.
What required you to go up almost 2.5 times?
And what year are we comparing now to?
Actual 22 to budgeted 23, from 167 to 404.
Let me quickly think about this.
115.
Let me, I need to look that up. I can't remember, honestly.
And that would be discussed during the budget, when we start
Yeah,
that end of this month.
We'll look
And
into
we'll have
details,
that
but I'll
information.
make a
I
note.
think this is for the next couple of months.
Brad, if you have, of course, those things, if you can get those to myself or Dorota, we can come prepared with those lists, because we just don't have the
Just
breakdown.
The last one for now is, the detail on that one isn't important. I'm curious, infrastructure, actual 330 in 2022, budgeted almost 3x that, 900,000 23, and then nothing budgeted for infrastructure, not even a placeholder for going forward?
So that's why, that's what I said. This is just a baseline, and I said I haven't included. I know there is some projects that are going to be presented tomorrow. As far as emergency that we need to fix holes, that's more as a maintenance that will go in the maintenance line. So there will be some projects that you'll hear about from Brian, and then I will add so this is a living document. This is not something that we're gonna stick to and you're gonna.
So future capital projects have to be added in, is what I'm hearing.
That's correct, yes, and that's my goal from, like I mentioned, to the retreat is usually like a kickoff, and we'll give some guidelines for me, like what do you want to do in the future?
Okay.
Right.
That's very helpful, thank you.
Yeah. So just very quickly now, our revenues, we operate on the funds. We have a general fund and 8 special funds. The special funds have restrictions for how the money can be spent. The general fund is the one that is pretty much up to your discretion how you can spend it. And how the revenues from the general fund are generated, you'll see on this graph, and this is based on the 2020 actuals. So majority of us business licenses, building permits, franchise fees, solid waste, sales tax, and the federal revenue was the money that we got as a part of American Rescue Plan, which was help with the COVID, like the individuals got the stimulus checks, the businesses got the PPE loans that were forgiven, the governments or municipalities or counties got American Rescue Plan. We got 880,000 of that in 2 tranches, and one was received last year, and the other one was received this year. So this is not a revenue that we normally get. This was just, but I just want to get a picture from last fiscal year. And just very quickly, with the building permits are the fees that we collect for providing the pre-construction plan reviews, issuing permits, and the construction work, and for all the inspections. The fees are based on evaluation of the projects, of the total project, and the building permits were usually very strong, and because the economy is strong on the island. So, but we do project that it will finally slow down with the build out. So just looking at 5 years, I assume that just based on the average how many new homes we've built in the past, I'm assuming it's going to be about 90 homes per year, and the building permits for a new construction are much higher than for renovations. So for the new construction, it's approximately 10,000 per new home, and for renovation is about $750 per project. So when you look at the projections, I'm still projecting that it will bring about 1.2 million for a couple of years, and then we'll slow down to $1 million. And then I will continue those projects. I will extend them for 10 years, so we'll probably will see a decrease in that revenue. We also have special projects that bring a lot of revenues. This is just a one-time revenue, and there are some special projects in the pipeline that we expecting building the permit revenue from it. The timing of it is not really known, but I'm projecting that we're gonna get about 300 for next year and the following year. And this is on the two projects that we know that are coming, and that's the Beachwalker Commons and Beachwalker Lot 1. The business license revenue is it's the fee for every business that is conducting business on the island. The fee is based on the type of business and the gross receipts. Just to give you an idea, last year we have issued about 1,800 standard business licenses with the average cost of $1,400 per license and about 1,400 short-term licenses. We also collect about $400,000 in the application fees for, as Stephanie mentioned, they pretty much fund the code enforcement. And the municipal association, they collecting business licenses for insurance companies and remit to us. And that was about $500,000. And with the pretty much steady growth of that revenue, I'm projecting it will still keep growing because the prices of services go up. There's inflation. So I just did a 3% increase for every year.
I would suggest highlight these in your book, and when you come to these meetings, think about that. We've had many discussions about these line items. What does the crystal ball say? Wonder if instead of 450 new homes over the next 5 years, there's none, or 100, or, that has huge impacts
Yes.
on all of this. Wonder instead of 400 renovations, there's, every one of these, so we can do sensitivity analysis relative to hurricanes and ones and twos and all that kind of stuff. These are somewhat like that, but this is, and it's so difficult now because of these past couple of years. It just changed everything in terms of looking at any type of a trend analysis. It makes a difference. So please look at these, highlight them, think about them, and then when we start getting into the budget discussions, well, anyway.
Well, Mayor, it's not just building permits. The license, the revenue from license, you think about I assume that's the result from the disparate is for partners, Kiowa Real Estate.
Oh, of course.
When you have
Yes.
$1.2 billion or something of sales and the gross receipts associated with that, that was a kind of a one-time.
Of
But
course,
it
Brad.
relates a little bit to a conversation we had. And
Yes.
Kind of share that. State law specifically allows for the municipality to require audited financial statements or tax returns.
Yes.
To be able to demonstrate or prove
Yes.
Gross receipts. Do we require that, or is it self-reporting?
So it's self-reported. However, we do perform audits. And how we do, it's like I do businesses, and my colleague Krista, she does short-term rentals. And I just pulled that from her. She did about 80, and I did over 100. But what I have done is, so far, is they are random audits. However, I generate a list of businesses that report the same amount for 2 years. And I mostly did the class 8, which is construction. And I went to like the lower, I mean, it was randomly generated by a targeted, the one that have 2,000 or 3,000 showing for a gross receipts. And we've collected about $40,000 based on this audit. So they do then, when I audit them, I require either tax returns or sales tax returns or some kind of documents to verify whatever was reported to us. So we do that, but we do not require, while they're applying for a license, any proof of the income.
Would it be worth considering businesses of a certain size or certain revenue level or gross receipts level to provide
So
financial statements?
I think,
say be preparing those in any
so I think when it comes to I don't think we can, it has to be equal. It has to be from everyone, or we can't just single businesses. And just please remember that with the number of licenses, I have 3 staff people working on it. We have 3 months to do that. Some of them have well, so there is business, it's 1065 is Schedule C, it's 1120, it's 990. Some of my staff may not have knowledge to verify, to know what to ask for.
I guess that's why I was suggesting by whether it be worth considering amending our ordinances, and you raised an issue that I need to look at under state law, to simply require audited financial statements from entities of a certain size or certain receipts level, because they would have those documents in the ordinance.
Yes, but a lot of them too, just they do businesses in multiple locations, and the one that, or just simply on Kiowa, maybe, but there is really not a lot of those. A lot of businesses, they provide us a tax return, but in addition, we ask for every amount or the gross receipts they reported to every other jurisdictions they do businesses. And it is doable, but the time, I'm talking about 3 months, a lot of businesses, there is no time to verify before you issue the license. It's just a process that you would have to, for example, Charleston has an own auditing department. You will have to have a person that will be just dedicated to do that. I mean, it's doable, but...
And again, I don't want to create more. I'm just thinking, like, for example, by far the 2 largest businesses on Kiowa Island.
Oh, so you're just asking those 2?
Resort
Yeah.
partners, and I don't know how many others rise to a certain level. The mom and pops. No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just posing the question.
Yeah, I don't know if just singling 2 businesses would be, I remember even when we were working with the municipal association or getting some advice when we were trying to do the caps and for rentals, there is a discussion that, you can single just one group of people, or so. I don't know to your question. We can require it, or we can make it. We can audit the businesses.
And how about, Dorota, I would say, because you can't probably answer that now, but we understand this question, and we can always reach out to the municipal association and just say, this has come up, this is something that we can or can't do, and just provide that information.
I would be surprised if that you're not signaling businesses. You simply say, organizations with gross receipts.
Right, and they it just so happens that for us, it may be only 2 or 3 business, but just kind of make a note and we can look into that.
Yeah, I can ask that. Let me just very quickly. Okay. So the next.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yes, sir.
So I was under the impression, but I now see that I obviously must have misread. So I thought your increase, for example, here 3% business license revenue increase is by volume, but now you seem also to say that we increases our fees.
No,
No.
no, there is no increase. This doesn't.
Because that is the right thing to do.
Yes, no.
That was my assumption. Now I just feel like you're wording it in a way that,
No, what I meant, and I apologize, I meant that the services probably went up. So when you were paying for landscaping, $500 for your yard, now it's probably 600 because inflation, the cost went up. So the
but not
gross
our
receipts.
fees
No.
went up.
Yeah, no, there is no
I just wanna
increase
make
in
sure
those
that-
fees. But one thing that Mr. Bell mentioned, so what the actual for 2022 was, we were at 3.5 million, but that accounted for a amazing year for real estate company. And, everything was just blooming. So I reduced that to, for my projections for 2.8, I just excluded those gross receipts for some of those big businesses that I know, well, hopefully they will have the year like this, but so it is reduced for the projections.
And you may not have reduced enough, I mean, we'll see.
Maybe, yeah. Well, this is just based on the assumptions. So the best I can come up with. So, no, just to move that. Franchise fees, that's another revenue source. So we have franchise agreements with Berkeley Electric. They pay us 3% of gross receipts, whatever they collect. We have it with AT&T and Comcast for cable and landlines. It's 3%. And we have one franchise agreement with the beach, for beach services, for the chairs and umbrellas. And that's a contract that we bid out every 5 years, and the winner came with that revenue. So he pays us either 30% of his gross or 300,000, and in the past was more than 300,000, a little more, like 320.
Is that 3% standard
30.
across municipalities?
So-
Say the 5%, you go up to 5%.
Yes.
Is that by agreement, or is that a function of ordinance or
It's
state law?
it's an agreement, so it can go up to 5%.
Let's say
per-
that 5% cap under the agreement?
State
or
law,
is that
no.
under state law?
State law is 5%, but the agreement right now is 3%, and we can change that, but we need, of course, with some notice, and will not be effective until next year. So,
We know what, Sullivan's Island, Mountain.
I know that
Three.
some jurisdictions right now went through it's 3, but through the
Like
city
Seabrook.
manager's listserv, is that the communities here that I normally talk to, the coastal communities, they are talking about going ahead and increasing it to 5%.
to 5, yes. So that's why I want to mention, not that I'm proposing it, but there is an opportunity to, and just by doing that, I feel like I have it somewhere, from 3 to 5, I think it's like 260,000 in franchise fee with,
I would
we
just
go.
be very careful here, because one thing is clear, we increased by 2%, guess who's paying for it?
Oh, it's gonna
right?
go for
It's
customers.
all of us. So let's be very careful
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Okay?
I was not.
So,
Recommendation, simply a question.
Don't think that the electric company will pay for that.
Oh,
We
no,
will pay
no,
for that.
of course you
Okay?
will. You'll
So,
see the charge.
Yes.
Directly or indirectly, transparently or not.
I'm just like giving you an option, that there is an option if,
And there is no franchisee from Key Island Utility?
no, it's, we don't have, the Berkeley, I believe it's for use of, right of way and their equipment. Key Island Utility doesn't have an agreement with us.
I mean, again, it would be ultimately a pass-through, but I mean, is there a reason why we're charging a franchise fee to one utility and not the other? I'm just curious.
I would say that's something to put on the table for us to take a look at, because sometimes you have, of course, development impact fees set initially on, but, I would have to look into, we would have to look into that.
Whether it was a considered policy decision on one and not the other.
Yeah. I'm not sure if
I'll
it
put it
was,
on.
it
I don't know.
predates Dorota and I, but we can look into it.
Yeah.
If there was a policy decision, I don't know.
And another one is the solid
Do they
waste
have a
collection
business
fee.
license? I'm sorry, do they have a business license fee?
Utility company?
Because I'm thinking when it was under the partners, it may have ran through like maybe it was a business license fee, and when it came out, maybe we just didn't charge them a business license fee, because the others
Oh,
may
no,
not.
that was
But
the
we can look at-
franchise fee if we charge them, but
Yeah.
they do have a business license, but.
But the franchise fee is dramatically
Right, it'll
Yeah,
be
there's-
higher.
yeah,
Right.
that-
Mhm.
magnitude.
Oh, right, because it's by percentage, but yeah, I was just
We
thinking
will
that
look
could
into
be-
that
we'll look
franchise fee
into it.
with them. I don't know that.
Again, I'm not suggesting we need another source of revenue, and it's ultimately passed through.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys.
You,
I'm not interested in paying more, but,
But let's keep that in the backhand.
okay.
It's an expense item, somebody else's.
and the solid waste, so the town assesses a fee for collection of garbage and recycle and yard debris. This is really not a revenue maker because we paid about 1.1 for it. It just, we charge residents and businesses for extra service. We do provide the curbside for free, but we do charge for any additional service such as backdoor or just backdoor, and we do pass the full cost to the rentals and businesses. The interest income we talk about is.
On the trash collection, a number of people mention this in our neighborhood. I'm not sure if it's true elsewhere. I'm not sure we pay any attention to this. Supposedly they come on Monday for trash and Wednesday for recycling, or vice versa.
And then for debris.
But it appears that many days they just combine them. And I just don't know, literally, people say all the time, what's the purpose of my separating them into two cans? Because they throw them both in there. And I just don't know
If they're coming 2 separate days, then why do people think they're being combined? Because one day.
I can't
Oh.
answer that question, but people say,
Yeah.
they came in and they've got both of my trashes.
Oh.
I think maybe when they miss to put it out one day, then they collect both, but.
Keep in mind, they take it to Charleston County. Charleston County is not doing the recycling anymore.
Yeah.
It does them no good to pick it up somewhere. Because
That may be what's going on. Okay. So, but then we should think about just commingling.
they do come to our house twice.
They do?
Trash and look for recycling.
Yeah,
We
me
don't
too.
recycle our stuff, and so,
Okay, all right.
Well, we did talk about interest income already, so we're going to look at that possibly. But anyway, so on this next slide, you'll see just those projections. So you pretty much see a flat, a little bit decrease in the building permits, but nothing dramatic with the assumptions presented. For the special revenue funds, so we have number of restricted revenues, and the biggest one is state, the special revenue funds are pretty much supported from the charges for accommodations, which is 13% on the island, and hospitality tax that is charged at the restaurants or grocery stores. The biggest contribution to special revenue is the state accommodation tax. And we did talk about this earlier today. This is 2% that the state collects, and we get about 85% of that amount. And this is the most restricted money. It has to have additional levels of overview. There has to be, by law, we have to have an State Accommodation Tax Committee who reviews the applications or how that money, proposals, how the money be spent, and then recommends to town council. Ultimately, it is town council decision, but there is additional body that helps to determine if those expenditures qualify. Also, it has to be spent within 2 years. And also, there is another level of restrictions. Every year, I have to report to the state expenditure review committee, and they double or triple check if those expenditures actually qualify for, pretty much it has to be spent on promotions and safety of tourists. Just like really, just basically. We'll talk about this a little more into detail also during the budget discussion. And when you see the recommendations of the state accommodation tax, they will come to you in April.
So just, and again, it gets very confusing on what these buckets these can fall in, but if it's used for safety of tourists, how much of our beach patrol expenses and other,
Yes.
Sheriff's office.
Yes.
The sheriff's office comes out of that, the state aid tax from the town.
Sheriff's office?
Beach patrol is what our applications
So we
are.
do, every couple of years, we go through this exercise that we try to determine the number of tourists on the island compared to the residents. I did it last year or this fiscal year, and I came up with the 70%. It was based on the information I collected from all the management the big management companies. They gave me the
Occupancy
nightly,
rate?
yes. Oh my God, what do you call it?
Trying to say occupancy rate?
Yes,
Occupancy rate?
occupancy rates, 70%. So that's how I come up with it. With this, it was about 70% occupancy rates based on the resort, the big companies. Pam or it's not Pam Harrington anymore, but Acres Ellis, Kio Exclusive, Vacasa. So that's how I came up. And
what's the baseline of that? Is that the number,
of registered voters.
What I guess what I'm saying is, let's assume this isn't necessarily the case, that all 2,000 residents are here.
Yes.
365 days a year.
Yes.
Plus, the other 80% of part-time owners are.
I did not include those. I only use for the residents, I used the number of registered voters. So it was 70, 50 or something. So that's what I did.
I guess what I'm saying is that 80% of the other owners are here a quarter of the time. That number just seemed very high to me, that 70%.
70%?
Like nights in bed. Really?
Look at the roads today and roads in summer.
Yeah, but that's only during the summer. That's what
But
Well,
then,
no, not just during the summer.
But this is,
And we also take Kika's information in terms of passes,
Yes.
because so we do a number of.
Goes through Christmas.
Normally, right now, our low season, when we're looking at the occupancy rates, and we did this a couple of years ago, our downtime really was like maybe January, February, but then the rest of the 10 months out the year,
Yeah.
it was high. So if you then take that number, passes occupancy rate minus the population, the permanent population.
Well, but here's the equivalency I would try to, I do. There's 20% of the dwelling units are full-time people. So, and there's a STR cap of 20%. So even if they were 100% occupancy, those two should be even.
so no, because the cap is only for the single-family homes. It's not for all
Correct.
rentals. So there is no cap in a multi.
It's only,
Essentially, our cap is mainly for
Behind the
properties
second
behind the
gate.
second gate. So it's
Yes.
only for areas zoned
There is no cap for.
single-family residential. Between the gates is mainly just there's no cap.
And honestly, before this year exercise, we claim 85%. So we not reduced it, but based on the numbers I presented, and I'll be happy to, maybe at the meeting when we talk about revenues, because I have some tables that how I come up with those numbers. I'll be happy to present it too. So we reduced it to 70%, but so we request from state accommodation tax 70% for the beach patrol and 70% from the sheriffs, yes. Sometimes we not fund it.
We get pushback from that.
Yes.
From our colleagues at the resort and the others. I like it to be 80%.
Yeah.
5% to get, but, so this is, Deruta came up with this methodology to be able to demonstrate even the 70%. It was higher, wasn't it?
It was 85 before.
So as a digression, but as a KICA assessment payer, there would be an interesting conversation about what the percentage of KICA assessments related to safety behind the gate that KICA pays, road maintenance, how those should be allocated. Since I think it's only 10% from kind of the visitor generation entities versus all the other property owners. So interesting. That would be interesting. I'd love to see your methodology of the data because that might be part of a separate conversation across town.
Oh. Well, I presented it to, and I felt pretty strong about this number because the numbers they share with me, and we're talking maybe 1,000 rentals that I got response from. So I feel pretty strong that I can apply that percentage to the full.
I just had no idea. I don't know why I didn't, but I didn't, and that may be worth a conversation when we get to the short-term ordinance.
Yeah. Another type of accommodation tax that is part of this 13% is the county accommodation tax. It's another 2% that goes to the county, and of that amount, we get about 20%. And it also, all accommodation taxes have to be spent on tourists or infrastructure that brings tourists to the beach or facilities, but it has to be tourism related.
And is that percentage solely at the discretion of the county, or is that directed
It's
by the state?
with the county is a contract. It's an annual contract that we sign, and right now, it is it is up to the county council how much they're gonna reallocate that money. But they do, in the past, they tried between 15 and 20%. Recently, it's more than 20, and more money goes to places or where there is some capital projects going. So North Charleston is getting a lot of it for for art center. So yes, but every year we sign the contract with the county.
So it's supporting, it's paying for the capital cost of an art center in another jurisdiction?
Yes. Yes. So, well, it's supporting different. That was just one example of the art
that's
center.
An interesting
Yes.
example.
If there is some other projects, there will be.
That's an allowed.
Along with our state aid tax too, it's allowed. Yes. But county, it's tourism related.
Yeah.
And justify that.
And finally, there is a local accommodation tax. This is in our ordinance. It's a 1% that we get all of it. It actually goes to the city, and they remit back to us.
And not that we want to, but I'm not sure, but the local it's 1, but by state law we can go up to 2 or 3.
It can 2. It can go. The local can go to 2. So this is up to the council's discretion. You can increase it to 2%.
And do we petitioning or engaging Charleston County on it should be 16, 20, 25? By the way, you gave X number to Sullivan's Island or Mount Pleasant or whomever else.
So we don't really. One year when the COVID came and the county said we're not going to pay you anything, so then we petitioned.
A lot of jurisdictions, not just us.
Oh yeah, exactly. They said we're not going to because they had to close everything. So and this is kind of it's not paid from the reserves. It's like advanced. So. We petitioned then, and we had a lot of discussion. The mayor, Stephanie, had a lot of discussion with the county. And then they actually, when things came back to a different normal, we got the money. We got the money from the year behind and then the next year. So, but normally we don't really get involved in the budget process, how they're going to reallocate that money.
So you said local was the city of Charleston?
Well, it's because how it's collected, and we have a contract with when it was established. That's how, I guess at this point, there was really no way of collecting it in a town. The staff was small. I'm not sure how it worked at that point. So we had someone collecting it for us. And it just makes it easier for people to, I guess, just to remit it that way.
I'm a little confused. It's a contract, but you said it's at their discretion as to whether they give us any at all?
So the contract is when, after the budget is adopted, they send us a contract with the amount, and in a contract it says this is the amount, and this is, you need to report how you're going to spend it. And then I send a report, this is how we want to spend it, and then they question it usually.
It's a
Contract,
Yes,
but it is
it's okay. If you want
it's a
our
signed
money,
document, yes.
Our money that we've sent to them.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly, yeah. The goodness of our heart, but you have to. spend it this
But
way.
you know, on the other hand, true, but I meant more like a signed document, a contract, but they do still question how is it going to be spent? Or what's
And
the,
when we used to have reserves, they basically said to us, we need to start spending the
Exactly.
money or else we're not going
Yes.
to give us any money, because we were banking a lot of.
but when you look at this, we charge for accommodation 13%. Of this amount, 9% goes to the state, and we don't see any of it. So it's, either you said it's our money, but it's really not all this our money.
Again, I'm not trying to suggest a policy direction or decision here. I'm simply posing the question because it came up earlier and Maura raised the question. Others in the community have about, concerns about an art center and particularly operating cost and maintenance. Right now, we spend about $300,000 on the Arts Council, I think.
Yeah.
Roughly that. But let's say the web tells us, comes back and says, annual operating costs would be $1 million a year. Oh my God. But I mean, if we have this restricted revenue money coming in that we have to spend within 2 years, we can make the decision that, if they don't disagree, that all of that would be covered by one of the two A taxes?
As long as we can, yes, we can do state aid tax, we can do any of the aid tax, as long as we can state that if it's not 100%, that we can say right now that 70% of those costs is tourism related, we can use 70% of restricted funds to cover operating costs.
State tax is 70%, but that's not true.
Well, we
for
would
county.
we would do county we would probably do county as well, because if we can't
We use the
justify,
same, yes.
we use the same formula for everything, so we would say 70% county, state, or local, maybe, but no, just county, state, we do 70%.
I guess the point is,
And
there
then
could be a substantial amount
restricted.
of funding for that Performing Arts Center.
Through our restricted funds.
The restricted funds.
70% can come from restricted funds.
That's what I was trying
Right.
to get at. And
But
then
you're taking that money from somebody else, though. I mean, it's not like it's not used, that $1 million, that it's already
No,
already
we-
being accounted for.
We understand, we would be an applicant for the state.
Absolutely. Right now, I'm on now the board member of the Charleston Visitors Bureau. We give
30%.
30%.
30%.
Tuesday, but we give the Charleston Visitors Bureau $700,000.
Well, it's 30%, just depends if we're doing really, if we
So-
get 30% of the state aid tax, so the more we get, the more they
But
get.
also, this is by law, we have to, 30% of the state accommodation money that we get by law, 30% has to be spent on a promotion or advertising. It has to go to an agency, non-for-profit agency, that special or is in business of promotion, and we choose CVB to do that. There was, in the past, there was discussion possibly have it maybe in a house, but it has to be spent on that. So there is really not a lot of discretion there. 30% has to, we get that money every quarter, and every quarter we write a check right then for 30% to CVB.
So it's an interesting deal. We're going to give you this tax money back, but oh, by the way, here's where you have to give it to us. Yeah. But this meeting that we have in mid-April is where we evaluate everybody that petitions for some of that state tax money. And then based on that, I'll chair that meeting and we'll come up with a recommendation of all the funds that we want to disperse, and then it'll come before the Ways and Means and then subsequently the council. And we may agree with the state tax committee, or we may say no, or we may change it at council. But we just did it last year.
Russ, you're absolutely right. It's, coming out of, one pocket.
One
to
pocket
another.
going to the other.
But interestingly enough, in this case, it's not, in a sense, an internal pocket would be taking it away from.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Right. It could be we took it, and I'm not suggesting we do.
Yeah.
In case Roger's listening, but it could be that we take it away from the resort.
Yeah. Or the Andel Inn's wedding, or
Something.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
But the thing is, though, that if they have programs that actually, the main idea is to bring heads in beds. If they have programs that actually support, the more people come here, the more they advertise, the more people come, the more money is. So this is, this is a mechanism to generate that money, and that's why those applicants are vetted, and when you see this application, they will show you that for those events, we anticipate that many people. So, it is kind of mechanism to help bring more money.
It's like a perpetual motion machine.
Well, and it raises an interesting question, because we take the money because it's there, but then we have to spend it on increasing promotion, yet tourism promotion.
generate more money.
And the question is it in the interest of the residents and the homeowners to have more tourism promotion? I don't know that that's the case. But you're right, it becomes a little bit circular.
I understand what you're saying, but you're right, because you take that money and hypothetically take it away from the resort or the golf courses or the Andel, or whoever it happens to be, and funnel it to the entertainment facility. One would think you would have less tourists, because you're generating more numbers of tourists from Andel West and the golf courses and everything else.
But then you would still, I think, have to show, or at least that you are, even the Art Center, that you're marketing it to at least a 50-mile radius.
But you know what then would happen? You would have less ATAX revenue each succeeding year,
Potentially, depend on if.
because you're drawing less tourists, right?
Yeah, but you're
Potentially.
just spending, you do get some general fund, unrestricted fund benefit from ATAX,
Right.
but most of it you turn around and.
But the value, the ATAX amount would decrease if you're bringing in less tourism.
Well, sure.
But yeah.
But maybe not, because we give so much to CBB to do the promotion and marketing, that with all the events that we put on, it just may generate a lot of people still to come here.
This is kind of an
It
interesting.
could.
It could.
I don't think so, but it
Almost
could.
like three-dimensional chess here.
Yes,
and
it is
we
three-dimensional.
We need
It
to
is.
give
Yeah.
some further thought about kind of being a little, perhaps a little more strategic, tactical, thoughtful, whatever.
Well,
about-
as crazy as it is over the last couple of years, because in the pandemic, so many of our transient tourist business increased dramatically. I mean, the occupancy rate of the hotel was through the roof. The play on the golf courses by people from coming out of town was, the number of rounds they played on the 5 resort courses was unheard of. But the consequences of all that success was that we had this enormous pot of state tax money. It's like, what are we going to do with all this? And you end up funneling right back where it was generated from, and a lot of it. And it is somewhat of a conundrum on what do you do with all that money?
Which community?
I like the idea.
It
It's
just
an interesting,
CBP, was that?
I like the idea.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah, I like the
that's why you
idea.
look at exactly what these people are asking.
I like the idea.
And somewhat related to that, I was going to talk about it Tuesday, we'll talk a little bit about it now. Part of the conversation I had already with the Charleston Visitors Bureau folks, and it was their strategic planning meeting, but I said, newbie here, I'm going, my mercenary mindset, what are we getting for $700,000? What's the value proposition? We have to allocate it somewhere. And they go, that's kind of an interesting, and I said, could be a little bit of I suggested maybe a two-way street. Are you doing anything to promote to Kiowa residents what the kind of opportunities are that Charleston's Visitors Bureau is about sponsoring, that we don't really know anything about. And they said, because that's actually a marketing opportunity for you. And I said, for example, you know, I'm not sure how many people knew about Charleston Restaurant Week here on the island. But there could have been, for example, oh, yeah, we're happy to work out a deal with all our members to give a discount on, you know, one night of Restaurant Week to Kiowa Island residents or something.
Yeah.
But I was trying to catalyze a dialogue about, what is the value proposition from Kiowa standpoint for the 70,000?
Can you provide a list of where the money went last year?
Sure. I mean, I can quickly tell you, Resort in Del Inn, the town of Kiowa.
Town of Kiowa had 3 applications, Andel, the resort.
Fresh Fields.
Yeah.
The Fresh Fields.
Sheriff's Department.
Well, that was us.
Yeah,
We had
us.
3
And us.
applications.
Town of Kiowa included
Yeah,
that.
yeah, we had 3 applications.
Usually this is pretty much the same applicants, but for the next meeting, I will have like a detail for how much money. Yeah.
And who
Sure.
are other potential applicants, and do they know that they could be applicants?
Yeah, so we had Kika before was applicant, before we had, when they were doing the Kiowa cars, they came before. Nora, who you will hear from tomorrow, she came to the state aid tax. But other than that, I'm not quite sure anyone else, you know, on Kiowa, because there's not a lot, well, we don't have a lot of organizations like some, obviously, City of Charleston, there are so many, but those are, the PGA was an applicant when they were here, so yeah, to answer your question, it's just.
It's kind of an interesting phenomena where these are very successful profit-making organizations. PGA generates a
I don't
huge
think
amount.
they need help.
Yeah, and yet, well, the resort as well. And,
Well,
you know,
Well, the PGA was a partnership with the town.
Organizations say, you know, I generate the lion's share of this tax. I should get the lion's share of the benefit.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
Which is, what
Yeah,
can you
yeah.
do for me
Yeah,
from
yep,
the 7,000?
yep.
It's the same argument.
And the PGA was more, it was more like a partnership with them. The town, we helped with transportation, so they had got, I think, 300,000.
Yes.
And it was something that we normally have done with them previous with
past.
regards to transportation.
These discussions take place at the state level too. So I mean, state legislators have the same type of circular discussions relative to all of this money coming in, we're sending it out. What about my community that doesn't really get anything in? But, you know, why can't I have, an allocation? So it's a,
Well, and that's one reason why I was suggesting at the very beginning, part of that expanded external engagement should include, our state representative and spending a little time in Columbia, because there are pools of money, big pots of money out there for something. We're talking about resiliency, and we're talking about conservation easements and marsh management. Who knows? There may be a huge pot of money sitting. I just don't know. There are some pots. There's a bunch.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, not to go into, I think we want to move on, but, with the county, through the town, we receive funds through the Greenbelt. So our bridge is a Greenbelt grant, and then on Beach Walker, the crab area, what they call it, fishing area, is a Greenbelt grant. The Conservancy is trying to purchase property that this discussion they want the town to participate in. They submitted an application for Greenbelt money. So, and then when we were talking about purchasing, trying to purchase the site next door, there's a historical African-American schoolhouse there, and as a municipality, we were going to try to go after historic preservation dollars to preserve that. So yeah, you're right, Brad, there's
How
tons
is
of
Greenbelt defined?
Greenbelt through the county. It's a project through essentially public space
use.
projects through conservation or just public use, right? It has to be majority for public use, open space.
So,
Typically Greenbelt funds. It's almost like a conservation bank, but it's on the county level, think about it that way.
So, not that they would ever welcome this, but, all Andel West go to Riverstone, and are you really planning on developing that? Can we purchase that, and can we get monies from the Greenbelt project?
Correct, that would be
do
something
that
eligible.
and open that up to be public access?
Right, that would be an eligible application.
didn't Ancient Oak, isn't that exactly what they did many years ago?
Well, the Low Country but it's but the Greenbelt, yeah.
Angel Oak the tree.
Yeah, it's under conservation easement. Huh?
And I'm just posing questions when there's some
Oh, yeah.
creative things outside the box stuff to try to deal with some of this area around us.
Okay, and the last one, it's the hospitality tax, which is a 1% that is paid on the prepared foods in the restaurants or
Booze,
grocery store.
wine.
Food. Huh?
Is it booze and wine as well?
No,
Hospitality?
that's just food. Yeah, just food.
Or
Prepared
is it
food.
beverage tax? That you're gonna
Yeah,
explain
it's
them?
in others because it's so small. It's like 35,000. And again, that is still by the town's ordinance. It can be by state law 2%. Right now it's at 1%. So this is just the assumptions and our overview of the revenues. I'm not going to really go into expenditures. This is a really budget discussion to go into details. But for purpose of that, I just use 5% as a average inflation for the major. Our major cost is personnel, public safety. We have a few contracts: Carolina Waste, Beach Patrol, code enforcement. Those are main things. Maintenance. So I just use 5% increase over the years for that. And just one thing on this, I just want to bring to your attention the tourism and excuse me, travel and, no, what is it? Tourism, what do I have it? Tourism and recreation, this line item. So I don't know if you can really see well here, but this is pretty much how much we spend depends how much we collect. So this is not really a set number like, like a contract or something. So let's say we collect less money for the state accommodation and local accommodation, we'll spend less money. So just want to make sure that this is clear. And there are some items there that are historically has been funded from those funds, which is Arts Council, 300,000, all the wildlife projects, and the beach monitoring and any beach related. It also is under this line item. So those are pretty set or fixed cost. I mean, it's still up to the council, but the rest could be reduced if the revenues are less. So with all this, if all this goes well, so this is our fund balances, and I just want to show it by fund. I know this is really small, and I don't know if you can even see.
I couldn't, but
Yeah.
I have a comment to your prior slide.
Sure.
And I don't want to go into all of these details again about the personnel costs because you promised us to break this
Yes.
down a little bit more over the years.
Yes.
And then, of course, we have the budget discussion that comes up. I just want to state that I'm really a little bit concerned about the sharp increases we have seen in personnel cost, right? And usually I would look at my cost in percent of sales. Now I'm a little bit hesitant to do it here because sales has been so artificially developed. So I actually look at personnel cost in terms of total cost. Okay, it's a little unusual, but and when you look at those numbers, since back to 2017, but more realistically, probably I compare with 2021, then that ratio has really gone up significantly, right? I mean, from, if I believe it was like 16, 17% of total cost was personnel. This year and ongoing, it's like 23% of total cost. So I mean, it's a substantial increase in our total spend, and I think we really want to understand that in more detail, especially also going forward because it continues like this. So to be on such a high rate, so it's a really little bit of a concern that we need to look at.
And I will have some more detail, like I said, but like I said, this is pretty much what it is, with no increase in staff. This is an increase for just salaries, and there is every year our retirement increases and health insurance.
Again,
So
as I
it's a
said, let's break
combination,
it
and I will
down.
do.
Let's
Yeah.
break it down.
Yes.
But please be diligent in that and provide us also with percentages, how much
Sure.
is increasing, how much is some percent of total expenses.
Yes.
So that we really have a better understanding where that comes from.
Yes.
Right? And as I said, I compared it to 2021, where I think at least the increase in headcount was completed. So it's a little bit of concern that we really need to look at. Okay?
Yeah, and just to add on to that, one of the things that we can also be able to add on, discuss, and probably why the increases may seem a little bit more significant, is that the town did a compensation study. And what was determined was that there was a number, like maybe 2 years ago, there was a number of staff members that was way below where they were at. And so at the time, we had discussion with council. Some, we did the adjustments over 2 fiscal years, and others, we had to do a big jump. So some of that jump was significant. So we will add all of that to help
That's what I'm saying.
explain.
I think we want to understand that.
Right, that's what I'm saying, we'll
Because
add.
we also will face arguments from the community about this. We saw some actually this morning in some respect. And I think we all just want to understand it. So I'm not stating it because I think that there's something where we have gone totally overboard, but I want to understand the different attributing or contributing factors so that we are all educated in this and can withstand a discussion also with the community on this.
Because if you look, to Michael's point, if you look at the change in just the total expense line, forget the components, just the total, it went up pretty dramatically from fiscal 19 to fiscal 20. Now, from 20 to 21 to 22 to 23, there's not huge differences, 10-2, 10-4, 9-7, 9-7, 11-4.
Right, but the proportion of the
but it's
personnel.
pretty small.
Yes.
So-
But at some point, we had a pretty substantial change, and a big piece of the expense was the $2 million we paid for the building. But we only paid that once, so why did it stay up at that level? Why wouldn't it have
Because-
fallen down the next year without that? And that's your point. We just need to
It's a little bit
understand.
of my
Just
point, right?
understand
I
what
want to
the-
understand that, right? So please don't interpret here my concern, and I think Brad has voiced the same concern, that we think something is going totally wrong, or so I personally just want to understand it, so that in a discussion with, for example, the community, we can argue. That's all I'm saying. No? And absolutely, I mean, I know, because we also have seen this in the club, we have seen this in the resort, that we are today need to pay a lot more for our good people than ever before.
And it really does get to this issue, ultimately building trust and some mistrust. And you've probably heard this as well. I mean, a term that, I don't know, probably a dozen people have used the same term. I don't know why it circles around, like the Taj Mahal down here.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we know.
Right to this building?
Yes.
No, here. Oh, yeah.
Have they ever seen the
I think some of them have, and so, but that is,
I have, and I will not make that.
I'm saying.
but that's the mindset of that there is a certain segment, I think, of the population that there feels there's a disconnect between kind of what they think is the right value proposition from the town.
That's an interesting thing. This building's been here for 4 or 5 years. They need to get over that, to be honest with you.
Not,
I'm just saying.
yeah.
I'm just saying. I hear what you're saying.
I'm simply making the
People find the
observation.
spots they want to use as the
But
the
John,
label for that.
age is not taking away perception, so we need
Yeah.
to be careful with that. Okay, Dorana.
Okay, so I will prepare some details for the expense discussion at the March Ways and Means for this, and I have my list of revenues. So just to finalize, this is, like you said, this is a base line scenario with a lot needs to be added, a lot assumptions, different scenarios. I will work on that. but like a living document. But my other goal for this year is also to, well, I'm gonna just go to my goals. I wanna review our banking services, and I wanna put an RFP out for banking services. We are with Wells Fargo. We've been with them for a long time. I know there is a lot of products out there that could be make our world a little more efficient. We pay a lot of money for banking. We pay a lot of money for merchant fees. We encourage pretty much everyone to do everything online. With that comes more cost. So this is my goal for this year to do that, and that's a big project. But hopefully, that will help with efficiency and effectiveness and cost savings too. So I'm just gonna, we can go back to the spreadsheet that you can't see anything, but we'll talk about this. Yes, exactly. We'll talk about this at Ways and Means, and I'll make it smaller, bigger or in smaller sections. So thank you. Yeah, and that's what I have on big piece of paper. So is there any other questions before I head to my, no?
It was fine, Dorota, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dorota.
We had a budget discussion when we really weren't planning to have a budget discussion, but be that as it may. When you have a budget discussion, you'll hear all of this. So, thank you.
I always need
You're
some
welcome.
splits.
Well,
Budget discussion in a strategic planning context.
I'm not sure. That's giving you guys more credit. I think it was a budget discussion. But be that as it may. Okay, I'm thirsty. There's one thing I want to leave everybody with, because I think this has come up, and I'm not saying this in any way, because I, for one, will look for your thoughtful advice. Tomorrow morning, we have a conversation on communication. And I'll just leave this with you. I am not on the listserv. I do not read the listserv. I have never written on the listserv. It is an enormous form of communication to this community. So when we start talking about communication, I really would like you all, collectively, how do we deal with this? And I think probably every business, every big employer, every university, every hospital, every entity that has more than two people, how are they dealing with this advent of social media? And maybe that's just the dinosaur in me, but I don't know how. So we had this delightful young man, Chris, who tried hard to combat, engage in that discussion and to whatever success or failure. But so just as you're thinking about things tonight, as you come tomorrow, that is really something that I will look forward to hearing. Because I find right now we're out recruiting for a communications manager. Now that really, we want somebody that thinks strategically. We do want somebody on board that can help in so many ways. So anyway, just leave that. But I think that is a part of this community's life, and every community's life. Like I said, everybody. I was talking with some of my colleagues at the hospital, what they're struggling with. We want to do the right thing as we move forward. So communication is a real big deal. A lot of these things could have, should have, would have been able to be responded to in terms of, not a better communication, but somehow. So anyway, leave it with that. Let's go drink.
Does anybody have any other
Any-
closing remarks?
I second the motion for a drink.
We're all meet at Andelin for social, and of course, the gallery. You guys are welcome to join. But we start back tomorrow at 8 a.m.